The night was quiet. Han Fei snuck to the edge of the lake. Although he knew he probably had been discovered, he wasn't too bothered. After all, it was an unspoken rule that deals with the big turtle were allowed. Besides, 2 men had become law enforcers recently, and the seal of the Empyrean waterfall should be weakened. As a contributor to their breakthroughs, it wasn't outrageous for him to get some spirit awakening fluid, was it? Senior, I've brought some good stuff to you, The big turtle's voice echoed in Han Fei's head, what is it, The Phoenix Spirit Ginseng, Then, Han Fei bound a sea-swallowing seashell to the fishing pole and sank it into the lake. A moment later, Han Fei pulled the sea-swallowing seashell up, which was filled with 5,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei said, Senior, you know that I'm a poor man who doesn't have many good things. I'll come back later, Okay, The Phoenix Spirit Ginseng, as a ginseng, was much more advanced than the trivariant golden ginseng, but it was only exchanged for 5,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. Good thing that he bought it at a low price. He didn't know what would happen if other people knew that Phoenix Spirit Ginseng could be exchanged for so much spirit awakening fluid. In the newly built yard, Han Fei sat cross-legged. 5,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid wasn't enough. He wondered how much Lu Renquang had acquired. Seeing the 5 million credit points on his waist tag, Han Fei believed that he should exchange them for some assets in the logistics division. He swallowed the fluid, and the upper limit of his spiritual energy and his body hardness changed slowly. A moment later, Han Fei looked at his new stats. Owner, Han Fei. Level 52, Junior Hidden Fisher. Spiritual energy, 4,619,667, 25,502. Spiritual power, 3,395/3,395. Perception range, 31,999 meters. Spiritual heritage, level 7, low quality. Spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, level 46. Main art, divine manipulation technique, volume 5 of void fishing, heaven. Level, divine quality. Han Fei felt bitter after seeing that. It seems that the spirit awakening fluid isn't as effective as before. 5,000 kilograms didn't even increase 1,500 points of my spiritual energy. Han Fei heaved a sigh. He suspected that he probably could only level up to be an advanced hidden fisher even if he had 100,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. He knew very well that the effect of the spirit awakening fluid would decline as the taker grew stronger. Maybe the decline wasn't too significant for others, but for him, further improvement was not so easy. However, Han Fei wasn't frustrated. At least, the spirit awakening fluid was still useful to him. By the time he became a law enforcer, the spirit awakening fluid probably wouldn't work at all. After a thought, Han Fei emerged and forged the universe. He looked at the star shell that was floating in the sky and found that forge. The universe was bigger, but not very significantly. Forge the universe must be swallowing the space inside the star shell, he thought. It would still take some time. Besides, Forge the Universe was large enough for him to use. Han Fei didn't really care how much bigger it had turned. The advantage of a larger space was that he could establish a garden without worrying that there was no place for his materials. The big red trunk, on the other hand, was a pickle. It was no longer useful to Han Fei anymore. Even its core could only be used to craft ultra-quality spiritual weapons rather than semi-divine weapons. But he couldn't sell it either, or he would be announcing to everybody that he was the one who dug the big red trunk out from the level 3 fishery. Also, Han Fei had given up the million knife art and used the infinity water as a replacement. As a result, the big red trunk and materials from the 10,000 Demon Valley were no longer useful. Never mind. I'll just keep them here. They're all good items and may come in handy later. On the next day, Han Fei went to the logistics division early in the morning. He remembered that 6-star ranks could get 100 level 2 soul crystals every month. Lu Renquan gave him fewer than that, probably because he used some of them, and his stars were too low. As for Xiao Bai, Han Fei estimated that she didn't use them up either. However, as a manipulator, Xiao Bai also needed a large number of soul crystals. She probably would save them even if she didn't use them up at this moment. Nevertheless, Han Fei intended to ask them to leave the resources that they didn't use up to him in their next gathering. In the logistics division, Han Fei said telepathically, Lu Renquan, are you here? Receiving no response, Han Fei estimated that the guy was probably training somewhere. Therefore, he walked straight to the counter. Hello, I'd like 100 level 2 soul crystals. While talking, Han Fei pushed his waist tag to the receptionist, who asked in surprise, huh? 100? Han Fei nodded. Isn't that the maximum number? The receptionist nodded and looked at Han Fei in shock. We must record the soul crystal transactions. May I ask about your duty? Han Fei shook his head. I don't have any duty. The receptionist asked again, then may I know which division you work for, or came from? We need to keep a record. I used to be with the first unit. Now, I live at the Empyrean waterfall. Cough, cough. The receptionist looked at Han Fei with widened eyes. The Empyrean waterfall? Taking a long breath, she said, okay, please wait for a moment. The soul crystals you ordered will be delivered to you soon. Is there anything else you want? Han Fei thought for a moment and asked, is there any way to improve speed? Battle techniques and spiritual fruits are all optional. Huh? Stunned for a moment, the receptionist asked, well, there are indeed speed battle techniques. The best of them are heaven level, high quality. Would you like one? Han Fei said, let me take a look. A moment later, Han Fei returned the inventory to the receptionist. Is there no other way? The receptionist shook her head. Not that I know of. Some spiritual fruits may help, but they're rare and not exactly effective. At this moment, the level 2 soul crystals were delivered. Han Fei collected the level 2 soul crystals and left. After he left, the girl immediately said to her waist tag, Han Fei, from the Empyrean waterfall, exchanged for 100 level 2 soul crystals at one time. He may have extraordinary soul power. Take note. After leaving the logistics division, Han Fei looked back. He suddenly realized why those who had 6 or more stars could set sail individually. The reason was that the logistics division, the refining hall, and the other facilities mostly targeted hanging fishers and junior, hidden fishers. When someone acquired 6 stars, there would be few things they needed in the logistics division. Those people only needed special things, such as level 2 soul crystals, spirit awakening fluid, special spiritual fruits, top-level battle techniques, etc. While Han Fei was thinking, someone roared, attention, everybody! The sea. Demons are attacking on a full scale. Return to your position. Boats were rising and flying everywhere, and the previously busy downtown instantly became empty. That was exactly the Scattered Stars Island's attitude against enemies. Everybody was a soldier in moments like this, even if they were on vacation. What surprised Han Fei was that it had only been 5 months since the sea demon's previous attack. The 10,000 Demon Valley had launched a total war in the demon jungle, and it was launching another one? Thinking about that, Han Fei dashed to his boat and returned to the Empyrean waterfall. The Empyrean waterfall was a place for the exiled, but it didn't mean that the people at the Empyrean waterfall did nothing more than talking and bragging every day. By the time Han Fei returned to the Empyrean waterfall, he found that the place was already empty. Big Yellow, however, was running back and forth in midair. Meow. Seeing Han Fei, Big Yellow said, "They went to Big Yellow to catch fish and left me here for you." Han Fei was quite grave. Another full attack. Even the Empyrean waterfall was empty. However, he sensed that Du Jianglu was still around. Du Jianglu looked up at Han Fei. "I've made a breakthrough. I have to stay and defend this place. You take Big Yellow with you." Han Fei nodded. Big Yellow, to the boat. _schwa. Schwa. Schwa, _. Boats were traveling in the sky, and everybody was returning to their positions. It meant that the sea demon's assault was so surprising that few people on the Scattered Stars Island had reacted in time. On the east coastline, countless boats were landing to different places. Han Fei and Big Yellow, standing on the boat, were both dazed. "Big Yellow, do you know where we should go?" Big Yellow replied casually, "It doesn't matter. We can catch fish anywhere we want." Han Fei was stumped for a moment. "Can we do that?" Big Yellow said lazily, "Of course. You can catch fish anywhere, but don't let me catch worms. I don't like worms, especially the squishy ones." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Have you come here before?" Big Yellow tilted its head and said, "Of course. I'm a great fish catcher. However, I don't need to intervene at all unless the people down below can't defeat their enemy." Han Fei learned that hidden fishers and law enforcers were meant to deal with the sea demon experts. That did make sense. The battles that involved hidden fishers were not limited to the shoreline at all. Before Han Fei could think further, a boat had stopped next to Han Fei, and a rather charming woman looked at Han Fei and said solemnly, "I am Luo Yu from the Guild of Fishers. I need your assistance." Naturally, Han Fei didn't hesitate, as human beings were outnumbered by the sea demons. Seeing that Han Fei was on board, Luo Yu simply controlled the boat to fly to the sea. Han Fei closely followed her. As a hidden fisher, he was here to help with the battle, and he could fight anywhere. After flying for about 500 kilometers, Han Fei saw an overwhelming number of boats in the sky, and countless hanging fishers were working together to hunt the powerful creatures. He also saw at least 50 hidden fishers who flapped their wings and flew in the sky. Some were fighting the sea demons that glided to the sky, some were fighting on the surface of the sea, and some were fighting with their fishing poles as other people. Because the sea demons had sent so many creatures to battle, they could easily hit their target. Even if they missed the target, they would still hit the creature behind it. It was the first time that Han Fei had witnessed the Guild of Fishers' way of fighting. Those people were all using their fishing poles as weapons. Han Fei saw that a scorching fire fish was caught and cut in halves. He also saw that dozens of long swords were attached to someone's fishing hook and cutting the sea crazily. He also saw that someone was darting their hook like a sword and killing a creature with every attack. Han Fei was quite surprised at their way of fighting. He followed Luo Yu to the front line. Luo Yu didn't have time to talk to him. She simply recalled the boat, unfolded her wings, and slew a sea demon in the sky. In terms of numbers, the sea demons had more experts than human beings did, by a margin of 40. Some humans were fighting 2 or even 3 enemies at the same time. Also, Han Fei occasionally saw other top half-merman experts flying close from far away. Han Fei looked at Big Yellow. Big Yellow, can you do without wings? Meow. Big Yellow said proudly with its head held high, I have an awesome flying technique, but I can't take any action just yet. Han Fei knew that Big Yellow was as powerful as a law enforcer, and all the people fighting here were the level of hidden fishers. The enemies must have law enforcer experts who observed the battle too. Han Fei scanned with his senses and detected a half-merman 50 kilometers away, who wore a golden battle suit and held a golden harpoon. He didn't do anything but simply watched. Seeing that Han Fei was still on the boat, someone shouted, Bro, come down here and help. Han Fei said to Big Yellow, then I'll recall the boat. You can fly on your own. Meow. Han Fei recalled the boat and quickly unfolded his phantom glass wings. The moment the phantom glass wings unfolded, everybody who was fighting at the heights, including the sea demons, were quite shocked. Who was this guy? Why were his wings so weird? Han Fei? The phantom glass wings? Hey! He's a tough guy. Behind Han Fei, the hanging fishers, who were killing enemies by fishing all, exclaimed. He's a big shot. He's a tough guy. I didn't expect that such a brutal man would help the Guild of Fishers. Luo Yu was surprised too. She didn't expect that the person that she invited for help at random would turn out to be Han Fei. Without a word, the moment Han Fei showed the phantom glass wings, 3 sea demons already came for him. Han Fei detected 2 beginner sea demons and 1 mid-level sea demon. None used a golden harpoon, which suggested that they were no heavenly talents. At that moment, Han Fei grinned. Only 3? Do you have no respect for me at all? _schwa_. In the sky, Han Fei moved like a streak of light. When he was several dozen meters from the enemy, an enormous scorpion phantom and a water statue punched him. _schwa_. Han Fei disappeared and emerged behind one of the half-mermen, leaving a glow behind him in the air. _poo_. After only 1 attack, the sea demon was cut into pieces by Han Fei. Han Fei blinked in the void so fast that, even though the mid-level sea demon blocked Han Fei's 3 attacks, the other half-merman was cut into pieces by Han Fei with 1 attack too. Hee hee. The last half-merman roared, this man is ferocious. Come and help. Han Fei could understand the sea demon's language. He sneered. Do you think anybody can help you? Do you have no respect for the phantom glass wings? _schwa. Schwa. 2 wind blades were slashed out, and the half-mermaid blinked again. At the same time, the void lines caught the half-merman precisely. The half-merman felt a life crisis in every direction. He had no idea where to run. Blood escape. Escape my ass. Before the half-merman could escape, he had been tied up by the void lines. Poochie. Han Fei slashed and executed him. Not that Han Fei didn't want to control the half-merman, but he couldn't reveal his trump card just yet. If the half-merman fell under his control so quickly, it would raise a lot of people's attention. Han Fei grinned. No immortal seals and no dying strikes? I can kill as many people like him as there are. Han Fei was saying that for the sea spirit, sea demon far away to hear, as he was quite confident of his progress and eager to fight a real expert. In only 3 seconds, 3 sea demon experts had perished, which shocked Luo. You and other people. Someone laughed. As expected of the genius who has acquired the wind god pearl after 60 years. Smelly fish, you think you can conquer the scattered Stars Island? In your dreams. Luo Yu quickly said, stay focused. Don't be distracted. The people on the boats were so excited to see Han Fei brutalizing the sea demons that they almost wished that they could fight alongside Han Fei. Someone roared, let's work harder. The more enemies we kill, the easier the battles behind us will be. Han Fei had killed 3 enemies in one clash, so he naturally attracted the sea demon's attention. 2 of them came again. Both of them were quite extraordinary. One of them was a high-level sea demon, and the other was a peak-level one. Also, both of them wore golden armor and carried semi-divine weapons, which meant that they had immortal seals and dying strikes. But so what? Han Fei put on the feather suit of wind. Without using the Overlord's technique, Han Fei collided with the high-level sea demon purely with his physical strength. Clang. The noise spread out, and Han Fei was knocked hundreds of meters back. He felt that his arms were sore. The strength gap between me as a junior and the high-level demon is truly huge. Also, the guy didn't use the Sea King's secret technique at all. Han Fei estimated that the high-level sea demon had a force 1,000,000 kilograms higher than his own, which wasn't too big. It was just an indirect proof that he had greater potential than his enemies did. The peak-level sea demon sniffed and stabbed his harpoon through the void. The air-breaking strike? Han Fei blinked away. Even his remaining shadow in the sky was smart enough to dodge the attack. Schwa. Schwa, Zila. Clang. After 2 flashes, Han Fei left 2 saber auras in the sky and launched them to the sea demon. Han Fei's pupils contracted. He didn't have much advantage when his semi-divine weapon crashed with another semi-divine weapon. However, Han Fei was so fast and the blood-drinking knife was so sharp that he left 2 wounds on his enemy. Humph. You're too weak to kill me. You're asking to be killed, human. Schwa. Schwa. Han Fei moved unpredictably, making it impossible for the enemies to locate him. The sea demon pointed the harpoon at the sky, and a round pillar of water rose around him. Han Fei happened to flash into the pillar of water. Hey! You're smart enough to know that I'm approaching you. Behind him, Luo Yu blocked the other enemy and roared, careful. I'm here to help you. However, Han Fei wasn't affected at all in the pillar of water. The feather suit of wind could even block the desolation gales and desolation water. It could certainly weather through this. Han Fei turned his hand upside down and imposed gravity. Then, the sea demon fell straight to the sea, before the void lines caught up to him. When 10 void lines were activated, an assortment of pictures popped up in Han Fei's head. Some were from the 10,000 Demon Valley, and some were battles against humans. However, Han Fei had no time for that. He waved his hands and unleashed an immense power from the sky, knocking down the high-level sea demon who was stabbing a harpoon at him. My technique can move a mountain and astound the soul. Let's see if you can. Take it. Bam. The sea demon was knocked down by Han Fei. Then, Han Fei performed the draw technique and cut off half of the sea demon's head. Schwa. After another flash, Han Fei caught up to the other sea demon and stabbed him in the neck. Luo Yu, who had just rushed close, was astounded by what she saw. Han Fei was in a disadvantageous position a moment earlier. How did he kill 2 experts in the blink of an eye? The enemies weren't beginner sea demons, but a high-level one and a peak level 1. Han Fei was stunned for a moment, as he remembered that the sea demon captain didn't use his immortal seal. So, a terrifying force emerged from him and smashed Han Fei. Schwa. Han Fei flashed quickly with the phantom glass wings and pulled Luo Yu away. And the dying strike missed Han Fei. On the other hand, Han Fei had approached the high-level sea demon who walked out of the void. Humph. Exactly at this moment, Han Fei felt a strong pressure. He didn't think and simply activated the Overlord's technique. Ignoring the sea spirit expert, Han Fei laid his hand on the chest of the high-level sea demon and slit his throat with the blood-drinking knife. Then, Han Fei flashed and appeared 100 meters away. The humans and the sea demons alike were astounded by the battle. Luo Yu's eyes bulged. The phantom glass wings are truly awesome. Han Fei quickly flew back. 5 of his identical images, caused by the flash effect of the phantom glass wings, lingered in the sky. However, under Han Fei's control, those clones vanished one after another, as if they were simple blurry shadows. In fact, they were not. Han Fei was only playing a trick. He didn't want to inform other people that the blurry shadows could launch attacks. Meow. Big Yellow had been observing the battle, and wasn't surprised at Han Fei's ferocity at all. Was there anyone at the Empyrean waterfall who was not ferocious? Even though Han Fei was a newcomer, the fact that he was relocated to the Empyrean waterfall suggested lots of things. Big Yellow even thought that Han Fei could deal another couple of enemies at the same time. That was its impression on the capabilities of the guys at the Empyrean waterfall. However, Luo Yu and the other people felt differently. They found that Han Fei was not just strong, but even monstrous. A junior, hidden fisher had killed 3 sea demon experts in one clash. Then, he flashed and killed a peak-level sea demon captain as well as a high-level sea demon, heavenly talent. How long had it been? The battle had only just begun, and he was already on a killing spree? Luo Yu and the others didn't know Han Fei's cost. If Han Fei told them that he hadn't used 20% of his energy before he used the Overlord's technique, they probably would be scared to death. Meow. Big Yellow quickly grew into a super cat dozens of meters long. It glared at the sea spirit far away and declared brutally, "Hey, you fish over there, come and let me taste you." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Hey, Big Yellow, don't be rash. That's a sea spirit. Sea demon. Can you defeat it or not? If anything happens to you, it will be hard for me to survive Mrs. Yin's beating." Meow. A meow echoed in a range of dozens of kilometers, and Big Yellow set in despair, I'm an awesome cat. That fish is strong, but he's no match for me. A hidden fisher was appalled. Is this creature a law enforcer? Someone rolled their eyes at him. Of course. You don't know Mrs. Yin's cat? It once tore apart many sea spirits. When the big cat emerged, the sea spirit put on an awful expression, as Han Fei was moving at a high speed again. Poo. Poo. Poo, underscore. In the blink of an eye, another 3 sea demons were slashed by Han Fei. Someone said, "Thanks, Brother Han." Han Fei, who had been well acknowledged as a top heavenly talent, could easily kill any sea demon of his level. As a result, his enemies were all retreating. Don't back off. Kill him. A roar came from the void, and another sea spirit was rushing close. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and stood still, before he put a few spiritual fruits into his mouth. He looked at Luo Yu. Why are there so many sea spirits on this battlefield? We have a long coastline. Why are they all gathering here? Luo Yu's expression changed greatly. I'm not sure. The east coastline is the usual battlefield. Don't worry. I've sent alarms. The law enforcers are coming. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. If I hadn't come, you wouldn't have had any law enforcers with you, right? Waving her fishing pole like a sword and cutting off the elbow of a sea demon, Luo Yu finally responded, yes. Some law enforcers passed by, but they left after seeing Mrs. Yin's cat. Han Fei snorted and looked at the sea spirit that was only several dozen kilometers from him. He swallowed and shouted at Big Yellow, "What's his level?" Big Yellow meowed and dashed thousands of meters forward. Beginner. I don't think I can defeat 2 fish. Han Fei, come here and help me. We each will take care of one of them. Luo Yu said quickly, wait, the sea spirits are all equal to law enforcers. Han Fei ignored Luo Yu. He was quite excited at this moment, and he landed on the surface of the sea from the sky, with 1,000 weird water blades emerging around him. Chilla. Han Fei rushed forward on the surface of the sea, and the infinity water crushed all the enemies in his way into pieces. The sea spirit bare his fangs and glared. You dare to fight me as a human? Hidden fisher? Hula. The phantom glass wings were flapped, launching 2 wind blades. The wind blades grew bigger on the way and became dozens of meters long. All the sea creatures in their way hurriedly fled. Luo Yu was lost for words, as the guy was truly a maniac. You are just a junior, hidden fisher. Even if you are a heavenly talent, there's no need to challenge a sea spirit, right? Luo Yu said telepathically, 10 seconds. Law enforcers are coming in 10 seconds, Luo Yu's thought was that Big Yellow could take care of one of the sea spirits, and she and Han Fei could hold the other for 10 seconds. Little did she expect Han Fei to charge forth. Han Fei grinned. Got it. Hum. Han Fei accelerated again and activated the agility of wind, moving no slower than the sea spirit on his opposite side. The splashing water caused by the wind under Han Fei's feet went hundreds of meters away. Drawl. Faced with a sea spirit, Han Fei did not dare to underestimate the enemy at all. The sea spirits were as strong as the law enforcers. If the law enforcers mastered laws, there was no reason why the sea spirits couldn't. However, Han Fei wasn't worried, as different law enforcers mastered different laws. Jiuyin Ling's seal was indeed tricky. However, he could resolve Du Jiangliu's twisted domain even though it was immune to physical attacks. The law enforcer suddenly took out a harpoon. Han Fei knew it wasn't good the moment he saw the harpoon, as it was a divine weapon rather than a semi-divine one. The draw technique was launched at the sea spirit, who pointed at the weapon with a terrifying force that was mixed in a ferocious tide. Underscore poo. Poo. Poo, underscore. However, to the sea spirit's astonishment, the tide was cut apart by the blade, which pressed on without being stopped at all. Huh? Sea god strike. Underscore crack. Bam, underscore. The surface of the sea dented in a 300-meter radius. Han Fei and the enemy were both flung 1,000 meters back. Cough. Han Fei vomited blood. The enemy was stronger than he expected. Just as I thought, the sea spirits who know how to fight and those who don't are vastly different. He had caught a wind sky wing and fought a clam girl before. But one of them was a coward and the other could only launch mental attacks. In this battle, even though he was using his full strength, he was the one who got injured first. Little did he know that his enemy was much more shocked than Han Fei was. Underscore how is it possible? How can a hidden fisher be so strong even if he uses a secret technique? Huh? What are his wings? Underscore. In the rear, Luo Yu and the others were all shocked. Could Han Fei really win against a sea spirit? Someone fended off a sea demon and exclaimed, "That's too unbelievable. Is he really so strong?" As for the hanging fishers, their senses weren't keen enough for them to see the fast battle. However, the rising air and tides dozens of kilometers away informed them how horrifying the battle was. In particular, the big cat's talons were already red. It was hard to be ignored. That fish over there, behold my soul-swallowing technique. The cat opened its mouth and swallowed the enemy's soul. If the sea spirit weren't protected by a water cage, he might have been swallowed by Big Yellow. On Han Fei's side, he was competing with the sea spirit in terms of speed. He could tell that the sea spirit intended to fight a melee battle against him. Damn. You want to approach me? This isn't the time. Approach. Hula. When he launched the sacrificing punch, Han Fei quickly flashed in the sky and put a mouthful of candle dragon blood into his mouth. He had a bad feeling, as there wasn't much candle dragon blood left after he killed the clam girl. It would run out if he had another mouthful of it. The sacrificing punch could automatically lock onto the target, making the sea spirit quite shocked. This can't be the power of a hidden fisher. But so what? Tide body. Underscore Walala, underscore. A giant tide rose from the surface of the sea. Han Fei's eyes glittered. He knew that his enemy was dead for sure. Underscore wait. That's the law he has mastered. He has turned into water. However, unlike the normal water transformation, this tide is exactly his body. But is the tide immune to the sacrificing punch? Underscore. Underscore boom, underscore. The terrifying force of two waves left a hole 30 meters in diameter on the tide. Then, the sacrificing punch didn't stop there, but raised high tides on the sea. However, the giant tide didn't turn back into the sea spirit. Instead, it transformed into countless chains that darted towards Han Fei. Damn it. The law enforcers are really tricky. Underscore swish, underscore. Han Fei kept flashing in the sky. At the same time, he launched his cosmic sword and cut a few times. However, probably because the cosmic sword hadn't acknowledged him yet, it Wasn't exactly destructive even though it was quite hard. You've turned into water? Hee hee. Would you like some poison? In the next moment, the infinity water was transformed into water and swept out, and 10 kilograms of poison god dissolved in the tide. Halala, _. The sea spirit was gathered in the water and retreated quickly. At the same time, the water chains kept hunting Han Fei. Han Fei grinned. It seems that you're not a great law enforcer either. Water transformation? Hee hee. How did the poison god taste? Han Fei retreated and put spiritual fruits into his mouth. The sea spirit was indeed strong. Even though Han Fei was as strong as him. With the Overlord's technique, it was not his own power and the battle was much more exhausting to him. Also, his sacrificing punch had only mildly hurt the enemy. He could tell that because he felt that the enemy's heartbeat was fast and unstable. Han Fei roared, Big Yellow, how is it going? I can't hold him for long. Big Yellow meowed and said, hasn't the battle just begun? Han Fei became gloomy. It has just begun? I've used half of my ultimate tricks, and there's no telling if my law of gravity works on this guy. If he were to finish the rest of the candle dragon blood, he thought that he could manage to fight for a while longer. Immediately, Han Fei grinned and said, go back to where you came. When human experts come later, you won't be able to escape. The sea spirit sneered and pushed a ball of water out. Han Fei's pupils contracted. Poison god? The enemy sneered. You should have attacked me. If you had, I wouldn't have had a chance to push the poison out, and you could wait for your reinforcements to arrive. However, what can you do right now if I'm going to take down these people? While talking, he charged at the human army. Han Fei's expression quickly changed. If the guy went over, no humans could resist him, and the defensive line would collapse in a few seconds. In that case, even if any law enforcers did come, the guy could still march to the rear of the defensive line, which would collapse as long as he survived a few seconds. Bam. Han Fei stood on the surface of the sea in the guy's way, before he sneered. Fine, didn't you want to find a melee battle with me? I'm right here. Come and fight me. In the rear, Luo Yu and the others all changed their expressions. She didn't even have a chance to send a telepathic message, because all the sea demons were trying to break through the defensive line with the help of the two sea spirits. The humans were outnumbered in the first place, and they were losing the battle. Explode. Someone detonated himself and perished with two sea demons. He didn't have a choice. After all, the sea demons were attacking vehemently, and he was already exhausted. Son of a *ch, you think you can break through the humans' defensive line? Blood boiling. _hum_. After the first person ignited his blood, dozens of other humans followed his example and increased their strength. Bam. Another person detonated himself, pushing the battle to the most heated phase. Han Fei secretly cursed. He had no time to bother with anything else except the sea spirit. He watched the enemy turn into a tide 1,000 meters away, while he unleashed the infinity water as thousands of blades. 500 meters. 300 meters. Luo Yu roared, Han Fei, retreat right now. Han Fei turned a deaf ear to her, and black and white light surfaced in his eyes. He also put a peppermint into his mouth. 100 meters. Han Fei extended his hand. You think you're the only one who has a tide? 9. Mansions. Who. The dragon roar echoed, and the 9 mansions dragon's seal arrived with the tide. The terrifying power that Han Fei launched covered a radius of 100 meters. Hum. The surface of the sea was shivering. The sea spirit didn't expect this to happen at all, as the law of gravity wasn't an ability that a hidden fisher should be able to grasp. However, during that moment, a force equaling 2 waves came from the void and unbalanced the tide he transformed into. The moment the gravity field appeared, 10 void lines were split up into 30 and caught the enemy. Han Fei unfolded the fish skins in his hands, and the light was so dazzling that nobody could open their eyes in 1,000 meters. The other array completely blocked everybody's senses in the same range. At that moment, dozens of Han Fei's clones appeared in the light, and he was holding Snowmorn. With the yin-yang divine eyes, Han Fei saw a quickly spinning heart. The sea spirit was frightened. This is the power of laws, and a way to control the soul? Who are you exactly? Han Fei grinned and put on a creepy smile. Gotcha. Poo. He flashed and shattered a water ball that nobody else could have recognized. In the tide. The water ball was exactly the heart of the sea spirit. Cough, cough. On his shoulder, the 2 giant eyeballs from his spiritual beast were angry. I'm hurt every time I come out. Han Fei grinned. That can't be helped. You're too strong. I certainly have to count on you in these critical moments. When he stabbed Snowmorn, he was also hit by the tide. He would have been heavily wounded if he didn't have a tough body, the divine battle suit, and Little Fatty's help. Little Fatty had lost yet another 3 tentacles. It would have to rest for a while. It occurred to Han Fei that Little Fatty and his other beasts couldn't keep up with his level anymore. The enemies that he encountered were irresistible too. Little Fatty. Damn it, no wonder they say heart nurturing is necessary. It's more about nurturing the contractual spiritual beasts, right? Boom. The arrays were broken, and someone emerged hundreds of meters above Han Fei. Shocked by what he saw, Han Fei was standing on the surface of the sea and stuffing spiritual fruits into his mouth. His body was bent and he was breathing heavily. On Han Fei's opposite side, the dead body of the sea spirit was floating on the sea, with a giant hole on his chest. The newcomer took a deep breath. Have you killed a sea spirit? Many people heard his question. The humans all roared and fought hard, and the sea demons began to flee in whatever ways possible. The law enforcer snorted. You want to run? Do you really think you can? He flashed and chased after the sea demons. Who could have thought that Han Fei would kill a sea spirit in 10 seconds? Meow. That fish over there, don't run. I'm going to eat you. Do you want this fish? Han Fei coughed and said, no, but I'll take his battle suit and weapons. Big Yellow wagged its tail and walked on the sea. I don't want the iron. Garbage at all. Han Fei slowly retreated the void lines and took some of the pure soul back. It was a tiny amount, but better than nothing. He wouldn't eat the fish, but he wouldn't refuse some of the soul. But in the next moment, Han Fei saw that Big Yellow opened its mouth and swallowed the whole soul. Baji. Baji, Han Fei was lost for words. As expected of a soul-swallowing cat, it had swallowed the soul of a sea spirit so easily. In comparison, the tiny bit of soul that he absorbed with the void lines Wasn't worth mentioning. He looked at his own stats. Owner, Han Fei. Level 52, Junior Hidden Fisher. Spiritual Energy, 4,325,681, 25,508. Spiritual Power, 3, 499/3, 499. Perception Range, 31,999 meters. Spiritual Heritage, Level 7, Low Quality. Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 46. Main Art Divine Manipulation Technique, Volume 5 of Void Fishing, Heaven. Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei realized why he failed to absorb much of the soul. It seemed that he had reached a bottleneck. But he wasn't too bothered, as the void fishing art was already incredible. Enough. If he could kill a few more sea spirits, wouldn't his soul power rise quickly? A moment later, all the sea demons that could escape had escaped. Those which failed to escape were slain by the law enforcer. Half of them luckily survived. After all, it was impossible for a single law enforcer to surround all the sea demons and kill them. Once the sea demons dispersed, the creatures that they drove lost control and fled too. Han Fei had a few spiritual fruits and flew in the sky. Then, a law enforcer came close slowly. Han Fei? Han Fei nodded. The man smiled. Nobody could have thought that you were able to kill a sea spirit. I am Yi Xingchen, one of the 3 leaders of the Guild of Fishers. You will be rewarded for your contribution. Han Fei grinned. I hope so. I used something very precious in this battle. It wasn't easy for me to make the decision. Yi Xingchen understood him perfectly. That was natural. It was certainly impossible for a junior hidden fisher to kill a sea spirit without something to help, unless one of them was crazy. Nevertheless, he would not underestimate Han Fei, as not every hidden fisher could kill a sea spirit even if they had something to help them. They probably would have been killed instantly. Yi Xingchen said, you'll receive a lot of rewards. You'll get 10 million credit points for killing a sea spirit, as well as his battle suit and weapons. Unfortunately, he probably didn't carry many good items to battle. Whatever he has is yours. Han Fei smiled. Senior, what happened here exactly? Why did the sea demons attack suddenly? Without keeping it a secret, Yi Xingchen explained casually, human beings and sea demons found a place of relics at the same time. When they explored the relics, something happened and the relics collapsed, revealing 7 undersea chimneys. Another one will probably emerge in the southeast. On the east coastline, 2 undersea chimneys have already popped up, but considering the signs, a third one may show up anytime. 7 plus 2. 9? Han Fei gasped up. Are undersea chimneys so ordinary? So many of them had appeared at one time, Han Fei remarked in surprise, this is huge. Yi Xingchen grinned. You don't say. There's no telling how the pioneer group did that. The pioneer group did it? Yi Xingchen nodded. Okay. No enemies will probably come to this part of the sea. Another law enforcer is on his way. I have other things to do. Until next time. The pioneer group? Is Sister Qin related to this? After Yi Xingchen left, Han Fei searched the sea spirit's body and found a sea swallowing seashell. Then, he discovered more than 30,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid in it. He was quite shocked. Didn't they say that nobody went to battle with good stuff? Why did this one carry some? More than 30,000 kilograms. To be more exact, Han Fei believed there had to be around 35,000. He must have looted it recently before he came to battle. He didn't expect that he would be killed here, but looks like I'm the one who gets it in the end. Han Fei almost couldn't stop himself from smiling. He had truly become rich. With the 35,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, he could become an intermediate hidden fisher. Big Yellow turned into a little cat again and looked at Han Fei curiously. Why are you so happy? Han Fei instantly dropped his smile and looked at Big Yellow as well as Luo Yu. Who was going to take the body of the sea spirit away? He looked up at the sky and said casually, Big Yellow, it's not easy for human beings to survive in this chaotic world that's savaged by sea demons. Difficulties and hardships are what we must live with. Luo Yu was stunned. Why was Han Fei suddenly being sentimental? Also, the life of human beings wasn't really that hard, was it? Then, Han Fei suddenly became solemn. As part of humankind, I'm grieved too. See all this? I can't sleep in peace unless the ferocious sea demons are annihilated. The people who listened to Han Fei's speech were all touched. Someone remarked, it seems that Han Fei isn't as bad as he's said to be. He's a good guy. Someone nodded. Yes. The Dark Hunter Legion must have been smearing him. They're horrible. Someone said, is that the devotion of a top-level expert? Someone was excited. He's a role model to all of us. Suddenly, Han Fei flapped his wings and looked at Big Yellow. Big Yellow. Battles are going on in the front line. I can't sit by. As a cat, you should enjoy your life and have as many fish as possible. You shouldn't come with me. Luo Yu was moved. Han Fei, the battles ahead are too dangerous for us. The more she talked, the lower her voice became as she realized that Han Fei had already killed a sea spirit. Han Fei looked back at Luo Yu. I'm always ready to sacrifice myself. You and Big Yellow can stay and hold this defensive line. I'm willing to risk my life. As he talked, he dashed to the sky and summoned the wind god boat, moving straight ahead. Han Fei secretly chuckled. Are you kidding me? 2 undersea chimneys have already appeared, and a third one is coming. Who can refuse that? If he could kill one sea spirit, he probably could kill another one, as long as the enemy had enough spirit awakening fluid with him. But of course, his most important task was to look for the third undersea chimney that hadn't shown up yet. Beating the sea spirits wasn't nearly as important as that. As a hidden fisher, he would rather not confront them if he had a chance. In the rear, Big Yellow squatted on the surface of the sea and looked at where Han Fei went. What was he talking about? I wasn't going to follow him. Luo Yu said solemnly, Han Fei is a respectable man. After flying for 3,000 kilometers, Han Fei saw nothing except the sea creatures that were swimming to the scattered stars island. There was no sign of the 2 undersea chimneys that had already shown up. Immediately, Han Fei dove into the water and summoned Little White and Little Black. Little Black went on a rampage against the sea creatures around, as it was hungry. Han Fei, on the other hand, pet Little White. Daughter, can you find a lot of spirit awakening fluid? Like, really a lot. I won't take it if it's too little. Little White wandered around and didn't seem to find any target. Seeing that, Han Fei said, Daughter, don't worry. I'll take you 2,000 kilometers ahead. A moment later. In the water. Hanfei asked, "How is it going? Did you find anything?" Little White circled for a while and then wavered, looking left and right in turns. "No need to rush. We'll go another 2,000 kilometers forward." This time, Little White finally confirmed something. Although it occasionally looked left, it looked to the right most of the time. Hanfei instantly understood that there was probably a lot of spirit awakening fluid on either side. He couldn't help but ask, "Little White, which side has the stench of battles and blood?" This time, Little White looked at the left side without hesitation. "Got it." Hanfei grinned. It meant that a huge battle was probably going on at the undersea chimney on the left side. Immediately, Hanfei boarded on a boat and moved to the right side with Little White. He didn't want to get involved in the fight. He would rather wait for the new undersea chimney to appear and then secretly fetch all the spirit awakening fluid. In any case, someone had to get the spirit awakening fluid. It would be better for him to take it than to let it go to sea demons. After rushing for almost 5,000 kilometers, Hanfei didn't see any sea demon experts around. He estimated that the new undersea chimney probably hadn't emerged yet. When it emerged, it would probably cause noises that would attract experts. At the bottom of the sea, Hanfei asked, "Daughter, how far away is it? Are there sea demons around?" Little White moved its body, which made Hanfei frown, as that was an implication of yes. However, Little White was already focused on one direction. Since they had already traveled 10,000 kilometers, Hanfei believed that he would arrive at the destination in another 10,000 kilometers at most. If there were sea demons around, he could always circumvent them. Could they find the location faster than Little White? An hour later, Hanfei returned to the old route after taking a turn in the water. "Daughter, how far away is it? Is it longer than the distance we've already traveled?" This time, Hanfei saw Little White wagging its tail. Also, he heard a vague voice in his head that seemed to be trying to tell him something. Unfortunately, the voice was too vague for Hanfei to hear. However, Hanfei did confirm that the new undersea chimney must be within 5,000 kilometers. After 2,000 kilometers, Hanfei was no longer flying in the sky, because he found that many creatures were gathering at one location. Damn it, I can't let those sea creatures beat me to it. Hanfei invoked the phantom glass wings and moved at a high speed. The infinity water was turned into a giant sword and enshrouded Hanfei. Hanfei held Little White and Little Black in his arms. All the aggressive creatures in his way were too scared of the infinity water to approach him. There were a few powerful exotic creatures that attempted to attack Hanfei. "If you stand in my way of seeking fortune, I'll just kill you." A shark was torn apart by Hanfei and collected and forged the universe for cooking later. However, Hanfei found that more and more creatures were gathering. There weren't just fish and lobsters, but also worms, snakes, and even plants. Damn it. I will not share. The undersea chimney is mine. After rushing for hundreds of kilometers, Hanfei discovered that several red demons and half-mermen were fighting. I'm screwed, the location is exposed. The undersea chimney is exposed. The sea demons stopped when they saw Hanfei. Their first thought was not to kill him but to escape. "You want to inform the others?" "Not a chance." Hanfei activated the Overlord's technique and rushed forward like a ray of light. He killed 7 red demons and 3 half-mermen in only 100 seconds. One of the half-mermen seemed rather strong and tried to use blood escape. However, Han Fei simply shot the 8th arrow of the War Soul art with the Wandering Dragon Bow and blew it up. Heh! What are you thinking? You think I'll let you walk away? After taking care of the sea demon, Han Fei reached his destination 300 kilometers later. He found that an undersea chimney was rising at a visible speed. Han Fei said to Little White, "Daughter, keep an eye out for me. If anything here is as dangerous as Big Yellow, bite me." Chomp. Han Fei? Han Fei was stunned. Where is the danger? How far away is it? Then, Little White looked at the rising hill. Han Fei was surprised. There are dangers inside the undersea chimney? Immediately, Han Fei made up his mind. Even if there were dangers, so what? Could he let go of the undersea chimney because of the dangers? Certainly not. He would never refuse the meat being fed to his mouth. Han Fei instantly locked down the area in a 3-meter radius with the infinity water. Whoever trespassed would die. Nine-tailed mantis shrimp, get up and work. Dig into the hill. Han Fei didn't know if digging would work. However, he sensed that dozens of creatures were digging 20 meters down the hill. So, he might follow them. Until the method proved ineffective. The nine-tailed mantis shrimp was smart enough to crawl into a lobster cave and tied up the lobster. That lobster was only level 49. Even though it was exotic, it couldn't resist the nine-tailed mantis shrimp's void chains. Also, Han Fei closely followed it and condensed the infinity water into a huge drill. Han Fei was smart enough to use the infinity water as a driller. He dug into the hill crazily. He was going to dig to the center of the rising hill, when he had a sense of crisis. He had a feeling that a terrifying danger would happen if he dug further. Immediately, Han Fei triggered a thought and controlled the infinity water to dig in another way. He also deployed the Overlord, split some of his soul, and installed an ultra-quality demonic stone in the Overlord. He intended to go inside together with the Overlord. Nobody could get treasures without taking risks. He had a lot of ways to protect himself. The law of gravity alone could keep many sea spirits occupied for a long time. Suddenly, Little White bit him again. Han Fei didn't know what to say. Daughter, is it more dangerous inside, or is it outside? As it turned out, Little White looked towards the outside. Han Fei instantly took a deep breath, knowing that someone must have come. He had to loot the undersea chimney before it was too late. Damn it. The earthquake in a range of almost 2,000 kilometers couldn't have been unnoticed. If anyone noticed it, it was only a matter of time that someone would find the undersea chimney. Earlier, when the undersea chimney appeared individually, such crazy competitions never happened. When human beings learned it in advance, they sometimes even sent hanging fishers to fight for it. Of course, those hanging fishers were backed by big shots. However, 7 undersea chimneys had appeared at the same time. Han Fei wasn't sure whether or not this was the 8th one. In any case, he was the only human being around, and the spirit awakening fluid certainly belonged to him. Han Fei didn't know how much spirit awakening fluid there was in the undersea chimney, but he thought there would be at least 100,000 kilograms. Before, Xiao Xiaochan had looted more than 20,000 kilograms, and the sea spirit carried more than 30,000 kilograms too. As long as he looted 100,000 kilograms, plus the 35,000 kilograms he looted, he could share them with the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and the others, and his strength would significantly rise. With the best spiritual fruits in his mouth, Han Fei put on the feather suit of wind and prepared the golden seal. He was ready to blow it up if it was truly necessary. Sensing that other creatures were coming to him from his back, Han Fei calmed himself down and gritted his teeth. Let's do this. The overlord took action first and struck a hole in the hill with snowmorn fuse. When the overlord succeeded, Han Fei's infinity water drill followed it closely with little black and little white. Han Fei chewed the spiritual fruit, bit the peppermint, and drilled through the hill. _schwa, _. Han Fei flashed into the space inside the hill. The immense sense of crisis prompted Han Fei to dash randomly inside the hill. Han Fei couldn't be more panicked. He didn't know if he had entered the spirit awakening fluid. He thought quickly. Collect, collect, collect. When he spread out his senses, he saw that the overlord had been flung out of the hill by something, with a huge dent in its abdomen. Seriously? When Han Fei saw clearly what it was, he was stunned for a moment. Was that a human? Why was there a human in the undersea chimney? Wait, no, it's not a human, but a body. Han Fei couldn't have felt worse. At that moment, the guy seemed to be slapping him. 9 mansions. _bam, _. Han Fei had already started flashing, but he was still one step slower and smashed to the bottom of the cave. He also tried to clutch the target with the void lines, but the void lines were too slow by comparison. _clash, _. Huh? The spirit awakening fluid? Blood flowed on his lips. Then, he discovered, to his surprise, that the spirit awakening fluid with a depth of 50 meters was at the bottom of the cave. Also, the depth would only grow larger as the hill rose higher. Instantly, Han Fei got a number in his head. Judging from the volume, there were almost 1,000 tons of spirit awakening fluid here. Han Fei's heart almost shivered when he realized that he had found so much spirit awakening fluid. Let me collect it all. Han Fei felt like he was losing his mind. His first thought was that the trip would be worth it as long as he could gather 100,000 kilograms, but there turned out to be 1,000,000. Also, he discovered several holes from which more spirit awakening fluid was flowing out. _bam, _. It was Han Fei's first reaction when he was hit to the ground. Then, the dead body came straight at him. _schwa, _. Han Fei only had the time to collect some of the spirit awakening fluid before he had to run. Collect. After flashing away, Han Fei could only think of one thing when the dead body came at him again. Damn it, it's so fast. Are you kidding me? _schwa, _. Han Fei flashed again and activated the law of gravity. Naturally, the dead body did not see it coming. It staggered and gave Han Fei a chance. Han Fei moved quickly and left dozens of clones in the cave. Collect. 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 However, in only 1 second, the dead body was already used to the law of gravity. Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. I'm using the Overlord's technique and you've adapted to the new gravity in 1 second, However, Han Fei wasn't panicked at all, because he found that the dead body had been slowed by half. Yes. I was frightened. I thought it wasn't affected at all, At this moment, Han Fei finally realized how useful the phantom glass wings were. Although the flashes cost a lot of spiritual energy, he had an infinite amount of spiritual energy. Han Fei sneered. You think that's all the law of gravity can do? How about Some irregular gravity. If the enemy were alive rather than a dead body, Han Fei might have been heavily wounded the moment he came in. However, it seemed to be fighting with natural instincts, which gave Han Fei a great chance. He changed the gravity irregularly and caused gravity waves, ready to see how the dead body could react. As he expected, when the gravity changed, the dead body became unstable and could barely stand straight. Han Fei seized the chance to clutch the target with the void lines, only to discover that it didn't have a soul. Han Fei? Never mind, he might as well collect the spirit awakening fluid first. At the same time, the overlord crawled back. Han Fei was rather regretful to see the huge hole in it. Of course, it wasn't the time to feel sorry for the overlord yet. Han Fei absorbed the spirit awakening fluid crazily. There was so much of it that he couldn't collect all of it at once. 200,000 kilograms. 300,000 kilograms. 500,000 kilograms. When Han Fei was about to absorb all the spirit awakening fluid on the ground, he heard a huge noise. A terrifying pressure had arrived and broken the law of gravity. _poo_. Han Fei vomited blood. There was no telling whether the dead body went on a rampage or anything, but the horrifying pressure knocked Han Fei away. Damn it. There's still another 200,000 kilograms that I haven't collected yet. Instantly, Han Fei dashed out to the top of the hill. Damn it, what kind of corpse is this? How can a corpse be so strong? Also, no information was given by the demon purification pot, which means that it's not an undead creature. Han Fei's plan was to blow through the hill and let in the abundant creatures outside. He realized why so many creatures had gathered here but never broken into the undersea chimney. Their intuitions told them that the place was dangerous. No matter how great the stuff here was, they wouldn't get to enjoy it if they were killed. Sacrificing punch. Boom. A terrifying fist mark rose to the sky and blew up the top of the peak. Han Fei felt that his back was cold. He subconsciously flashed out. However, he was still touched by the corpse. He rolled 1,000 meters to the bottom of the sea, feeling that all his bones were crushed. That was the first time that Han Fei was unable to react when he applied the Yin-Yang Divine Eyes. Too fast. This thing is too fast. In his senses, Han Fei detected that some sea spirits and law enforcers were flying close. These sea spirits and law enforcers were stunned. Why was a human being here? The law enforcers looked at each other in bewilderment. The phantom glass. Wings? Everybody on the Scattered Stars Island knew that Han Fei had phantom glass wings. He was the only one who acquired the Wind God Pearl in the past 60 years. As long as they confirmed that it was a human being and his wings looked like glittering glass, who else could it have been if not Han Fei? Ho! Human, that's outrageous. Did you send someone to compete for the spirit awakening fluid in advance? Some sea spirits charged straight at Han Fei. A human expert took action and blocked the attack. You think that sea demons can attack any human heavenly talent? Vomiting blood at the bottom of the sea, Han Fei opened a fish skin array, and dazzling light burst out. An array that blocked senses was activated too. The two arrays were destroyed in the blink of an eye, but to everybody's surprise, Han Fei was already gone. The sea demons were as surprised as the human law enforcers. He was gone? How could it be so simple? He disappeared with just an array? A sea demon roared, "Wait, he cannot disappear so easily. Find him right now." Both the law enforcers and the sea spirits had taken many subordinates, who were all at a loss, without the vaguest clue where they could find Han Fei. _hum_. As it happened, the corpse was standing at the entrance of the undersea chimney and searching for the enemy. Both the human and the sea demon experts were attracted to the corpse. As for Han Fei, it was hiding in Little Black's mouth and fleeing crazily in the middle of the regular sea creatures. Even though more spirit awakening fluid was popping up from the bottom of the cave, there was no way that he could get it. Even if he snuck into the cave with Little Black, he probably couldn't come out. Never mind. I should escape now. This time, I'll let Little Black and Little White surpass level 50, no. Level 60. Let's see if anyone can find me by then. Han Fei felt as nervous and uneasy as a child. Too many people had scanned him countless times. Han Fei was almost certain that if there weren't so many fleeing sea creatures, Little Black would have been spotted a long time ago. Han Fei didn't crawl out of Little Black's mouth until it swam 1,000 kilometers in the sea. With a thought, Han Fei entered Forge the Universe. In Forge the Universe, Han Fei first threw himself a divine healing technique, and then lay directly on the ground, spread eagle. He had decided that at least before agility of wind could be used again, he wouldn't leave Forge the Universe. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder what level that corpse had reached. The body obviously belongs to a human. Why does he appear in the undersea chimney? As for the entrance to the underground city, there was nothing at all. Is the whole of the spirit awakening fluid spring the entrance to the underground city? Han Fei immediately shook his head. The hole is so small. If I try to get into that hole, I will probably be killed by the horrible corpse. No matter what, when I go back, I will ask old Jiang about it. Maybe Jiang Qin has discovered the real entrance to the underground city? But if Jiang Qin found the entrance to the underground city, would she go in immediately? No. She doesn't have a sea token. Even if a sea token is not the key, it is impossible for her to go in alone. I have to take the opportunity to improve my strength. As Han Fei was thinking, 4 big pits appeared in Forge the Universe, each of which was filled with 100,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid by Han Fei. With a flash of light between his eyebrows, Little Black, Little White, 9 Tails, Little Fatty, and Little Gold all came out. Han Fei said directly, 1 pit for each of you. There is plenty of spirit awakening fluid here. Drink it all. Don't come out of the pit until you drink it up. Before he finished speaking, 9 Tails and Little Gold had already got into their pit. Little Fatty looked at Han Fei in surprise and got into the pit like Little Black and Little White. Han Fei didn't take the spirit awakening fluid immediately. He was touched by the corpse, and now his internal organs were still tumbling. Now, he would have to heal himself first. After about half an hour, Han Fei also opened a pit for himself, which was also filled with 100,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. He prepared to drink it until he was full this time. Gulp, gulp. He didn't know how long he had drunk. He wanted to drink faster, but his mouth was just so big. Now, in the other pits, there were already 10,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid less. The hexagon starfish used more than 20,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid to upgrade by 3 levels. Now it seemed that it was almost the same for the other beasts. At this moment, they had all upgraded by at least 1 level. Han Fei hadn't upgraded yet, so he still had to drink for a while more. When Han Fei drank about 3,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, he felt that his strength had increased drastically, and he should have reached level 53. After more than 2 hours, Han Fei swallowed another 8,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid and then reached a small bottleneck. At the moment when this bottleneck appeared, Han Fei jumped out of the pit. From the spiritual spring pit not far away, a large amount of spiritual energy rushed into his body. Huh? I've just had a small breakthrough. Why is the change so drastic? At this moment, Han Fei felt that his bones were a little numb, and his flesh and blood were solidifying. The meridians that were originally crystal clear turned slightly golden. Even a small breakthrough for a hidden fissure is not simple. Han Fei discovered that there was some power transforming his body. After about an hour, Han Fei was surprised to find that his strength had increased greatly. When he had just become a hidden fissure, his strength was over 2 million kilograms. Then, in the subsequent cultivation and battles, he stabilized his realm, making his strength exceed 2.5 million kilograms, even close to 3 million. However, after he broke through from a junior hidden fissure to an intermediate one, his strength was above 4 million kilograms. And he was only level 54. Han Fei secretly swallowed. If he kept this terrifying growth rate before he became a peak-level hidden fissure, his pure strength could be close to 10 million kilograms. And Han Fei also knew, even if an ordinary hidden fissure cultivated to their peak level, his strength should be only about 5 million kilograms. Only when he became a law enforcer would his strength reach 10 million kilograms. Even a heavenly talent who had already become a peak-level hidden fissure wouldn't have that kind of strength. Of course, there were exceptions. In Han Fei's mind, Tang Ge, Chao Tian, and Chen Aochen were among the exceptions. Whatever, I'll upgrade first. When Han Fei jumped into the pit again, he was surprised to find that even Little Fatty, which grew the slowest, had reached level 43. And Little Gold and Nine Tails had upgraded by 3 levels in a row. Of course, they had consumed a lot of spirit awakening fluid. Within the last 3 hours, they had exceeded 100,000 kilograms. 3 more hours later, Han Fei swallowed another 10,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, but hadn't even reached level 55. After drinking another 13,000, he finally reached level 55. Han Fei took a breath. The consumption of spirit awakening fluid was increasing every time he upgraded. For the transition from level 55 to 56, Han Fei used more than 18,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. At level 56, however, Han Fei had already swallowed 25,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, but hadn't upgraded. After swallowing another 3,000, Han Fei found that his upper limit of spiritual energy no longer increased. However, he still hadn't made a breakthrough. Now, he was stuck in the realm of an intermediate hidden fissure. Why am I stuck here? It seems that the spirit awakening fluid is not omnipotent. After more than a day, Han Fei found that he had consumed 70,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid but only reached the realm of an intermediate hidden fissure. This made him a little embarrassed. Heh. It seems that there is no such simple thing in the world. Perhaps I can no longer upgrade with the help of spirit awakening fluid, _. No, it works even on a law enforcer, although it's not that effective. It seems to be my own problem, _. Bam, _. Han Fei jumped out of the pit and knelt directly on the ground. Han Fei? Oh, my strength has increased a lot, _. Adapting to it for half an hour, Han Fei finally discovered the problem. His current pure strength had more than doubled before taking the spirit awakening fluid, reaching more than 6 million kilograms. However, this didn't make sense. When he was level 52, his strength was close to 3 million kilograms. How could it be only 6 million kilograms when he was level 56? In terms of strength growth, he was definitely not the strongest. Could it be? I haven't digested it completely yet, _. Han Fei thought this could be the answer. He smiled in spite of himself. It seemed that he would have to figure out a way to completely digest the spirit awakening fluid. He checked his data. Owner, Han Fei. Level 56, Intermediate Hidden Fissure. Spiritual Energy, 4,325,681, 36,999. Spiritual Power, 3, 562/3, 562. Perception, 34,999 meters. Spirit Heritage, Level 7, Low Quality. Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 49. Main Art, Level 5 of Void Fishing, Divine Manipulation Technique, Heaven. Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei was dumbfounded. His upper limit of spiritual energy was raised a lot. By more than 10,000 points? This number far exceeded Han Fei's expectations. He realized immediately that the increase of a junior hidden fisher's upper limit of spiritual energy was different from that of an intermediate hidden gisher. No wonder, my strength hasn't really improved too much. My body hasn't become that strong. It turns out that my body can't keep up with my realm. Han Fei couldn't help laughing as he breathed a sigh of relief. As for the growth of spiritual power and perception, it was expected. After all, he had made breakthroughs. And Little Black and Little White had reached level 49, which was a great improvement. However, when Han Fei looked at their pits, he found that there were still 20,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid left in Nine Tails' pit, a few thousand in the other pits, but nothing left in Little Black's pit. Wow. Is the consumption too much? Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Little Black and Little White had consumed a lot of spirit awakening fluid, which was reasonable. After all, he alone had used 70,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, not to mention these legendary and mysterious creatures. But why didn't Nine Tails finish it all? Is it because he drank so much that his body couldn't keep up with his realm? Just like me? He blinked and the information of his beasts also appeared. Nine Tails, level 47. Little Gold, level 46. Little Fatty, level 46. Little Black and Little White, level 49. From the data alone, it wasn't obvious. But it could be seen from the consumption that although Nine Tails was also a legendary creature, his aptitude was not as good as Little Gold and Little Fatty's. Little Fatty only reached level 46, which showed that his aptitude was stronger. But then why did the hexagon starfish upgrade by 3 levels with only 20,000 kilograms? Maybe that was because the hexagon starfish was of a low level back then. He would definitely consume a lot more in the future. As for Little Black and Little White, Han Fei didn't think there was any problem. He suspected that the spirit awakening fluid was not enough, which caused the two little guys to fail to reach a higher level. Han Fei kept Little Black and Little White and took back the other three. Han Fei said, "Girl, go drink the remaining 20,000 kilograms from Nine Tails. And the 30,000 on my side." Hearing his words, Little White plunged into the spirit awakening fluid liquid and began to gulp it. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Although he had improved a lot this time, the spirit awakening fluid liquid had been greatly consumed. Looking at the remaining spirit awakening fluid, Han Fei couldn't help worrying. It was not enough. He had thought that 100,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid was already enough. Now it turned out that this amount was far from enough. Seeing Little White was still drinking, Han Fei sat cross-legged. In front of him were 100 level 2 soul crystals. He was going to take this chance to improve his soul power. The cultivation of the God-scaring painting had always been Han Fei's shortcoming, but he could do nothing about it. Unlike strength, there were many ways to increase soul power. If you wanted to strengthen your soul power, you could spend time memorizing the God-scaring painting, digest soul crystals, or take the ownerless souls. Fortunately, Han Fei now had the void lines. However, the soul power captured by the void lines was not much. And memorizing the God-scaring painting would take too much time. As for ownerless souls, it was very difficult to encounter. So only swallowing the soul crystals was the best way to increase soul power. Swallowing a large number of soul crystals could also increase spiritual power. At this moment, Han Fei looked at his information, pondering. Owner, Han Fei. Level, 56, Intermediate Hidden Fisher. Spiritual Energy, 4,325,681, 36,999. Spiritual Power, 3,999/3,999. Perception, 44,999 meters. Spiritual Heritage, Level 7, Low Quality. Spiritual Beast, Twin Yin-Yang Spirit Swallowing Fish, Level 49. Main Art, Level 5 of Void Fishing, Divine Manipulation Technique, Heaven. Level, Divine Quality. Han Fei was confused. It seemed that his current soul power had reached a bottleneck again. He had absorbed all the 100 level 2 soul crystals and memorized the 70th piece of the God-scaring painting. Although it was still less than 1/10. The increase in his range of perception was definitely not small. Han Fei believed that most people couldn't achieve the range of perception of more than 80 kilometers. However, judging from the information, he seemed to be in a great bottleneck. Whether it was the upper limit of spiritual energy, spiritual power, or perception range, they were all stuck in a bottleneck. This was the price of a rapid increase in strength. To completely break through the bottleneck, it might take him a lot of time. Well. That's enough. I'm fast enough, just a bit slower than Jiuyin Ling, but my combat power is strong. Han Fei found an excuse for himself. At this time, he suddenly discovered that Little White had finished drinking the 20,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid left by Nine Tails and 1/3 of the 30,000 kilogram of spirit awakening fluid left on his side, and then stopped drinking. At this moment, there was still 350,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid left, and Little White was still at level 49. Oh. Girl, are you stuck too? Han Fei was speechless. The road of cultivation would only become more and more difficult. Even if the resources were sufficient, it took time to digest and absorb these powers. Putting away Little Black and Little White, Han Fei appeared above the sea. At this moment, the sun was half set, and the huge sun seemed to rise and fall in the waves. Like a beautiful picture. 2 days had passed since he entered Forge the Universe. And the undersea chimney, before it emerged from the surface, had almost been emptied by him. However, Han Fei still controlled the wind god boat to fly over to take a look. After Han Fei arrived, he found a large number of insects of various kinds, devouring the mutilated corpses of some marine creatures. Most of the corpses had now become bones. As for the undersea chimney, half of the hill had been cut off, and it seemed that there was a great battle here. Han Fei's perception swept over, and he found that the entrance to the undersea chimney had disappeared, and only ruins remained. No one is here. Should I go back to the Scattered Stars Island? Han Fei was hesitating. Coincidentally, this time he came across several law enforcers. They must have recognized him. As long as they could recognize the phantom glass wing, they would recognize him. So they must have known that he robbed the undersea chimney. It was said that his senior brother and senior sister weren't allowed to return to the island just because they robbed an undersea chimney. Wang Dashui was also grounded for the same reason. Well, let me take a look around now. Han Fei was flying above the sky and spotted inferior manfish and red demons appearing on the sea from time to time. Besides, these sea demons always appeared in groups. It seemed the battle at the Scattered Stars Island was not over yet. At this moment, Han Fei sensed that more than 80 kilometers away, a group of more than 20 half-mermen led more than 50 red demons and more than 100 inferior manfish heading for the Scattered Stars Island. There are a lot of them. Shall I attack them? Han Fei wondered. Han Fei thought about it. Anyway, he urgently needed to quickly digest the strength in his body with a lot of combat and practice. Yes, Han Fei didn't know where the spirit awakening fluid he drank went. However, he knew that he could digest what he drank with actual combat. Thus, Han Fei manipulated the wind god boat to swish over, leaving a red flash of light on the sea. Bam. Han Fei stood on the sea, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. Hey, where are you going? These sea demons were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Han Fei. In an instant, they all looked vigilant, thinking that humans had come after them. The half-merman's perception swept frantically across the surrounding waters, to check if there was an ambush. Han Fei grinned and said, "Don't bother to search around. It's just me." Han Fei had already sensed that among these sea demons, only 2 were of the peak level, 5 advanced, 7 or 8 intermediate. And the rest were nothing. The really tough ones were the 2 captains and a heavenly talent. These 3 had golden battle suits. If he guessed right, the 2 captain level powerhouses could use the secret method of Sea God Descends. This was different from the situation in the demonic forest channel. The strength of these peak-level sea demons would be equal to that of law enforcers if they activated Sea God Descends. He was able to kill the one on the east coast before because he didn't give that sea demon the time to activate the secret method, and he used the void lines to stop him from using his immortal seal. At this moment, the 2 captains exchanged a glance with each other and sneered. How dare an intermediate hidden fisher stop us? They thought this was too funny. However, out of caution, the 2 captains signaled 2 of the advanced level sea demons to kill Han Fei. Without hesitation, the 2 advanced level sea demons used a technique that Han Fei was particularly familiar with, the Dance of Light. Just when the 2 were only 100 meters away from Han Fei, all of a sudden, they saw Han Fei's phantom glass wings spread out and he appeared in front of them with a swoosh. Buzz. With only 2 knives, the 2 were killed by Han Fei. Han Fei sneered. "Hey! Don't look down upon me. Don't you want to summon your associate spirit or use any secret methods?" Han Fei didn't know if these 2 half-mermen had immortal seals or not. Anyway, his attack was too fast to give them any time to respond. Sure enough, after Han Fei finished speaking, he didn't feel anyone coming out of the void. And he found that he had sucked a small amount of soul power back with the void line. Han Fei thought to himself, "That's right, not all half-mermen have immortal seals. If each of them had one, how could humans resist them? The 2 captains on the opposite side were horrified, as just in an instant 2 advanced level sea demons were killed. Hiss! One of them yelled, "Attention, this guy is not an ordinary, hidden fisher. Let's kill him together." Han Fei sneered. Do you think I can't understand your language? Gang up on me? It only makes a difference if people of the same realm gang up on me, swish, Han Fei flew over, but he didn't use the agility of wind or the majestic mystic spell. He was meant to digest the power in his body, so he would try not to use any secret methods. But even if he didn't use any secret methods, his speed was still shockingly fast. Han Fei didn't fight head-to-head with the 2 captains. And this time, the besiegers were smart enough to use the Sea King's secret method. However, it was simply useless. Han Fei easily solved them with the draw technique. But he didn't have the time to use the void lines to absorb their soul power. In such a fast-paced battle, Han Fei didn't have the time to absorb soul power. Puff, buzz, crack, The absurd melee between a group of sea demons and a single person started. If these 2 captains had known that Han Fei was so strong, they would have definitely not foolishly let their men surround him. However, at this moment, it was already too late. They roared, "Quickly withdraw, withdraw. Use the blood escape to get away." In just 3 or 5 minutes, Han Fei had killed more than 30 sea demons, and he was still chasing them down, killing one with each cut. And the 2 captains were forced to use the secret method of Sea God Descends. At this moment, both their power and speed became 5 times stronger. Their strength was close to 30 million kilograms at this moment, which was quite strong, but Han Fei wondered how much of their lives would be consumed by using the secret method once. Han Fei grinned, caught a red demon with the void lines, and slashed it dead. Then with a buzz, Han Fei's speed suddenly surged. Do you think you're the only ones with a secret method? Try my overlord technique, With a swish, Han Fei caught up with a half-mermaid in the early stage of the sea demon realm and slashed her to death. This chase lasted for more than 10 minutes. Han Fei killed more than 40 sea demons in total, and he ignored the inferior manfish because they were too weak. At this moment, Han Fei was standing above the water, surrounded by 5 half-mermen. Among the 5, 2 were captains, 2 were advanced-level sea demons, and 1 was a heavenly talent. At this moment, they had activated the secret method of Sea God Descends and summoned their associate spirits. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected on the surface of the sea, shining on Han Fei's face and making him look like a god of war walking out of golden light. Han Fei smiled. Except for the two of you, can the remaining withstand a single blow of mine? He put on the feather suit of wind and put away the blood-drinking knife. Grinning. Come on, let's fight for 3,000 rounds. The sea demons frowned when they saw Han Fei put away the knife. Why does this guy not even use a weapon? _bam_. Han Fei stomped on the seawater and pounced at the two captains. On his fist, golden light surged, and terrifying power poured out. Go to hell. Sea King strike. Boom boom boom. Han Fei didn't choose to fight in the sky, although that would be better for him, because he wanted to make the greatest use of these whetstones. For a time, above the sea, golden light shone. Han Fei blocked the attacks of the 5 powerful enemies with both fists. Although his current strength was the strongest, it didn't mean that the opponent was weak. After all, he was fighting 5 alone. Of course, Han Fei was still far superior to them in strength even though they had used their secret method. The battle suit of one of the advanced level C demons was shattered by Han Fei's punch and a big hole was blasted out of his stomach. Whoosh. Han Fei jumped up, threw the void lines at him, and slashed him to death. Haha, you aren't even qualified to be my sparring partner. The remaining advanced level sea demon roared, blood curse. Han Fei didn't know what curse this was. However, the strength of this person suddenly skyrocketed. Although he was still weaker than the two captains, his strength had reached at least 2 waves of power. In the golden fish shadow, Han Fei laughed. That's right. Bring out all you're capable of. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to use it. A captain roared, this person's combat skills are extremely energy-consuming. As long as we can hold out for 10 minutes, his energy will be exhausted. Giant wheel in the sea. The heavenly talent exploded and merged with his associate spirit. A monster covered with spikes was spinning rapidly on the sea, rolling towards Han Fei. Boom, 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 Not flinching at all, Han Fei blasted a series of fist marks at the huge wheel. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the two captains and the advanced level sea demon thrust their harpoons at Han Fei, and the terrifying energy hit Han Fei falling on the surface of the water, making 3 huge pits. However, Han Fei's eyes flashed, and he took the opportunity to hook the advanced level sea demon with the void lines. The latter looked horrified and roared, no, he can. Shut up. Han Fei knew what he wanted to say. He wanted to say that Han Fei could control his soul. The next second, Han Fei was sent flying together with the guy. A trace of blood oozed out of the corner of Han Fei's mouth, and then, golden fist marks crazily fell on the head of the advanced level sea demon. Bang, 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 After 6 consecutive punches, Han Fei shattered the sea demon's body. No. My energy is being consumed too fast. I shall kill another sea demon. Bam. The 3 sea demons chased him to the bottom of the sea. Han Fei glanced at the wheel-like guy. Okay, I'll pick you. Swoosh. Han Fei rushed up to the 3 of them, throwing dozens of punches. The horrible force smashed the golden harpoon of one of them, and the 2 captains were blasted off. Han Fei grinned. Hit. Han Fei was bombarding them like a lunatic, wrapping the void lines with the golden fist marks and throwing them at the heavenly talent half-merman. The defensive power of the semi-divine weapon couldn't be underestimated. At this moment, a protective mask appeared on the heavenly talent's body. However, it was shattered after only receiving 5 punches from Han Fei. _rumble_. In an instant, the sea demon was almost beaten to a bloody pulp by Han Fei. _boom_. _crack_. The semi-divine harpoon of the heavenly talent was shattered by Han Fei. The fist mark set off a huge billowing wave, dashing across the seabed, and wherever it passed, the sand and rocks fell apart. Help me! Han Fei avoided an attack with a whoosh. However, he was hit by another sea demon captain, and his body was bombarded into the ground like a cannonball. However, at that moment, 2 wind blades rolled up from the seabed, swept past the dying heavenly talent, and killed him. Cough. Han Fei coughed up blood. He had run out of energy after repeated battles. The captain roared angrily, "He has run out of energy. Attack! See God strike! _swish. Swish. Swish. Dozens of his clones appeared, and Han Fei ran a long distance away in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the 2 captains seemed to see hope. They felt that the dead heavenly talent would be able to walk out of the void immediately, so they weren't worried about him. And Han Fei's energy was exhausted. This was a good time to kill him. Although this mission failed, if they could kill a heavenly talent of this level, no one would blame them. Maybe they would even get rewards. Han Fei used the sea racing art. After flying for a while, he suddenly stopped and sat cross-legged on the sea. _boom_. Above the sky, a mysterious pillar of fire descended, and spiritual energy from 4 directions crazily rushed into Han Fei's body. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. The 2 sea demon captains didn't know what happened, so they stopped and watched. _whoosh_. The pillar of fire disappeared, and Han Fei's phantom-like figure had already rushed over again. The battle was imminent, and without giving them any time to think, Han Fei had rushed at them again. Ha ha ha! Let's fight again! The golden fist mark shot out again, and one of the captains shouted in shock, "Impossible! He can't be so fast." He was still cultivating jest. Now. Han Fei grinned. "I'm sorry. It's too late." Han Fei's elusive figure reached in front of a person, and his big fists punched this guy's face frantically. The enemy's semi-divine armor made his hands hurt. Han Fei only used half of his strength, but it would already be enough to solve these 2. A captain shouted, "Don't panic. His strength hasn't fully recovered." Han Fei roared, "I don't need to fully recover to kill you too." The other captain was angered. "I was so scared that I almost ran away, but you actually haven't fully recovered." However, he was cautious. This person must have a way to deal with the immortal seal. UD hasn't come back from the void. The other captain said, "His strength has dropped sharply." "Don't panic." _boom, boom, boom, _. The huge waves were rolling, and the sea surface caved in. From time to time, huge waves of 100 meters high were set off. Under the terrifying force, the ripples could at least radiate the surrounding 100 kilometers. The creatures in the ocean had long been hiding. Some lobsters and crabs hid in their holes. However, without knowing it, their homes were smashed and they were also crushed. After more than 30 minutes, the two sea demon captains were horrified. Why? Is this person so vigorous? Hasn't his energy been exhausted? Suddenly, Han Fei said leisurely, "That's it. You're unable to hold on to your secret technique anymore. Time to say goodbye." At that moment, the void lines directly hooked on the two of them. Although these two people realized that a crisis was coming, they were too close to Han Fei. After fighting for half an hour, no one would think that Han Fei was still at his peak. With two swishes, the two sea demons were killed. At the moment when the blood-drinking knife came out, they still wanted to use their immortal seals. However, something shocking happened. Their souls were controlled, and the immortal seals could not be used. At this moment, they finally knew why Ud failed to come back. Taking out the sea-swallowing seashells of the two of them and absorbing some soul power, Han Fei returned to the previous battlefield, quickly found the dead half-mermen, and took their sea-swallowing seashells one by one. Without checking them, Han Fei went straight away. He'd better not stay on the battlefield for long in case someone came over. At least he should recover his spiritual energy and vitality first. Hundreds of kilometers away, Han Fei was sitting cross-legged. A pillar of light descended from the sky, and spiritual energy entered Han Fei's body at a terrifying speed. Since he couldn't recover at once, he put out the fire on himself and did it again. After a moment, on the wind god boat, Han Fei casually threw himself a divine healing technique, grabbed a spiritual fruit in his hand and chewed. This fighting rhythm suits me. They're simply not my match. Han Fei felt that his strength seemed to increase a bit. It was still more than 6 million kilograms, but hadn't yet reached 7 million kilograms. Since the war hadn't ended, Han Fei was not in a hurry to return to the Scattered Stars Island. It seemed to be a good choice to travel around the Scattered Stars Island and find sea demons to fight. Just half an hour after Han Fei left the battlefield, a sea spirit level master appeared in the sea area. The sea demon grabbed the bodies of the two captains and said to a half-merman beside him with a frown, "Are you sure his wings are like phantoms?" The sea demon nodded hard. "Yes, master. His speed was too fast, and we didn't even have the time to react at all. Even with the Sea King's secret method, we still couldn't resist him." This sea spirit frowned. He must be the human heavenly talent who has obtained the wind god pearl. Now it seems that he may already have the power of a law enforcer. Pass on my order. If you encounter this person, anyone under the peak level of the sea demon realm shall retreat, don't confront him. Han Fei certainly didn't know this. Even if he knew, he was not worried. Because the sea demons wouldn't be able to escape from him if they met him. Han Fei would go into the water every 1,000 kilometers or so and ask Little White if she had found another undersea chimney. Unfortunately, the answer disappointed him. It seemed that after he stayed 2 days in Forge the Universe, the undersea chimneys were all robbed. But then he smiled. Fine, he'd better not be too greedy. This time, he wouldn't have been able to get the spirit awakening fluid if it wasn't for Little White's outstanding treasure hunting ability. Within 10,000 kilometers from Scattered Star Island, Han Fei found another group of sea demons. However, there were only a dozen of them in total, and there was no one at the peak level of the sea demon realm. Han Fei pondered, I stole a lot of spirit awakening fluid liquid this time. But if I want to return to the Scattered Stars Island, I should come back with some merits. Okay, let me kill them. Scattered Stars Island. Yi Xingchen's face was all dark, and he found that he had made a mistake. He had known Han Fei was from the Thug Academy, but why was he so stupid as to tell him that there was an undersea chimney coming out? It was not a good situation. He became the scapegoat. At this moment, the sea demons and human beings were in a short truce. Retreating to 3,000 kilometers away, they could launch a third attack at any time. The humans were trying to recover as soon as possible, so were the sea demons. At this moment, more than 300 people in the Empyrean waterfall were gathering together for dinner. Since the last time Han Fei had cooked, their frequency of having meals had increased. Besides, they had been fighting for 2 days. They needed to rest, didn't they? At this moment, Yi Xingchen stood in front of this group of people. Wang Dashui, can you guys from the Thug Academy come back? Bai Lu said angrily, what's wrong with my junior brother? My junior brother has done meritorious service and even killed a sea spirit expert. Wang Dashui nodded. My wife is right. My little junior brother made a great contribution. Besides, even if you and the sea demons scramble for the spirit awakening fluid, in the end, you would get it 50-50, right? And, maybe, in that undersea chimney, there are only 600,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. Yi Xingchen gritted his teeth and said, which undersea chimney have you ever seen that contains only 600,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid? Han Fei didn't know that some more spirit awakening fluid had appeared from the spring again. However, the law enforcer who had gone to grab the spirit awakening fluid came back with only less than 300,000 kilograms. Ning Jingyao laughed and said, well, it's not a big problem. Anyone can use the spirit awakening fluid, right? Nameless nodded. It may work better on Han Fei. Yui said lightly, actually, I want some too. Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded and looked at Yui speechless. How do you have the nerve to say that? You emptied 2 undersea chimneys alone. Then Yi Xingchen turned his eyes to Wang Dashui. Yes, Han Fei has done meritorious service. But that's what he should do. He robbed an undersea chimney without saying a word. He should give us an explanation, shouldn't he? Wang Dashui grunted. Explain? My junior brother will surely kill a large number of enemies before he returns. Yi Xingchen was speechless again. Didn't you hear me? That's what he should do. It's every soldier's obligation to kill enemies, Forget it, Yi Xingchen didn't want to bicker with these people anymore. He turned around and left angrily. After Yi Xingchen left, a flurry of discussion began. Yui said in surprise, Han Fei can rob an undersea chimney now? Li Luoluo bared her teeth. I want to do it too. Why didn't he take me with him? Big Yellow crunched a big fish's head. Humph, I'm angry. He didn't even bring me with him, but still asked me to guard him. Granny Een rolled her eyes at him. Guard him? Can you? Meow. Granny Een said, well, as long as Han Fei kills enough enemies outside, he might not be grounded like Dashui. Nan Gongxian said, it's not a question of whether he'll be grounded or not. This war has been fought for too long. Who knows what happened? Everyone looked at Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng was the only one who was transferred to the frontline battlefield. He was so poisonous that even law enforcers were afraid of him. It was said that he once poisoned 3 sea spirit experts alone. Yi Qingfeng was making poisonous tea for himself. Seeing everyone watching him, he said leisurely, don't look at me. I don't know either. It is said that the pioneer group found very large underground ancient ruins. And the humans and sea demons started a war to scramble for the resources in the ruins. Even Shueishenqi and Blue Feather went to watch the war. What do I know? Someone was surprised. Huh? But they're already explorers. Someone sighed. Even explorers went to watch this war? It seems that the ruins are very important. Qingchen said, they just went to watch the war, but didn't join it. Ning Jingyao sneered and said, but it already shows how important this war is. When was the last time they went to watch a war? 5 or 6 years ago. Right? Someone said, I remember it was before I even came here. Suddenly, Yi Qingfeng said, oh, yes, I heard that Mu Qingchuan and Chu Lin Yuan showed up this time. These two people slaughtered a sea spirit powerhouse and emptied half of an undersea chimney. Wang Dashui said, it has nothing to do with me. Everyone was speechless, and someone said leisurely, you Thug Academy people are all daredevils. I think the two of them can never come back. Bai Lu snorted. But Lin Yuan and Qingchuan have killed countless enemies. This is an indisputable fact. Yi Qingfeng smiled and said, if it weren't for you, Dashui might be out there right now. Wang Dashui scratched his head and chuckled as if he had accepted Yi Qingfeng's words. Bai Lu rolled her eyes at Wang Dashui, who immediately became silent. The battlefield of the Scattered Stars First Unit was on the Path of Giants. At this moment, many people gathered together. Chao Tian and Chao Jiaran, who hadn't shown up for a long time, were there, and so were Tang Ge and Mu Ling. Leaning on Tang Ge and sitting on a rock, Mu Ling said with a smile, do you know what news I heard? Tang Ge asked, yes? Mu Ling smiled and said, your buddy robbed an undersea chimney all alone. Tang Ge was taken aback for a moment. Really? Isn't it dangerous? Mu Ling said, it is said that he has already run away. Tang Ge breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Mu Ling continued, I've got more news. Tang Ge waited. What is it? Mu Ling took out a token and said, the sea token is responding to something. I have a hunch another catastrophe is coming soon. Tang Ge frowned. Don't be afraid. I'll go with you. Mu Lingshire chuckled. Of course you have to go with me, or else who will? Protect me? I'm a girl. How can I protect myself from so many people? But Tang Ge laughed and said, however, this thing should belong to Han Fei. Mu Ling pouted. Why can't it be mine? You're just partial to your buddy. Tang Ge smiled and said, because he has two. Chao Jiaran and Chao Tian were also discussing. Chao Jiaran's expression was indifferent, and her voice was cold, the sea token is responding to something. You know, it should belong to Cho. Chao Tian said with his trademark honest smile, I know. This time, we'll have to face a lot of powerful enemies. On the Thug Academy's side, it will be Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai is not strong enough yet. Chao Tian smiled. It's okay. Leave him to me. Jiaran Chao shook her head slightly. Don't underestimate him. The Thug Academy is never absent from any big event. Although it declined more than 30 years ago, it is undeniable that they are still very strong. Chao Tian nodded. I see. The humans were still resting. On the sea, Han Fei was being chased by 3 sea spirit experts. What have I done to you? Why are you chasing me? Han Fei was speechless. He originally planned to return to the surrounding area of the Scattered Stars Island, only to come across an army of sea demons who were resting on the way. There were tens of thousands of sea demons in this army, including many sea spirit powerhouses. Fortunately, he stopped in time and turned around to run. Otherwise, if he rushed into the sea demon army, it would have been almost impossible for him to come out unscathed. It was also at this moment that Han Fei discovered that the speed of the wind god boat was not as fast as he had thought. The sea spirits could also fly, and their speed far exceeded the wind god boat. Someone behind shouted, "Do you think you can run away?" Han Fei roared, "What the hell are you doing? Do you want to quit the war and just chase me?" Boom. Someone was speeding up. Han Fei simply abandoned the wind god boat, unfolded the phantom glass wings, activated the agility of wind, and rushed out. The wind god boat's speed was limited. Although it could fly 60,000 kilometers a day, it was only 2,500 kilometers per hour on average, which was far slower than the speed of the sea spirit powerhouse, so Han Fei had to abandon it. The agility of wind was not fast enough, so Han Fei activated the overlord technique. In a flash, his figure was farther and farther away. Behind him, the three sea spirit experts looked dumbfounded. Someone cursed, "Damn these wings. Isn't this guy's speed too fast?" Seeing that Han Fei was getting farther and farther away, they were stunned. They had chased him for less than half an hour, but he had escaped from them. Humph. He is not on the battlefield. It should be fine. He is only one person. At this moment, Han Fei was hiding in Forge the Universe, lying on the ground and chewing a spiritual fruit. Heh. Chase me? Come on, come in here. Suddenly, Han Fei felt his heart flip. He tilted his head, only to see two sea tokens not far away vibrating slightly. Huh? Han Fei immediately sat up with a serious look. The sea tokens are responding to something. It was too fast. Han Fei didn't expect that the sea token would respond so quickly. Although he just robbed an undersea chimney, he still hadn't digested the resources completely. Not only did he, but also his beasts hadn't digested the resources completely. And he had just started his journey of tempering. According to Han Fei's plan, he would have to fight at least dozens of battles like the one today. But who would have thought that the sea tokens would respond so quickly? Sister Chin, why don't you give me some time to react? Can't you do it in a month? Han Fei sighed and practiced the 108 desolate god body twice before he came out of Forge the Universe. However, at this moment, the sea demons were resting and it was impossible for him to attack the sea demon army alone. Han Fei summoned Little Black and Little White and asked Little White, "Girl, can you feel where Sister Chin is now?" Han Fei wasn't sure if Jiang Qin had returned to the Scattered Stars Island or not. However, since it was the pioneer group that discovered the ruins, and the sea tokens happened to be responding, it at least proved that Jiang Qin was definitely involved. Sure enough, the direction Little White pointed to was not the Scattered Stars Island, but the deep sea. Han Fei frowned. Has she gone first? But then he shook his head. No. It's impossible for Jiang Qin, a mere hidden fisher, to decide on something as important as the ruins. Besides, the war lasted for 2 days, and many people involved were above the level of hidden fisher. There must be stronger people in the ruins. Han Fei sighed. What if I meet the 8 wings of blue feather? Their strength is not comparable to ordinary sea spirits. If I go to the ruins, there should be strong human masters over there too. right? No. God knows what the peak level sea spirit's perception range is? What if I'm discovered in advance and ambushed? No, I shall not go to the ruins, nor the scattered stars island. Just as Han Fei was thinking whether he should release his beasts to rest. Suddenly, above the sky, a curtain appeared, imprinted with a shadow. Han Fei took a closer look and found the shadow was Blue Feather. Yes, he couldn't be wrong. Blue Feather was in human shape. His status in the 10,000 Demon Valley was similar to Shueishenqi's. Both should be at the explorer level. At this moment, Blue Feather said in the Sea Demon language, "Everyone, retreat. All Sea Demon realm powerhouses must come to the Southwest Sea area of the Scattered Stars Island, 150,000 kilometers away, and don't fight with any humans." Immediately afterwards, another figure appeared in the sky. It was Shueishenqi, whom Han Fei had met once. At this moment, he said solemnly, "All human hidden fishers, go there too. Don't clash with the evacuating Sea Demon army. Come quickly. Wow. What agreement did Shueishenqi and Blue Feather reach? The first thought that flashed through Han Fei's mind was that the secret realm was too big to be explored by one person or two. The underground city. It's definitely the underground city. However, what Han Fei wasn't sure about was why the underground city appeared so quickly. And, shouldn't it be kept secret? Even if a place like an underground city appeared, it should be kept secret. All hidden fishers are being summoned? What happened? Han Fei remembered that the number of hidden fishers he had encountered in the central city was definitely a lot, not hundreds or thousands, but at least several thousand. Not only Han Fei, but the entire Scattered Stars Island was shocked. Countless people looked up at the sky curtain. All hidden fishers? Is there a super battle going on? Someone said in shock, in the history of the Scattered Stars Island, there has never been such a thing, not even once. Someone sighed. Damn it, I knew the reason for the sea demons to attack the Scattered Stars Island was not simple. Could it be that now it's the critical moment for the survival of the Scattered Stars Island? On the front line, many law enforcers looked solemn. What happened this time was beyond their imagination. In this battle alone, the people killed were countless. However, the so-called war turned out to be only the beginning. When Shueishenqi was speaking, there were people on all sides of the Scattered Stars Island flying to the sky, looking grave. Fishing boats flew into the air one after another, and people had no idea what was going on. However, judging from the current situation, the matter this time was probably extremely important, to the point that every soldier was summoned. Silent Demon Pond. In a certain law enforcement brigade, someone got up and stood in front of the other people. I'm going to war. Everyone, guard the line of defense, before I return. Pay attention to the news in the city, and be careful. Captain. What happened, Captain? The man shook his head slightly, his eyes resolute. I don't know. All the hidden fishers are being summoned. They wouldn't do this unless it was a matter of life or death. Inferno Beach. Someone in a certain inspection team cursed, son of AB*TCH, do we finally not have to patrol and enforce the law? Scattered Stars Island, Scattered Stars Island. Do they want us to sacrifice ourselves? Someone sneered. The commander must have a reason to make this decision. Let's just go. Someone lazily got up from the beach and said, are we going to fight the Final war against the sea demons? I'm fed up with fighting and guarding every day. Path of Giants. Tengu and others controlled their boats and set off in silence. Most of the people who went with them were from the big clans of the Thousand Star City. East Coast. The over 300 people in the Empyrean waterfall had mixed feelings at this moment. Granny Een cried, "A great war is about to break out. I didn't expect to be able to participate in such a war at such an old age." Nan Gongxian sneered. "I don't mind fighting the war. I've been here too long." In the Empyrean waterfall. Ning Jingyao sighed. "It's a pity that old Du happened to make the breakthrough and become a law enforcer at this time. It's his loss to miss this battle." Li Luoluo chuckled. "It should be fun. Let's fight. It'll be best if we can fight all the way to the 10,000 Demon Valley." Someone sneered. "You all hide secrets, don't you? You were all waiting for this battle, right? South Bank area." The strong masters of the major sects in the Thousand Star City were all here. The leaders weren't one person or two, but a group of powerhouses. Looking from the sky, there were 7 groups of people gathered. Gong Yuehan, Lu Wuwei, Chu Sun, Jai Shun. The heavenly talents of the major sects walked in the forefront of the crowd. Someone shouted, "Let's go." Under countless gazes, the fishing boats lifted off and the army went to sea. Such an unprecedented grand scene stunned many people. At this moment, countless hanging fishers were sighing. No one would know what would happen next, nor how many people would survive. Someone prayed, "I hope we can all return safely." Someone shook his head. "There must be a bloody war. But if you win, the Scattered Stars Island may be safe for decades." Some people were optimistic. "Hey, bro, we should be able to concentrate on exploring secret realms and improve our strength if we reach a truce with the sea demons, right?" The man being asked smiled and nodded. "Maybe. However, I want to go back to my hometown once. I've been out for so long and I'm afraid my family must think I'm already dead." Someone smiled and said, "I'm sure we can win. Otherwise, the commander wouldn't easily start this war." In the southwest, somewhere in the outer sea, Shueishenqi and a group of 9-star, 10-star, and even 11-star powerhouses stood proudly in the sky. More than 10 kilometers away, Blue Feather and the 8 wings of Blue Feather were all there. Blue Feather looked at Shueishenqi and sneered. "Shueishenqi, I can't believe you dare to bet with me. Our 10,000 Demon Valley hasn't used all our strength yet. Aren't you afraid that we will launch a sneak attack in the rear and destroy your den?" Shueishenqi looked majestic and glanced at Blue Feather disdainfully. "You can try. If you can conquer the Scattered Stars Island, I'll kill myself on the spot. Humph, if it weren't for that old monster, the 10,000 Demon Valley would have been wiped out decades ago." Blue Feather laughed out loud. "I know you dare to destroy our 10,000 Demon Valley. The key is, if the 10,000 Demon Valley is destroyed, are you sure you can resist the Royal City?" Shueishenqi scoffed. "If the Royal City wanted to come, they would have come long ago. What are they still waiting for?" Blue Feather snorted. "I admit we lost to you in the demonic forest channel. Then let's gamble on whether the 1,000-star city will have a king first, or the Sea Demon Royal City will have a deep-sea giant demon first." Behind the crowd, Jiangqin looked solemn. What happened this time was beyond her expectations. she had thought that even if she found the underground city, it would be the human race's own business. Who would have expected that the sea demons would get in on it? Did the sea demons come to contend for the sea-quelling painting? But that didn't make sense. Was it because of Shueishenqi? Hanfei was controlling the wind god boat to race wildly all the way. If he didn't run fast enough, the sea demon army would have caught up with him. He was alone in the sea, and had no chance to escape from the sea demon army if he was discovered by them. Before such a big war, no one would care even if the sea demons killed him. As Hanfei ran, he thought to himself, does old Han manipulate this matter? Behind the scenes? Old Han is so strong. He must have a part in it, And did old Jiang come? If old Jiang is here, I'm safe, Heh. The battle for the sea-quelling painting has begun again. No matter what, the painting is mine, After running for more than 2 days, he met ordinary sea demons along the way, but no battle took place. As for the sky curtain hanging in the sky, if he guessed correctly, it had to be the genuine sky hanging mirror, and the one he saw in the level 3 fishery was a fake. If he killed those sea demons on the way, Blue Feather might find out and send someone to kill him. Then he would be in danger. The wind god boat flashed across the sky like a stream of light and stopped. Until Hanfei perceived Shueishenqi and the others. Finally, Hanfei found Jiang Qin in the crowd, who was the only hidden fisher. In this group of people, the others were all law enforcers. At this moment, law enforcer glanced back. What are you doing there? Quickly. Come over. Hanfei didn't know this person, but since this person called him, he shouldn't still stand dozens of kilometers away. When Hanfei flew over, he landed directly next to Jiang Qin. Sister Qin. What a coincidence. Jiang Qin rolled her eyes at Hanfei, saying indifferently, wait. Hanfei saw Blue Feather and others more than 10 kilometers away, and these people were looking at him, seeming to be surprised by his speed. At this time, some sea spirit said something to Blue Feather. Blue Feather suddenly said, is this the young man who obtained the wind god pearl? But he's at such a low level. It's a pity that he won't be able to go back this time. But Hanfei cursed, old be ***, what are you talking about? You won't be able to go back. Your whole family won't be able to go back. Huh? Everyone looked at Hanfei in shock, even Shueishenqi couldn't help but raise his eyelids, as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. How dare this lad scold an explorer like Blue Feather? Jiang Qin shouted in a low voice, hey, shut up. Humph. Blue Feather snorted, and his sound, like rolling thunder, shook towards Han Fei. Bam. In midair, a storm was set off, and Shueishenqi said lightly, hey, why do you pick on a junior? Blue Feather said coldly, different from humans, we're vengeful. This kid is called Hanfei, right? Hey, kid, there will be a lot of people aiming to kill you. Hanfei curled his lips and sneered. Come on, do you think you can scare me? I'll just kill anyone who comes at me until you're left shaking in a corner. Hanfei wasn't afraid at all. For now, Shueishenqi was around. This old be ***, certainly couldn't come up and kill him. Shueishenqi glanced at Hanfei lightly, and Hanfei immediately shut up. Okay. If you don't want me to speak anymore, I'll shut up. A law enforcer glanced at Hanfei with a smile. Smart move. Do you think you've become invincible after robbing an undersea chimney? If we weren't in a war, you would definitely be locked up for several years. Han Fei's face stiffened. Well, Senior, I didn't grab much. It's just tens of thousands of kilograms. It's true. Haha. Someone shook their head. This guy is too shameless. Do you think we're fools? Someone was speechless. Jiang Qin glanced at Han Fei. Sit down and stabilize your realm. Han Fei turned his eyes to Jiang Qin and then glanced at the law enforcer. Without transmitting any voice to her, as if asking whether he would really get locked up or not. Jiang Qin shook her head slightly, and the law enforcer, who was looked at by Han Fei, frowned. If you look at me again, I'll really put you in confinement. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the rest to come over. Han Fei's perception went down to the seabed. The seabed had been shattered and was already flattened within thousands of kilometers. Especially at the feet of Han Fei, there were strange ruins extending dozens of kilometers, which seemed to have emerged from underground. And in the ruins, there were some big holes with a gray misty matter floating in them, which his perception couldn't penetrate at all. However, they appeared to be confined within a certain range, like a kind of barrier. Han Fei asked in a low voice, Sister Qin, is this a barrier? Jiang Qin nodded slightly. Yes, but it can be broken. Han Fei looked at Jiang Qin unexpectedly. Really? Then why are we still standing here? Shuo Shenqi said indifferently, not another word. We're waiting for everyone to arrive. Han Fei shrugged. My dad is old Han, so I am not afraid of you. Since Han Fei knew that old Han was still alive and was actually a big shot, he was very relaxed. Before the chess game finished, the chess piece would be safe. However, Han Fei didn't go too far. He didn't mind waiting. He could take the chance to think about what he should do after entering the barrier. If it was the underground city, then his first goal would be to find the bone yard. Luo Xiaobai and the others would arrive tomorrow at the latest, so would Tanggu. The people of the Empyrean waterfall would also come here, and he could persuade them to join him. About 3 hours later, Han Fei saw a fishing boat flying over from the sea. In the boat, there was a young man and a young woman, who were both good looking and were obviously a couple. When these two arrived here, their gazes swept around and finally fell to Han Fei and Jiang Qin. Little junior brother? Definitely. Han Fei looked at Jiang Qin in surprise, and then said, Senior brother. Senior sister? The two smiled at Han Fei and nodded, looking very kind. Cough. Someone coughed, and Chu Linyuan said, let's talk later. At this time, someone sneered. Chu Linyuan, Mu Qingchuan. You never showed up when we needed hands, but now that the ruins are discovered, you immediately show up? Don't think you can leave again. Mu Qingchuan smiled. We won't leave. After this matter is over, we will return to the Empyrean waterfall. Someone snorted. Oh, you guys came back? If you hadn't killed so many enemies at sea, we would certainly have punished you. Chu Linyuan also smiled. No matter if we're in or out of the island, we're contributing to mankind. We'll make the breakthrough and become law enforcers when we go back to the Empyrean waterfall this time. Someone grunted. You mean you can do so any time? Mu Qingchuan nodded. Yes. After that, Mu Qingchuan glanced at Han Fei and said with a smile, if we don't hurry up, even our junior brother will surpass us. Han Fei looked dumbfounded, thinking, I've already surpassed you, okay, But the law enforcer nodded. Not bad. You've been holding off the breakthrough for so long. Are you waiting for today? Chu Linyuan chuckled. Sure. Han Fei's heart flipped. Holding off the breakthrough for so long? How long? So they haven't become law enforcers, because they purposely held off the breakthrough? Are senior brother and senior sister also chess pieces? However, old Jiang said that the chess piece in the Thug Academy is me, so. Does that mean senior brother and senior sister held off their breakthroughs? In order to assist me? Han Fei frowned. After entering the barrier, I'll ask about it. After one night. When the moon rose in the sky, people and sea demons arrived one after another. Among them, Chao Tian and the other Chao family arrived first, including Chao Qiu. As soon as Chao Qiu arrived, he wanted to run to Han Fei's side but was stopped by Chao Tian. However, the three Chao family members sat behind Han Fei, only 2 or 3 meters away. Chao Qiu said to Han Fei via voice transmission, The items down there are all treasures, but it is not my intention to grab the you-know-what. Han Fei glanced at Chao Tian, and replied to Chao Qiu via voice transmission. It's all right. It's all within our reach. Whoever has the ability can grab it. After hearing this, Chao Qiu felt helpless. He hated this feeling. To scramble for a treasure, in the end, there would definitely be fighting. By the time of dawn, there were already more than 300 people sitting behind Han Fei and the others. Wang Dashui arrived with Bai Lu early the next morning. After arriving, he came straight to sit beside Han Fei and chatted with Chu Linyuan and the others. Until the early morning of the third day, everyone had arrived. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai, Lu Renquang, and Zhang Xuanyu met Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan. At this moment, they snuck to the back of the army to eat hot pot together with Big Yellow and Qing Chen, as well as several other heavenly talents from the Empyrean waterfall. Han Fei was whispering, "Shall we form a team when we go down?" Chu Linyuan said, "Sure, it's time to show the strength of our Thug Academy." Mu Qingchuan said, "First of all, it is certain that this is a barrier, not a teleportation array, so we won't be teleported randomly after entering it. But this barrier seems to be large and requires many people to break it. There must be a surprising amount of things inside. Therefore, some people will definitely play dirty to seize the treasures." Luo Xiaobai analyzed, "The trouble of teaming lies in the distribution of items. However, we don't have this problem. Whoever needs the treasures most can pick them first. The problem is survival. Our biggest concern will be how to stay alive." Han Fei said, "I think we can act separately after the grab." Everyone? Han Fei continued, "Maybe we'll have to act separately then." Chu Linyuan shook his head. "No, junior brother. This matter is not as simple as you think. This ruin is actually just the first step. It is very likely that there will be a second and a third step. We can't be sure until we get inside." Suddenly, a voice rang, "Put away your pot." At the same time, Shueishenqi waved his hand, and a light curtain appeared, enclosing all human beings. Everyone was shocked and thought, "It's finally about to start, The light curtain enveloped the world, the morning sun was beginning to shine. And a faint golden color shrouded everyone's faces. On the human side, the number of hidden fissures was over 3,100, and over 5,000. On the sea demon's side, the number of human hidden fissures was about the same as Han Fei expected. 3,100 seemed to be a lot, but after being distributed to the entire scattered Stars Island and the outer waters, it wasn't enough. It seemed that the human race was out in full force, but Han Fei felt that there must be some people remaining on the scattered Stars Island. And the same went for the sea demons. Han Fei had been in the 10,000 Demon Valley, and there were hundreds of thousands of half-mermen there, so the sea demon realm powerhouses couldn't be only 5,000. Although the scattered Stars Island was not big, it would take him quite a while to fly across it. There were more than 3,000 hidden fissures in Central City alone. Although hidden fissures weren't easy to see, it didn't mean they didn't exist. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that both sides had left enough people to guard the base camp. Old Jiang and Old Han were not here, which showed that Shueishenqi was still holding some trump cards in his hand. At this moment, Shueishenqi's voice resounded, "Everyone, this time, you will go to a mysterious ancient battlefield. On this battlefield, there are countless opportunities, but also greater dangers. This battle concerns our advantages in the unknown place. So we must win this battle, come hell or high water." When Shueishenqi said the last sentence, his words were full of killing intent. And everyone was thrilled. Even Han Fei couldn't help getting serious. He could be selfish, but in this critical time, he also had responsibilities. Everyone was listening, and Shueishenqi continued, "Anything you'll get from the secret realm shall belong to you. This ancient battlefield has more than one exit and entrance. If you encounter other barriers, don't panic. Find the seal eye, destroy it, and the barrier will open." Yes. Everyone shouted in unison, and the voice was deafening. However, Han Fei frowned upon hearing this. Shueishenqi said this was an ancient battlefield, not the underground city. Is this ancient battlefield a part of the underground city? Han Fei couldn't help looking at Jiang Qin. The latter shook her head slightly to Han Fei, indicating him not to ask anything at this moment. At the same time, Blue Feather said something else. Blue Feather stood on the middle head of the three-headed shark. "Remember, all the gains you'll get in the secret realm will be your own. It is best to kill the humans before they break the seal, especially their heavenly talents." "Yes, Master Feather." Blue Feather looked back at the human phalanx and said fiercely, "In this ancient battlefield, there will be many mysterious places. Find them and kill any human heavenly talent who goes there, regardless of the cost. Besides this, kill Han Fei. This guy has a pair of phantom wings. Anyone who brings me his head will be rewarded with 3 divine weapons, 3 top-level cultivation techniques or combat skills, and the qualification to go to the royal city." Wow. Upon hearing this, the breathing of all the more than 5,000 sea demons became rapid. The weapons and combat skills were good, but not as attractive as the qualification to go to the royal city, which was really precious. Now, everyone's goal had changed. Han Fei was the treasure, Han Fei was the chance. Han Fei didn't know what Blue Feather said to the sea demons. Otherwise, he would have cursed the old B***starred Blue Feather to death, who was too vengeful. Blue Feather and hundreds of law enforcers attacked simultaneously, forcibly printing a vortex on the barrier. "Enter the barrier! Enter the barrier!" Shuaishenqi and Blue Feather gave orders almost at the same time. At that time, everyone rushed into the barrier. Han Fei saw a flash of yellow light and Big Yellow was gone. He was taken back by Granny Een. Han Fei squinted slightly. Big Yellow is equivalent to a sea spirit level powerhouse. He may be unable to kill law enforcers easily, but hidden fishers would be a breeze for him. With Big Yellow, Granny Een should be a very dangerous figure to the sea. Demons. Yi Qingfeng licked his mouth. The ancient battlefield is full of poisonous barriers. What a great place. Qing Chen and the others immediately left separately. Han Fei asked him in a voice transmission, Qing Chen, will you go with us? Qing Chen grinned. No. Everyone has their own chance. However, we can compare. Which of us kill the most sea demons? Han Fei looked at Yu Shire. Shire, together? Yu Shire smiled honestly. Thank you for your kindness, but I have other things to do. Han Fei frowned. Other things? What things? Han Fei didn't think that Yu Shire was assigned a special task. Then what things would Yu Shire have to do? Then his heart flipped. Yu Shire has got a sea token, Han Fei couldn't help but think, this guy hides his secret really well, Yu Shire, who looked silly and drank fish soup all day long, turned out to be the owner of a sea token. Does this mean that Yu Shire was also a chess piece? If he was, then how many more people had sea tokens in the Empyrean waterfall? Han Fei guessed the children of the big clan of the Thousand-Star City also had one, for example, the Chao family. Chao Chiu had told him that he did have a sea token. But Han Fei didn't know which one in the Chao family would make the bet. Chao Tian or Chao Jiaren? And Sun Mu, he must have one too. Yang Diu, Mo Fian, Yi Baiyu, Chen, Zhang Wen, and Li Hai, these guys must also have sea tokens. Now, the only thing Han Fei wasn't sure about was whether any sea demons had any sea tokens. If they did, it would be fine, and Han Fei wouldn't worry about anything. But if they didn't, Blue Feather was bound to lose this war. Almost everyone who had a sea token had some power behind them. But the sea demons only had Blue Feather. Then the sea demons would simply have no chance to win. If Blue Feather was so powerful, he would have destroyed the scattered stars island long ago. Old Han alone could beat Blue Feather, let alone that Blue Feather was desperately outnumbered. Unfortunately, these were all Han Fei's speculations. He actually knew very little about the thoughts and secrets of these people. However, anyway, he had 2 sea tokens. This could be considered an advantage. Jiang Qin said coldly, follow me closely. Swish. 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 One figure after another quickly rushed into the whirlpool. Han Fei discovered that the Thug Academy disciples could form a team. Wang Dushui, Chu Linyuan, Mu Qingchuan, Bai Lu, him and the Luo Xiaobai trio, plus Jiang Qin, there were 9 of them in total. Huh. Where are Tang Ge and Mu Ling? Hum. As soon as Han Fei rushed into this barrier, he was overwhelmed by deathly silence and bleakness. He had no idea how many years this ancient battlefield had existed. But now the smell of blood was still so strong. As far as he could see, it was all sadness and gloom. Compared with the normal ocean, there were no colors here, and the seawater here was dark red. With a casual glance on the ground, one could see bones. The floor on the seabed was dark red, light red, or brown. It looked like a broken gobi or a desert without grass. At this moment, with the influx of humans and sea demons, under the desert, a shadow of deformed big fish appeared. The people who came first met the shadow head-on. Someone launched an attack and shattered the shadow, but then, his eyes turned white, and he started to attack his fellow clan, killing one person on the spot. Someone yelled, "This place is evil. If anyone is possessed, kill them." Maybe it was because there were too many people rushing in, but as dozens of swift shadowfish appeared, they were all killed immediately. This was a relief to everyone. Someone wondered, what kind of creature is this? The combination of a crab and fish? Someone frowned. This is the combination of a snake and shrimp. Each one is different. However, the creatures here weren't as strong as they imagined. The ancient battlefields were full of the souls of creatures and humans, which were easy to solve as hidden fishers. The situation was similar on the sea demons' side, and only a few of them were killed and injured. Hanfei discovered that the sea demons were gathering and activating their sea king's secret method as soon as they came in, and thousands of them had already activated fish tides. Someone said angrily, "These silly fish. Why do they just want to fight? The secret realm hasn't been explored yet. Are they out of their minds?" Immediately, someone shouted, "Don't fight them. Let's disperse and leave." Then everyone rushed away in different directions. If they wanted to fight, they could fight outside. Why bother to fight in the secret realm? Han Fei found Tanga 7 or 8 kilometers away and immediately asked him, "Why did you run here? Come with us." Tanga responded, "No, I will go with Xiaoling. You have the Thug Academy people to be with you, so I don't have to worry about you, but I have to protect Xiaoling. It's safer with us." Tanga shook his head. "We'll be fine." Han Fei sighed. Besides his buddy, now Tanga had his beloved woman to protect. However, Han Fei wasn't quite worried because not many people could beat Tanga. Besides, Mu Ling was not weak either. Jiang Qin shouted, "Go. Don't fight." Wang Dashui, carrying the door with one hand, rushed out. The door vibrated, releasing a resounding sound that radiated in all directions. Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan were racing wildly under the crowd. A big shadow fish rushed out, and Mu Qingchuan waved his hand. With a flash of white light, it was directly crushed into pieces. Chu Linyuan shouted, "There is a suppressing power here. No, there is no law in this space, and I can't feel the opportunity to make a breakthrough." Jiang Qin said, "This is a battlefield of death, and some strong master sealed it, leaving no one a chance to make a breakthrough here. So I need to find a place to break through to be a peak-level hidden fisher first." Han Fei was speechless. So you are holding down your strength just to make the breakthrough here? The sea demon's charge was destined to be in vain. If humans chose to fight, they might have a chance. However, the human fishers chose to run in different directions, but the sea demons could only aim in one direction if they made a charge forward. Therefore, the sea demons had to stop and scatter around like the others. Otherwise, on this huge ancient battlefield, their efficiency would be extremely low. However, when the humans and sea demons entered the space, in many places, sand and rocks were trembling, and black shadows were slowly emerging. Unfortunately, no one noticed this subtle change. After rushing forward about half an hour, Han Fei and the other 8 had been separated from the main group, and there was no one around them. Chu Linyuan glanced at Wang Dashui and said, "Door." Wang Dashui suddenly jumped up, and the big door he had been carrying reminded Han Fei of the 3 death doors. However, unlike the 3 death doors, this door turned into hundreds of shadows, slamming on the ground with a bang. Chu Linyuan shouted, "Qing'er!" Mu Qingchuan raised her hands, and blades of grass flew across, covering all the doors within tens of meters. Immediately afterwards, everything became transparent. Chu Linyuan said, "Han Fei, there are only 3 of us here." "I heard that. You're an array master. Can you set up a concealment array?" Han Fei grinned. "Sure." He drew lines in the air with a hand. In a moment, the 9 lines dropped to the ground, directly hiding everything within a range of 100 meters. Chu Linyuan said leisurely in surprise, "Oh. Junior brother is very good at arrays." "I'm flattered." Han Fei could tell that among the 3 of them, Chu Linyuan was the leader. All it took was a few words and a look from him, and Wang Dashui and Mu Qingchuan could understand what he meant. At this time, Han Fei glanced at Luo Xiaobai, but the latter rolled her eyes at him. Have you ever listened to me? He thought. Jiang Qin directly took out a lot of spiritual spring energy, which turned into gas and frantically rushed into her body. Crack. Crack. Jiang Qin, who was originally an intermediate hidden fisher, was upgraded by a level almost instantly. Under the public stare, Jiang Qin's strength was rapidly increasing. It only took half an hour for Jiang Qin to make a breakthrough. Advanced hidden fisher? No, this wasn't over yet. Jiang Qin's strength was still increasing crazily. After another half an hour, with a click, her strength surged again and she became a peak-level hidden fisher. Han Fei and the others were stunned. How could she make the breakthrough so fast? Mu Qingchuan smiled and said, "Senior sister is different from us. Senior sister is recultivating. She has experienced all the realms." Han Fei asked in shock, "Recultivating?" Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu were also shocked. This was incredible. To start from scratch, how much courage would it have to take? Lu Renquang asked with a shudder, then how strong was senior sister before? Mu Qingchuan smiled naughtily. She used to be a law enforcer. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Then why did she recultivate? Chu Linyuan said, because she was not strong enough. These words hit the hearts of everyone. She recultivated because she wasn't strong enough. This was too domineering. Not everyone had this kind of courage. At least, Han Fei didn't think he did. Han Fei couldn't help asking, "So what law did Sister Qin enforce?" Chu Linyuan said leisurely, "Kill." Huh. Suddenly, Jiang Qin got up, twisted her head a little, and said casually, "I've just reached the peak level, so my body hasn't adapted yet. But it doesn't matter. Let's go." Then she glanced at Wang Dashui. "Withdraw." At the moment when Wang Dashui took back his big door, an armor box suddenly appeared beside Bai Lu. As soon as the armor box was opened, 9 mystic lights shot out, and a huge shadow fell on the ground. When everyone took a closer look, they were surprised to find that it was a humanoid monster. This thing had the body of a mermaid but had 2 pincers, and there were 6 thin claws under each pincer. As for its face, it was completely deformed. On this face, there was only a big mouth, which was full of sharp teeth, and 2 shrimp-like eyeballs. In Han Fei's eyes, data emerged. Name: Soul Eater. Introduction: in the land of restless souls, the death energy gathers, and the dead souls gradually gain consciousness and devour each other. Thus, soul eaters of various shapes are formed. Soul eaters like to eat souls and possess humans. Once targeted by a soul eater, one either has his soul eroded or is possessed. Soul eaters may have a variety of combat characteristics, each of which is different. Level 55. Quality: Immortal. Contained immortal energy 16,895 points. Collectible: Immortal energy, pure soul bead. Obsperlable. Wow. Seeing this thing, everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of monster was this? It didn't look like a human, a shrimp, or a worm, but like a combination of many ghosts. But Jiangqin said, it's a soul eater, a deformed, cannibal creature. Remember, their fighting states are different. Some will attack, and some will parasitize, and if you meet one, kill it directly. As she spoke, 2 swords suddenly appeared in her hand. She slashed, and a domineering and strong killing intent ran over the soul eater and directly chopped it into pieces. Then Jiangqin stepped forward and found a milky white bead in a cloud of dirty water. Lu Renquang said, "What is this?" Jiangqin explained, "A pure soul bead. This thing contains simonolis souls, and it is precisely because of this pearl that soul eaters will have combat consciousness. This object can be swallowed directly, which can increase your soul power. But there should be restrictions. It should not be of much use to people whose soul power is comparable to that of a law enforcer." Lu Renquang and the others shuddered, and Zhang Xuanyu said in disgust, "Eat that?" Jiangqin said, "No matter how filthy it looks, this bead is pure. If you want to quickly increase your soul power, this thing can be considered a shortcut. If there is no accident, how much it can improve your soul power depends on how many soul eaters you can kill and your own potential." Han Fei chuckled and patted Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang on the shoulders. "I think it's okay. You can't say it's useless just because it's ugly, right? But, Sister Qin, what is immortal energy?" Jiangqin glanced at Han Fei in surprise. "How do you know about immortal energy?" Han Fei thought, I have seen it several times. I knew it from the first time I met the immortal soul. But how can I collect immortal energy? I don't have any immortal energy in my body. Han Fei smiled honestly. I heard it from a sea demon. Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan were surprised. Would sea demons tell you about this? Wang Dashui explained to the 2 of them. Chu Linyuan and Mu Qingchuan exchanged a glance. Their junior brother has been through a lot. Jiangqin didn't think much and replied directly, "Immortal energy is the power needed only by undead creatures, equivalent to spiritual energy to us, and demonic energy to sea demons. If one day you become an undead creature and still have consciousness, maybe you can cultivate into an immortal spirit with the help of immortal energy." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Then forget it. Who wants to cultivate themselves into an immortal spirit? Jiangqin said, "Let's go. If I've guessed right, this ancient battlefield is huge and may be full of all kinds of ancient remnants. Let's look for them. As for sea tokens, no rush. We'll maybe find them along the way." No one had an objection, and they began to swim aimlessly. Unexpectedly, after half an hour, they encountered neither humans nor sea demons, although they met as many as 20 soul-eaters. Han Fei didn't even need to stop as Jiang Qin and the other big shots had solved them. Wait a minute, Luo Xiaobai said suddenly. As soon as Luo Xiaobai said so, Han Fei knew what she meant. Jiang Qin and the others? Luo Xiaobai said, senior brother, senior sister. Let's go separately. After all, we should rely on ourselves. I think we can handle these soul eaters. There should be no problem if we go separate ways. Chu Linyuan said, little junior sister, you underestimate this ancient battlefield. All of these creatures we have encountered now are only small potatoes. The real danger still lies ahead. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Senior brother, we have our own paths to walk. The 9 of us put together are very strong, but too strong. All 5 of you are peak level hidden fishers. It's not good for our growth if we just rely on you. Han Fei echoed, Sister Qin, I agree with Xiaobai. It is better for us to be divided into 2 teams. If we stay together, it'll be too slow. Then how can we scramble for treasures with others? Bai Lu said with concern, little junior brother, if we are together, we can almost be invincible. Han Fei grinned. Sister-in-law, don't forget. We are also the strongest among our peers. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang also nodded. They didn't want to swim behind their asses. That would be a waste of this great chance. Hearing their words, Wang Dashui and the others exchanged glances. Jiang Qin glanced at Han Fei. Okay. Let's separate. Gather at the entrance of the underground city later. After they separated from Jiang Qin and the others, Zhang Xuanyu said in relaxation, this feels much better. It's very uncomfortable staying with them. Lu Renquang nodded repeatedly. With them, we didn't have to do anything at all. Luo Xiaobai said, let's go. The 4 of us shall not separate. This time, a lot of strong people have come in. If we come across a peak level hidden fisher, we will have to be careful. The top priority now is to find the sealing object and look for opportunities along the way. Okay. After separating from Jiang Qin and the others, Han Fei summoned Little Black and Little White. Han Fei touched Xiaobai's head and said, girl, find us treasures here. Luo Xiaobai and the others had known that Han Fei would use Little White to find opportunities, so they were not surprised at all and they looked at Little White expectantly. However, Little White spun around in the water, and then looked at Han Fei blankly. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It meant danger. He immediately said seriously, there are opportunities in all directions, but they are all dangerous. Luo Xiaobai said in surprise, all directions? Han Fei nodded solemnly. Yes, it means that no matter which direction we go, danger and opportunity coexist. Zhang Xuanyu said, then let's just pick a direction randomly. Han Fei nodded. I think so too. In this ancient battlefield, there are soul eaters, but definitely not only soul eaters. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Okay. When they had just traveled over 1,000 meters, they met another soul eater, which was different from the one they met previously. It was snake, shaped with claws and a fish head. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, let me try. Zhang Xuanyu seemed to have practiced a new soul attack method. An illusory spear flashed out from between Zhang Xuanyu's eyebrows, and pierced the long tail of the soul eater in an instant. The latter screamed and spat sound waves from his fish mouth, setting off ripples in the sea. At the same time, two giant claws suddenly emerged from the void, grabbing at Zhang Xuanyu. _clang, _. A big shield appeared in the air. Lu Renquang raised the shield to parry the claws, and even the flesh on his face was deformed by the huge force. The Soul Eater's attack was blocked by Lu Renquang. Luo Xiaobai's eyes turned white, and blue vines emerged from the ground, trying to buckle the Soul Eater. However, at the moment when the vines wrapped around it, many strange scales erected on this Soul Eater and quickly chopped these vines. Seeing this scene, Luo Xiaobai attacked again. Spirit summoning. This time, what appeared were no longer the faint blue vines, but dark, thin vines. These thin vines, like maggots, quickly attached to this Soul Eater. Han Fei asked in surprise, "What is this? I haven't seen you use it before." Luo Xiaobai responded, "I tried to summon spiritual plants in this ancient battlefield and got these vines. While the vines wrapped the Soul Eater, they also drilled into its body." Zhang Xuanyu activated the instant mystic spear and exploded the Soul Eater's head. Zhang Xuanyu looked back at Luo Xiaobai in surprise. "These vines seem very strange, very tough, like a kind of steel thorn." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "This means that in this ancient battlefield, there are still spiritual plants. But this kind of spiritual plant has the ability to devour souls. If we encounter them, we must be careful." Han Fei didn't launch any attacks. His current strength was stronger than Luo Xiaobai and the others. If he attacked the enemies, the others wouldn't have a chance to fight. Han Fei said, "Yu, how long will it take for you to kill such a creature? Alone?" Zhang Xuanyu shrugged helplessly. "I need 2 or 3 minutes if I try my best, and normally, it may take more than 10 minutes. If I met 2, I would need at least 30 minutes. If it's 3, I'd have to run away." Lu Renquang said, "If I use the sky-swallowing technique, I can deal with 3. Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Me too." Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good enough. I won't fight in the following battles. Let's find the ruins as soon as possible." Luo Xiaobai frowned slightly. She knew that Han Fei should be able to deal with many alone. At this moment, the 3 of them were a burden to him. Luo Xiaobai asked, "Do you want to explore alone? If the 3 of us stay together, we should be able to defend ourselves." Han Fei shook his head. "Now the Soul Eaters usually appear alone, so you can easily kill them. But once dozens of them appear together, you may be in danger. Besides, I am not worried about Soul Eaters, but the real danger." Lu Renquang sighed. "Alas, we seem to be a burden to you." Han Fei laughed. "Shut up, just be quick. Otherwise, the chance will be snatched by others or sea demons." Half an hour later, they killed more than 30 Soul Eaters along the way, and Han Fei didn't take a single pure soul bead. Compared to him, Luo Xiaobai needed these items more. At this moment, they just regarded this relic exploration as a pure journey of practice. Lu Renquang activated the sky-swallowing technique and slashed a Soul Eater. Grinning. "Go, continue." Suddenly, Han Fei said, "Wait, there is a team of sea demons." Luo Xiaobai immediately looked at Han Fei. "How many of them?" Han Fei replied, "On the left, more than 50 kilometers away, 6 sea demons, but their strength is unknown." Zhang Xuanyu grinned immediately. Go, let's meet them. The other end. Yushi was leading 5 sea demons looking for ruins. His associate spirit, with a weak power of perception, led them all the way here. Yushi said, "Attention, everyone, the ruins I perceived should be nearby. Let's look for them." After about an hour, Yushi suddenly raised his head. "Attention, there are 4 human beings." "Humph. Their perception ranges are smaller than mine. They should also be looking for the ruins. Let's rush over and kill them." Someone smiled. "Haha, only 4? Although there are too few of them, this will be fun." One of them bared their teeth. "Kill?" Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Can we attract them by pretending to be weak?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Trust me, sea demons are more combative. Besides, they don't have much brains. We will pretend to look for opportunities, but get discovered by them." "What does this mean?" "It means they will think that our strength is weaker than theirs." Lu Renquang smirked. "You're really cunning. Smack. Han Fei patted his head. "What are you talking about?" "This is called experience." Then he smiled and said, "Here they come. Let's not run." Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. "If we don't run, won't they suspect us?" Han Fei sneered. "In this damn place, once you run, you will 100% encounter soul eaters. Do you want to fight the sea demons and 3 or 5 soul eaters at the same time?" Luo Xiaobai had been perceiving. Unfortunately, there were no spiritual plants here, so her perception range was not large. When the sea demons were only 20 kilometers away from them, Han Fei suddenly said, "Okay, prepare for combat." Lu Renquang immediately put his armor box on the ground, and Zhang Xuanyu held a stick infused with his bloodthirsty shark. Yushi roared, "The other party doesn't dare to run. Although it's a little troublesome, we've gotta kill them." Swish, 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 The 6 sea demons activated the Sea King secret method almost at the same time. Han Fei just smiled coldly. They don't even have any semi-divine weapons. They are no threat to us. Han Fei said immediately, "I'll leave them to you 3. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. "Okay. Just don't let them run away." Both sides could already see each other. However, when these sea demons rushed over, 5 soul eaters also appeared. Han Fei cursed secretly. "These idiots. Kill." When the 2 sides were only 300 meters apart, Zhang Xuanyu immediately launched an attack. Momentary time. A half-mermaid suddenly froze in the air, because a stick suddenly poked between her eyebrows, and in the next second, her head burst. Soul summoning. Gray vines popped up from all directions, and crazily whipped at the opponents. Lu Renquang rushed forward tens of meters, and suddenly jumped up. Then with a boom, a big hole appeared. 2 Sea King strikes directly hit the hole and disappeared without a trace. As Lu Renquang stretched out his hand, swords poured out of the armor box, and the bloodthirsty broadsword cut at 1 sea demon. As for Han Fei, he glanced at Luo Xiaobai and said, "The leader is an advanced sea demon, not easy to deal with." Luo Xiaobai suggested, "You deal with the soul eaters, and we'll solve these 5. Han Fei nodded and spread out the phantom glass wings, flying past these sea demons swiftly with a swoosh. Phantom glass wings? Oh, he is Han Fei. These 5 people were horrified. Blue Feather personally issued a killing order on this guy. Could he be easy to cope with? In an instant, he had killed one of them, which showed that he was extremely strong. But what they didn't expect was that Han Fei swept past them and rushed to the 5 Soul Eaters without paying attention to them at all. Run. Their first reaction was to run. They knew what Han Fei's action meant. This meant that even if the opponent had only 3 people who were only junior hidden fishers, they could still kill them. Luo Xiaobai's eyes whitened. Spirit summoning, parasite. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. Instant mystic spear. As for Han Fei, he launched an attack even faster than Luo Xiaobai and the others. Boom. Boom. Boom, A golden fist mark swooshed out, and Han Fei shattered a Soul Eater with only 3 punches. Then he threw out the void lines. Although these Soul Eaters had consciousness, they were not as smart as humans, and 2 of them were directly caught up by Han Fei. Swish. He launched the draw technique and the remaining Soul Eaters were chopped by Han Fei with a single slash. During the attack, Han Fei felt a tingling in his brain, but it was not strong. He sneered at the weak soul attacks of these Soul Eaters. Puff, puff, puff. Within 2 minutes, 4 Soul Eaters were killed. There was only 1 left, and Han Fei was controlling it to attack him. After studying for a while, he found that the soul of the Soul Eater was filthy and full of killing intent. So, he just chopped it in half. Putting away its pure soul bead, Han Fei looked back and found that there were only 2 sea demons left. 6 had come, but there were only 2 left in a couple of minutes. This was the combat power of Han Fei's team. Han Fei had quickly killed these Soul Eaters, and then he stood aside and watched leisurely as Zhang Xuanyu and the others used the 2 remaining half mermen as training partners. Zhang Xuanyu was dealing with one in the realm of an intermediate hanging fisher. In terms of strength, Zhang Xuanyu, who didn't use the majestic mystic spell, was much weaker than him. However, Zhang Xuanyu was very proficient in stick techniques. His flamboyant stick combat skills could narrowly block the bombardment from the half-merman. Lots of Lu Renquang's ultra-quality spiritual weapons were broken. He was forced to use the majestic mystic spell and fought hand-to-hand with the half-merman in the advanced sea demon realm. Assisted by Luo Xiaobai, he almost defeated the half-merman. Han Fei watched with great interest and shouted from time to time, Yu. Your physique is still a bit weak. You've got to work at it. Quang, you have a level 7 spiritual heritage, how come you haven't killed this sea demon yet? Xiaobai, your parasitic technique is not powerful enough. Parrying the enemy's attack, Zhang Xuanyu responded, I'm just practicing. The more we fight in this kind of battle, the greater the benefits. Lu Renquang said, make me more semi-divine weapons. Now, ultra-quality spiritual weapons are not good enough. They break too easily. An hour passed in a flash. The half-merman of the advanced sea demon realm tried to escape twice, but was blasted back by Han Fei with a punch. Han Fei sneered. It's your honor to be our whetstone. You should be thankful. Yushi almost burst into tears. These humans are too strong. I can't believe. They're only junior hidden fisher. How could they take us as their sparring partners? Especially this manipulator. She has a lot of moves, and various spiritual plants that pop out of her body from time to time, some sucking spiritual energy, some poisonous, and some piercing into flesh and blood. Who? See God strike. As Yushi struck back with all his strength, a shadow fell and the horrible power was as powerful as a tide. Divine Turtle Shield. Clang. Lu Renquang retreated 2 or 3 steps and then rushed up again. Seeing this scene, Yushi was dumbfounded. This guy was unscathed. Han Fei wasn't surprised at all, however. If Lu Renquang couldn't even parry this blow after activating the majestic mystic spell, he couldn't be called a heavenly talent. However, when Han Fei was watching the show, he suddenly felt that a powerful breath was approaching. He perceived and found that more than 80 kilometers away, there was power gathering, and after a while, a spider monster nearly 100 meters long appeared. Han Fei immediately frowned and shouted, "Zhang Xuanyu, Xiao Bai, end the battle. Here comes a powerful enemy." Hearing what Han Fei said, the other 3 all frowned. A powerful enemy that could make Han Fei nervous was definitely not something these sea demons could compare to. Hu. Knife burial technique. Lu Renquang shouted, and hundreds of huge knife shadows descended from the sky. At the same time, 7 or 8 kinds of spiritual plants suddenly popped out of Yushi's body. His flesh and blood were drying up, becoming the fertilizer for the spiritual plants. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Majestic mystic spell," and the next second, momentary time was activated and the half-merman was pierced through. Buzz. Lu Renquang also beheaded his opponent. Han Fei immediately sent a large amount of spiritual energy into the bodies of the 3 of them. And Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu simultaneously put an energy fruit into their mouths. This kind of rigorous battle was quite energy-consuming. Since a powerful enemy was coming, they must replenish their energy. Luo Xiaobai asked nervously, "What's coming?" Han Fei said, "I believe it's a soul eater, but like a big spider. However, it has human hands and is 100 meters long, like a small mountain." Hiss. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. Fei, are you sure we can beat this thing?" Lu Renquang was also dumbfounded. Fei, isn't this too strong for us?" Luo Xiaobai, without a word, had already begun to summon a large number of gray vines. Within a few hundred meters, lots of gray vines emerged from the ground, entangling with each other and integrating into larger vines. Han Fei said, "I'll take a look. If we have no chance to beat it, let's run away. Whoosh. Han Fei hurried out and flew towards the big spider. Along the way, some small soul eaters showed up but were easily crushed by Han Fei, who didn't even have the time to get the pure soul beads. A moment later, when Han Fei was less than 100 meters away from the big spider, he was horrified, not by its strength, but its look. Looking in person, he could better feel how disgusting this monster looked. The big spider's mouth was more like a centipede's mouth. On its body, there were more than 30 finger-like bones hanging. Its head and abdomen were filled with crimson red eyes. From its big belly, pus-like viscous liquid was dripping out. In his eyes, information emerged. Name: Soul Eater. Introduction: in the land of restless souls, the death energy gathers, and the dead souls gradually gain consciousness and devour each other. Soul Eaters of various shapes are thus formed. Soul Eaters condense solid bodies and like to feed on souls, flesh and blood. Soul Eaters may have a variety of combat characteristics, each of which are different. Level 61. Quality: Immortal. Contains immortal energy 46,895 points. Can be collected immortal energy, pure soul bead. Absorbable. When Han Fei saw the information clearly, he suddenly felt that the surrounding seawater became viscous. Countless soul strands were shooting at him, trying to attach to him. He punched out, forcibly blasting through the barrier of the soul strands, and then quickly ran back. As he ran, he said to the other three via voice transmission, "This is not a normal soul eater, but a soul-eating beast. See spirit level, capable of soul attacks, Han Fei frowned. A soul-eating beast could reach the sea spirit level, which meant only outsiders couldn't make a breakthrough here, but they were not subject to this restriction. Swish, 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 One soul strand after another emerged from the void and shot directly at Han Fei. The speed was so fast that Han Fei had to flash from time to time. He used the gravity attack, and the soul-eating spider stumbled and plunged to the ground. However, the latter got up immediately, crawling quickly. Han Fei frowned. Could he let Luo Xiaobai and the others face up to a sea spirit-level creature? But if they had to stay in this sea area for a long time, they would certainly meet more than one soul-eating beast. It was necessary for them to get to know about the fighting method of soul-eating beasts in advance. Han Fei immediately said, "Xiaobai, I've attracted it over. Stay away from me. Let me kill it. But pay attention to how this soul-eating beast fights." Hearing his words, Luo Xiaobai immediately said to Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang, "Split up in 3 directions. Let Han Fei solve this beast." They were a team that worked well together, so they believed Han Fei must have had a reason for not allowing them to participate. Otherwise, from what they knew of Han Fei, he would definitely watch them fight the beast on the side leisurely. After a while, when the other 3 saw the big spider, they felt a chill down their spines. Lu Renquang shivered and said, "This looks too disgusting, right? Why is the ancient battlefield full of this stuff?" Gulp. Zhang Xuanyu swallowed and said, "No wonder Fei Fei doesn't let us fight it. This beast seems hard to solve." Luo Xiaobai shouted in a stern voice, "Zhang Xuanyu, use all your secret methods and attack the spider's eyes. Lu Renquang, check if the torrents of knives and swords works on it. If it doesn't, try to attract its attention and create chances for Han Fei to attack it." Understood. The 3 of them retreated at least more than 2,000 meters. Han Fei flashed all the way, attracting the big spider into the gray vines. At the same time, he took out a mint leaf and stuffed it into his mouth, shouting in a low voice, "Fuse." When the Yinyang divine eyes were activated, Han Fei's reaction speed increased again. His purpose was not to quickly kill this soul-eating beast, but to understand its fighting habits so that Luo Xiaobai could analyze more information. Therefore, Han Fei didn't use the void lines or the sacrificing punch, but drove the infinity water to run over the soul strands. Then he activated the art of invincibility technique to attack the spider. Boom. 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 In the blink of an eye, dozens of golden fist marks blasted out. However, the human finger-like bones hung on the spider's body fell off, and blocked his punches. However, after Han Fei activated the Overlord's technique, even ordinary peak level hidden fissures could be shattered by his single blow, not to mention these bone scum. Crack, 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 In the blink of an eye, half of the bones shattered. Han Fei's figure was erratic, and the second round of golden fist marks blasted out, and the bones were all shattered. Among them, 7 or 8 Golden fist marks fell on the big spider, blasting several bloody holes. Luo Xiaobai said immediately, its defense is not strong. Parasitic technique. Instantly, a large swath of vines and thorny blades of grass emerged from the spider's body. Puff. Zhang Xuanyu burst the spider's eyeball with the momentary time. Lu Renkuang roared and poured the torrents of knives and swords directly into the big spider's body through the blasted hole. Roar. The big spider stood up and released a power similar to soul explosion in front of Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renkuang, and Han Fei. Boom. Puff. 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 They were all shaken and bloody. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang directly vomited blood. Luo Xiaobai's face changed drastically. Lu Renkuang, step back. Han Fei's soul strength was not weaker than this big spider, but he was also shocked to find himself bleeding. However, he didn't care. His golden fist mark was about to attack the eyeballs of this big guy. However, the eyes of this big spider suddenly glowed red. Han Fei frowned and shouted, retreat. In a flash. At the moment when its eyes turned red, Han Fei blasted dozens of golden fist marks. However, 10 void lines were wrapped in the fist marks. Hum. A weird red mist appeared, and Han Fei suddenly felt that he was entangled by thousands of spider silks, and he was so sleepy that he could fall asleep at any time. Fortunately, the mint leaves in his mouth kept him awake. Han Fei hurriedly used the law of gravity, directly pressing down the big spider on the ground. At the same time, Han Fei felt that his brain was about to explode after the void lines hung on the filthy soul of the big spider. It was an extremely fierce and bloodthirsty feeling. All kinds of negative emotions rushed into his body. Buzz. The infinity water returned, directly tearing apart the invisible force around Han Fei. Han Fei roared and fist marks punched out. Boom. The huge spider head was shattered by Han Fei's punch, and most of its body also exploded. After killing the big spider, Han Fei didn't pick up the pure soul bead but quickly swam towards the other 3. Fortunately, the weird power that the big spider mustered only made Lu Renkuang sleep. Because he killed it fast enough, Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai just had heavy eyelids. After a moment, Han Fei shook Lu Renkuang awake. Lu Renkuang opened his eyes in a daze. What's wrong? Is it time for dinner? Han Fei was immediately exasperated. Are you stupid? We were almost eaten. Han Fei couldn't help feeling scared. Is the power of the law of the big spider to make people sleep. He could imagine what would happen if he failed to block its soul attack. They would probably end up in its stomach. When Lu Renkuang remembered the scene just now, he was trembling with fright. It's horrible. Did we almost get eaten? Zhang Xuanyu said grumpily, even if we were eaten, you would have been eaten. First because you are the fattest. Luo Xiaobai had calmed down. From this soul-eating beast, it can be seen that, in terms of strength and speed, it can't compare with a real law enforcer. However, its methods are horrible. Those eyes should be the source of their power. Otherwise, they would not have such a strong hypnotic effect. Its body is not tough. I can basically conclude that the body condensed by such immortal creatures may not be strong, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe occasionally there are a few with tough bodies. Zhang Xuanyu held Luo Xiaobai's spines and gasped. This thing's soul explosion, was really powerful. Luo Xiaobai shook her head. No, not powerful enough. Think about it, your soul explosion is also powerful. If you reach the realm of law enforcer, what would your soul explosion be like? Zhang Xuanyu was taken aback for a moment. Maybe it could blow the spider to death. Luo Xiaobai nodded. That's right. Its soul attack is not as powerful as it seems, but it is also extremely dangerous. In general, it can be concluded that the soul-eating beasts are relatively weak. If we chose to escape in the first place, maybe it wouldn't chase that far, and wouldn't have the opportunity to catch us. Han Fei said, but it was new to the sea spirit level. What if there are more powerful sea spirit level creatures? Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, this is what I wanted to say next. Although we are the only ones here, the creatures here can fully grow into the law enforcer realm. In other words, the danger here is greater than we thought. Especially in the places with relics, the odds of the presence of such a creature will increase. Han Fei took out a large pure soul bead from the body of the spider and threw it to Lu Renquang. You are weak in soul power. You should take this chance to swallow more of this stuff. Lu Renquang didn't reject it. It was a fact that he was weak in the soul, which the battle just now had proven. Lu Renquang hurriedly said, okay, I'll eat more pure soul beads. Luo Xiaobai nodded. But not now. Where did the beast come from? Let's go. There. Maybe there are some relics there. The place where such a powerful creature guards can't be simple. Everyone nodded. Their way was littered with bodies of the soul eaters that were just killed by Han Fei, and Lu Renquang hurriedly ran over and took out the pure soul beads. Luo Xiaobai searched in the sea-swallowing seashells of the half-merman that she had just killed, and then said, there are very few things on them. Only a few more than 30 pure soul beads in total. Here you are. Han Fei said, wait a minute. Give me one. Let me taste it and see how much soul power it contains. Luo Xiaobai handed one to him. Although this pure soul power can be absorbed directly, it doesn't mean that this part of soul power can immediately become a part of yours, and it also takes time to digest. If you take a large amount of it, you may be able to absorb a little bit more, but you can't absorb it completely. Han Fei put it in his mouth casually, and instantly, a familiar feeling came straight into his mind. However, after feeling it for a while, he shook his head slightly. It's too little. This was even less than the soul power he could absorb through the void lines. Han Fei still remembered that the soul power he had absorbed via the void lines was transformed into only less than 200 points of spiritual power. This pure soul bead didn't even give him half of it. Although he was now bottlenecked in all aspects, he had had some experience. Zhang Xuanyu also took one and stuffed it in his mouth. Is it really too little? Huh, that's a lot. Lu Renquang was speechless. Hey, you two are both strong in soul. Why did you take my pure soul beads? As he said this, he threw a pure soul bead into his mouth as if it was a jelly bean and then exclaimed, you call this too little? Luo Xiaobai said, stop eating. We've arrived. There was a big cave in the ground. Judging from the traces of the cave, it looked like a nest. Seabed sandworms would expose their heads when they searched for food. Therefore, the big spider must have occupied this place and used it exclusively for a hunting ground. Luo Xiaobai issued an order in her heart, and a large swath of vines drilled into the cave. After a while, she said, there is no threat but some bones and weapons. Hearing there was no threat, everyone jumped in. The big spider was big, so the cave was also big. When they came to the cave, Han Fei saw many bones in the muddy pit-like cave. Some bones were pale golden, but so much time had passed that the bones had lost their luster. Wow! Lu Renquang quickly ran to a corpse and drew a long knife. As he shook it, the knife shone brightly. Wow! Is this knife a divine weapon? Han Fei took out the blood-drinking knife and cut at the other knife. As a clang was heard, he said in surprise, a semi-divine weapon. Semi-divine weapon? Lu Renquang was immediately overjoyed. Wow, I'm really lucky. Zhang Xuanyu quickly checked the bones and said, lucky? Could you have solved the spider if you had come alone? Heh heh. Lu Renquang smiled shyly and found a large shield in the mud of another place. Clang _. A semi-divine weapon again? Even Han Fei was speechless. Were ancient people so rich? Why are there semi-divine weapons all over this cave? Zhang Xuanyu said, come on, let's check if there are any sticks. Han Fei said. He would make me a stick, but he hasn't given one to me yet. Han Fei curled his lips. I'm busy, okay, Han Fei perceived and was then taken aback. Han Fei manipulated the infinity water to spin on the ground and actually dug out a stick. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes lit up. A semi-divine weapon? Han Fei smiled. Be careful. There are many semi-divine weapons on the ancient battlefield, which is definitely not a good thing. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Yes. Obviously, firstly, their enemy was very strong at the time. Then, will we encounter such an enemy next? Secondly, semi-divine weapons are not rare here. If we can get some so easily, others will be able to too. After a while, in this cave, a total of 7 semi-divine weapons were dug out. Except for a pair of daggers and a stick, all the others were taken by Lu Renquang. Han Fei was speechless. Fine, I'll keep the daggers. Xiaobai, you really don't need a weapon? Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. If you can make some for me, I want a long whip and a battle suit, divine level. Han Fei grinned. Let's talk about it when we go back. Han Fei was a bit excited. Well, let's find another soul-eating beast and get as many semi-divine weapons as we can. Then I will melt them and make divine weapons. Zhang Xuanyu nodded repeatedly. Good idea. Lu Renquang also nodded hard. I agree, I can't agree more. My armor box is not full yet. Everyone. After Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu both refined their semi-divine weapons, Han Fei said leisurely, we're here for the ruins. However, this is obviously not the ruins we are looking for. Little White can't sense semi-divine weapons. Luo Xiaobai's eyes lit up. So, there still must be a ruin near here. Han Fei nodded. Yes, it shouldn't be far away. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that we dug up 7 semi-divine weapons so easily. Zhang Xuanyu curled his lips and said, maybe, in ancient times, the worst weapon was a semi-divine weapon? Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu speechlessly. Do you believe that? Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. Indeed, he didn't believe it. A semi-divine weapon was very precious. Maybe most weapons left had rusted away and only the semi-divine weapons were tough enough to survive. They had just come out of the cave and suddenly looked in one direction at the same time. There was a faint water ripple as if someone was fighting. Han Fei smiled with joy. Let's go and take a look. This was the case in the sea. Most marine creatures could sense what kind of creatures were nearby through sounds and waves. Han Fei and the others didn't have this ability, so they could only go check it. Of course, soul eaters inevitably appeared along the way. Luo Xiaobai directly went invisible. Han Fei killed one with each slash he made, which shocked Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, Fei Fei. How strong are you now? Are you really a human being? Han Fei suddenly slapped his thigh. **T. Luo Xiaobai asked, what's wrong? Han Fei said a bit guiltily, I forgot to tell you something. Lu Renquang tilted his head. What is it? Han Fei said in a small voice, it's not that important. Even if I tell you, it may be useless to you for the time being. Zhang Xuanyu said anxiously, just say it. Han Fei said leisurely, spiritual energy can be disassembled and concentrated. Zhang Xuanyu was angry. Why didn't you tell us such an important thing earlier? No wonder your strength has improved so much. So you can use a point of spiritual energy as 2 points, and the power is doubled? Han Fei laughed awkwardly. Not that much, but it'll be much stronger indeed. In the same realm, if you learn to disassemble spiritual energy, you can almost crush your opponent, but of course, heavenly talents may be an exception. Luo Xiaobai's eyes widened. This matter needs to be put on the agenda. I'll try it when I go back. _hum_. A wave of water was coming against them. Their pupils constricted slightly, and Luo Xiaobai frowned. Poison. Han Fei felt it too. However, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect only moved slightly, indicating that the toxin was not a lot. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang immediately activated a spiritual energy protective cover to block the poison. A moment later, Han Fei perceived that 20 half-mermen were fighting a weird crab that was also a soul eater. Han Fei laughed. The sea demons are fighting a soul eater. Let's sneak over. In stealth mode. Luo Xiaobai was surprised. Another one, only less than 500 kilometers away? Han Fei set up a concealment array and said, maybe it is indeed dangerous here, but it shouldn't be too bad. If this area is full of these mutated soul eaters, we won't even be able to pass it. After traveling more than 70 kilometers, their speed had slowed down a lot. Han Fei perceived that 2 sea demons had performed the sea god descends and there were 2 heavenly talents among them. Luo Xiaobai suggested, no rush. Let's wait for them to finish. Han Fei, is that soul-eating crab strong? Han Fei shook his head. No, its carapace has been stabbed through. But it recovers very quickly. Look, so many small crabs are crawling onto its body. And the place shattered will be repaired soon. Zhang Xuanyu said, I don't know whether the crab is strong or not, but I feel these sea demons are quite strong, even stronger than I was after using the majestic mystic spell. Han Fei smiled and said, they're at the peak level of the sea demon realm. Of course, they're stronger than you. Lu Renquang said, I hope that big crab can kill a few more of them. Just as Lu Renquang was speaking, an inferior manfish used the flying flower demon flash to flash over the head of the big crab, and a huge harpoon dropped from the sky, directly piercing the big crab's shell. However, to Han Fei's shock, from inside the shell, 3 snakeheads sprang out and bit the sea demon to death. 2 huge heads flew into the crowd, and then some half-mermen became mad and began to attack their companions. Han Fei shrugged. I know it's not that simple. You'll surely take a few people away before you die. Bam, 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 2 powerhouses at the peak level of the sea demon's realm and a heavenly talent attacked at the same time, cutting off the 3 snakeheads, and only then did they truly kill the crab. Han Fei smacked his lips and said, many hands make light work. Under the influence of the secret method, ordinary soul-eating beasts have very little resistance to the strong. The only thing special about them is that they have different attacking methods. If it were the big spider just now, there would be more dead. With that, Han Fei shouted, attack. While speaking, Han Fei had rushed out. Everyone? Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. Why doesn't he launch an attack after they come out? There are more than 10 of them. But since Han Fei had already rushed forward, they could only follow him. The 2 powerhouses at the peak level of the sea demon realm had just used the sea god descends and were still a little weak at this moment. One of them said, let's take a rest first. As soon as he said so, the sea demons looked in Han Fei's direction at the same time. Here comes an enemy. They're human. The sea demon teams that were taking a break immediately called out their associate spirits again. However, they found to their shock that only 4 people came. These sea demons looked dumbfounded. Are you kidding? 4 people are coming to attack our 20-man team, A half-merman wearing a golden battle suit grinned. Let me meet these guys. Before he finished speaking, his eyes widened because he saw a pair of phantom wings spread out on Han Fei's back with a whoosh. It's him, Han Fei. The 2 captain-level powerhouses frowned. Uai, sea god descends, hurry up. Even Blue Feather offered a reward for this guy's head. Now they were all excited and would definitely not underestimate him. Almost at the same time, the 2 heavenly talents activated the secret method of the sea god descends. Boom, boom, boom. Golden fist marks poured out. Han Fei abruptly accelerated, activated the draw technique, and slashed straight at a powerhouse at the peak level of Sea Demon Realm. That guy had just used the Sea God Descends and couldn't use it again immediately. However, he didn't flinch at all, but fought Han Fei head-on with the Sea King Strike. However, Han Fei had activated the Overlord's technique, and he was simply no match for him. Buzz. With a flash of cold light, Han Fei directly chopped his head off. Swish. Han Fei rushed into the crowd and slashed frantically. The blood-drinking knife was like death's scythe. A big fish breathed fire on Han Fei, but he simply ignored it. A pair of pincers clamped on Han Fei, only to be smashed by double fists. Someone else launched a soul attack at Han Fei, but ended up being hit to death by Han Fei. Puff. Only 2 minutes after Han Fei rushed into the crowd, 5 people were killed. And 2 were sent flying. Sky swallowing technique. Knife burial technique. The sky was full of knife shadows that descended from the air and cut the seawater. Spirit summoning, parasitic technique, poison explosion. Momentary time. In a flash, Zhang Xuanyu killed 1 sea demon. Although Lu Renquang didn't kill any of them, he successfully separated them. Covered by Luo Xiaobai's parasitic technique, spiritual plants had emerged from many sea demons' bodies. While they were in a panic, they were chopped in half by Han Fei. A resurrected sea demon had just walked out of the void when he found that Han Fei had flashed up, punching him and at the same time, wrapped him with the void lines. The sea demon was punched to the seabed. A phantom of a heavenly talent forcefully broke free from Lu Renkuang and blasted him into flight. Luo Xiaobai threw out vines to catch Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang while pointing at the half-merman heavenly talent. Deep blue mystic barrier. At this moment, Han Fei had already killed 8 sea demons. Suddenly, there was thunder in the sea, and Lu Renkuang killed a sea demon. Lu Renkuang grinned. This secret method is really strong, comparable to the majestic mystic spell. Do you think my quad thunder knife is easy to block? The situation had been reversed. Han Fei pounced at another powerhouse at the peak level of Sea Demon Realm. At the same time, the other powerhouse controlled by Han Fei suddenly flew over from the seabed, and when he passed by 2 sea demons, he suddenly launched an attack. "You Fu, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" Han Fei controlled Yu Fu to attack the 2 half-mermen heavenly talents. The result could be imagined. Yu Fu was no match for the other sea demons. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. He fought while trying to control Yu Fu to detonate himself. However, this time, he encountered strong resistance. Humph, blow up. Boom. The 2 sea demons' heavenly talents were stunned. How did things turn out to be like this? The self-detonation of Yu Fu forced them to break off the sea. God descends. Zhang Xuanyu and the other 2 took the opportunity to attack. Han Fei grinned, took back the void lines, and flashed directly to the sea demon realm expert who was preparing to activate blood escape. He threw out a punch and the opponent actually parried it with his associate spirit, a big fish. Sacrificing punch. Han Fei controlled the opponent's beast and threw out a sacrificing punch, directly crushing the sea demon. Then, he activated the draw technique to kill the big fish. He quickly stuffed an energy fruit into his mouth and waited for about 2 minutes. When the sea demon came out of the void, he saw Han Fei flash to him and smash him hard. At that time, he was desperate. Now he knew why Yu Fu attacked his companions. Han Fei could control other people's souls. Han Fei had killed most of the half-mermen. 3 sea demons had escaped via blood escape, but the 2 heavenly talents were left behind. That was because Han Fei performed the spirit sealing technique on them, which stopped them from activating blood escape, and Zhang Xuanyu and the Lu Renkuang had pounced on them. They separately activated the 9-layered waves in the furious sea and the violent war body, giving the 2 no chance to escape. Luo Xiaobai knew that Han Fei purposely left the 2 for Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang to practice. However, Luo Xiaobai looked at the Sea Demon Realm powerhouse next to Han Fei and asked in surprise, "Can you control them?" Han Fei smiled. A secret soul-controlling method. Luo Xiaobai was speechless. Han Fei, how many techniques does he have? She was shocked at the scene just now. The phantom glass wings were so powerful. Now, Han Fei had acquired another secret soul-controlling method, which was beyond her imagination. The battle lasted for a whole hour, and Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang were exhausted. The opponent's Sea God Descends was also useless. After a round of fierce battles, the 2 of them were black and blue all over. However, neither Han Fei nor Luo Xiaobai had any intention of going up to help. In the end, Lu Renkuang directly tore the opponent apart. Zhang Xuanyu managed to blast the opponent to death with the momentary time, disregarding his own safety. As for the sea demon's immortal seal, it was completely useless. Han Fei had found a way to invalidate the immortal seal. At the moment when the opponent came out of the void, he cut the opponent to death with the draw technique. As for the dying strike, it was parried by Lu Renkuang. Lu Renkuang lay on the ground and gasped hard, holding the vines. "Oh, I'm exhausted. The heavenly talents are really strong." Han Fei cast a divine healing technique on each of them, saying with a smile, "What do you think of them for training purposes?" Zhang Xuanyu panted. "They're quite tough. I think my potential can be fully stimulated if there are another 7 or 8 battles like this." Han Fei curled his lips and said, "Okay, plenty of battles await you. Restore your energy. I don't know if this is a ruin or not up ahead. Maybe there will be another fierce battle soon." While speaking, Han Fei looked at the entrance of the cave not far away. This should be what Little White pointed to. Zhang Xuanyu panted and pointed at the Sea Demon Realm expert beside Han Fei. "What are you going to do with him?" Han Fei muttered, "I've controlled his soul, and I'll use him to explore the way." "Oh my god!" Lu Renkuang beckoned, "Fei Fei, give me some spiritual energy. I'm hungry." Han Fei was speechless, instilling spiritual energy into the two of them. Suddenly Luo Xiaobai said, "Wait, let me see if I can deprive him of his soul power with my plants." Han Fei was shocked. "Control him with plants? Plants are also conscious. The question is whether or not I can control the sea demon's mind as I do to plants. If we can, it will be like we have a good helper." The other three were stunned. If Luo Xiaobai succeeded, it meant that she had mastered the legendary soul-controlling method. After a while, Han Fei sensed that the half-merman's body was filled with fine grass. Those blades of grass came out of his nose, ears, eyes, and mouth. Han Fei retracted most of the void lines. He felt that a force was fighting with the void lines for the control of the sea demon's soul, so he simply withdrew them. _roar_. The sea demon lay directly on the ground, rolling frantically. Luo Xiaobai's eyes turned white, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. After nearly an hour, she said palely, "I made it." Han Fei said in shock, "So easy?" Luo Xiaobai smiled bitterly. "He is much stronger than me, so it is difficult to control him. If you hadn't controlled him first, I wouldn't have had the slightest chance of success. Even if he was in the same realm as me, I wouldn't have succeeded if he resisted." "Who?" Han Fei spit out bubbles. I didn't realize her parasitic ability was really so powerful. At this time, this sea demon swam up and floated in the water. The four of them sat cross-legged and began to recover their strength. 1 hour passed. They all stood up. Some soul eaters came over during the period but were quickly resolved by Han Fei. As for other creatures, they didn't see any. At this moment, 4 people plus a puppet were staring down into the cave. In Han Fei's perception, there was a passage below, which was full of various corpses. Lu Renkuang's mouth twitched and he said in horror, "So many people died below? Will there be something horrible?" Zhang Xuanyu added, "I saw knives in the corpses." Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. "Do you sense any danger?" "Sure, but we have this guy exploring the way for us." Han Fei pointed to the sea demon. He goes first. Luo Xiaobai issued an order silently and the sea demon dove down directly. Soon, after walking for dozens of kilometers, he reached the bottom and Luo Xiaobai shook her head and said, "It is safe for now. We can go down." Hearing that, Lu Renquang took the lead to jump down. Han Fei was speechless. "Hey, aren't you scared by the corpses?" Lu Renquang said without turning his head. "There are knives below." Han Fei. After a while, the four went down into the passage. Han Fei was a little stunned. "This is a tunnel?" Han Fei looked around. The tunnel was about 15 meters high and 50 meters wide, and was covered with corpses, including the corpses of humans, sea demons, and marine creatures. Anyway, as far as the eye could see, it was all corpses. Hiss! Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "Wow, how many people died here back then?" This scene reminded Han Fei of the Heavenly Desolate City. The battle in the Heavenly Desolate City lasted for more than 200 years, and people there almost all died. He couldn't help sighing. When those people were killed, wouldn't it look the same? Corpses were littered everywhere and no one buried them. Han Fei sighed. "Let's collect the weapons here. If I guess right, something must have happened here while many people were using the cave to hide." Lu Renquang asked, "Why do you think they were hiding here?" Luo Xiaobai replied for Han Fei, "If not, no one would have chosen such a narrow place, which is bad for fighting. Therefore, they must have been hiding here for safety." Han Fei raised his head 45 degrees and said leisurely, "Let's check these weapons. Collect all the weapons that are still useful. Even if they're of no use to us, we can give them to others, so they can still be used to kill enemies." However, no one responded to Han Fei. Lu Renquang was already holding 5 or 6 weapons in his hands. At this moment, he was trying on the weapons, muttering, "This is broken. This must not be a semi-divine weapon. Even an ultra-quality spiritual weapon wouldn't erode so easily." Zhang Xuanyu said, "I found a long sword of the semi-divine level." Luo Xiaobai's spines spread on the ground, lifting up a weapon from time to time, but most of them were ultra-quality spiritual weapons. She suddenly said, "I found a pair of semi-divine daggers." Han Fei was speechless. Did you hear me? Why aren't you listening? Zhang Xuanyu said, "Okay, Fei, don't stand in the way. Hurry up, look for weapons. Many weapons here are dusty. Knock them to check if they can still be used." Han Fei. Perhaps because too many people died here, there were a lot of weapons. In the end, Lu Renquang and the other two stuffed whatever weapons they saw into their sea-swallowing seashells, regardless of what level they were. Only when they found a semi-divine weapon would they shout out. For example, Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "I found a semi-divine stick. I found another long sword of the semi-divine level." Luo Xiaobai also shouted, "I found a pair of semi-divine daggers again." Han Fei was speechless. "Xiaobai, why are all the weapons you found daggers?" Luo Xiaobai directly threw the daggers to Han Fei. "Here you are." Han Fei was surprised. "Why would I want so many daggers?" "Make a good pair of daggers for Xiaochan with them." Han Fei was helpless. Xiaochan already has daggers of the divine weapon level. Maybe she already has daggers that are sea-quelling bizarre treasures by now. Of course, semi-divine weapons were still rare. After walking for more than 10 minutes in the tunnel, they had found a total of 8 semi-divine weapons. Han Fei said, "Wait a minute. Everyone?" Han Fei began to set up an array. "There may be danger ahead. I'll set up an array here for safety." Lu Renquang laughed. "But it's safe here. We are rich now. Think of when we go back and sell these ultra-quality spiritual weapons, tisk." Han Fei sneered. "Don't lose your head. Have you noticed that although we have walked for a long time, there are no soul eaters or other creatures? Does this make sense?" Luo Xiaobai's face changed slightly. "No. This doesn't make sense. I was blinded by these weapons." Han Fei was speechless. "So, everyone loves treasures." Wise and calm, Luo Xiaobai also failed to maintain her sanity. Han Fei said, "After I set up the array, follow me to pass the array in case you're trapped in it." After a while, a defense array appeared, and Han Fei said, "Okay, let's go. Don't just stand there." The farther he went, the more Han Fei felt that something was wrong, and he had a faint sense of crisis and pressure. Therefore, every 5 kilometers or so, Han Fei would lay out an array. As for weapons, Lu Renquang and the other two had already collected a lot, most of which were ultra-quality spiritual weapons. Han Fei felt that if this ancient battlefield was completely opened, the weapons here might be able to equip half of the scattered stars island. All the way forward, after walking for about 50 kilometers, Han Fei suddenly said, "Don't you feel anything wrong?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "I have been paying attention, but haven't found anything wrong." Han Fei shook his head. "No, there must be a problem. There are bones everywhere. How can there not be anything dangerous? There are so many soul eaters outside, but there isn't even an ownerless soul here, not a single one. Has your perception reached the end of this tunnel?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes, that's why I said so. At the very front, there are mountains of corpses." There was no need to summon Little Black and Little White, as Han Fei could find out the situation himself. However, there were still about 80 kilometers of tunnel ahead, and there were still a lot of weapons scattered here, which made Han Fei hesitate. Han Fei said, "Wait for me here. I'll collect the weapons up front." Zhang Xuanyu frowned and said, "Is it so dangerous?" Lu Renquang also sighed. "If it's really dangerous, why don't we just give up those weapons in front? Let's go back and find the next ruin. We have already collected a lot of weapons, including 20 semi-divine weapons." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "No way. I'm not going to give up those weapons. Wait for me. I'm faster than you. I'll come back as soon as I get the treasures." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "Be careful." Han Fei strode forward. It was not difficult to find where the weapons were scattered. Han Fei controlled the water to roll up the weapons and threw them into Forge the Universe. 10 kilometers. 20 kilometers. 50 kilometers. 80 kilometers. When Han Fei stood behind the mountain of bones, he suddenly found that there was a human corpse among the bones. The moment Han Fei saw the corpse, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Familiar. Isn't this the kind of corpse that appeared in the undersea chimney? But this one was slightly different. This corpse was more complete, wearing complete armor, and holding 2 big knives in his dry hands. As a refiner, Han Fei concluded at a glance that this corpse was using divine equipment and not low-quality divine weapons either. Han Fei froze as if being struck by lightning. He didn't dare to move, because He felt that there was surging soul power in this person. Is he still alive? Impossible. It has been so many years. How can he still be alive? Just when Han Fei was wondering whether or not to retreat, the corpse suddenly opened his eyes. There were no eyeballs in his eyes, but a ball of soul fire. This scene scared Han Fei, and he wanted to retreat. However, he did not dare to move, because he had a hunch that once he moved, the guy in front of him would also move. At this moment, Han Fei felt that the spiritual energy in his body was constantly being lost and pouring into this corpse. Han Fei said to the other three via voice transmission, retreat, slowly. Retreat to the entrance. If I don't come out in 3 hours, get out of here, Hearing it, the other three's expressions changed. Is Han Fei in danger? However, out of the trust of their companions, Luo Xiaobai and the other two immediately backed away. In terms of speed, none of these three were comparable to Han Fei. They would only burden Han Fei if they stayed here. However, they wouldn't leave Han Fei alone here. Han Fei was definitely in trouble. Otherwise, he wouldn't say so. Han Fei stood quietly without speaking. He was hesitating. Shall he use the void lines? But the opponent was very strong and his soul power was much stronger than that of him, so he wasn't confident in beating him. After half an hour, Han Fei's fingers moved slightly. At the moment his fingers moved, he saw the soul fire in the corpse's eyes soaring. He was so scared that he immediately stopped moving. At the moment when Han Fei froze again, the soul fire in the eyes of the corpse returned to its original state. Come on, man, In Han Fei's Forge the Universe, the fish skin array was unfolding and the law of gravity was also being brewed. If his life was in danger, he would just enter Forge the Universe. However, with such a short distance, what was the use of entering Forge the Universe? Even if he came out, he would still be here. After another half an hour, the corpse was still staring at him, sucking his spiritual energy. Han Fei sighed secretly and said, Senior, I am a human being. Hum. In that person's eyes, the soul fire exploded, and his face was a little distorted. The next moment, his dry skin began to fall off, and his whole body turned into soul fire. Damn. Swish. Han Fei hurriedly backed away, and the phantom glass wings flapped and 9 clones appeared. However, what shocked Han Fei was that the corpse instantly appeared beside Han Fei, and a palm formed by the soul fire grabbed Han Fei. At that moment, the law of gravity was suddenly activated. The corpse stumbled, creaked, and completely turned into a skeleton, a golden skeleton attached with soul fire. However, set off by the soul fire, it looked very creepy. Agility of wind. Overlord's technique. Sea racing art. Han Fei took this opportunity and jumped out frantically. He didn't dare to use the void lines, because the opponent's soul fire was too powerful. However, only in a minute, his law of gravity was broken. So fast. Han Fei felt that his speed had reached the limit. However, in his perception, the corpse was less than a kilometer away from him in the blink of an eye. In another blink of an eye, he was less than 100 meters away from him. Swish. 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 After 3 flashes, Han Fei was about to flash for the 4th time when one hand had caught the back of his neck. Han Fei was about to use the sky dissecting finger. The opponent was too strong. He shouldn't have approached that pile of corpses. However, Han Fei suddenly discovered that this man had no intention of killing, but just stopped him from moving. And, with a terrifying soul pressure, he froze Han Fei. Then the man stretched out a hand to him. Han Fei? Han Fei was horrified. Is he asking for weapons from me? Han Fei immediately gave him a handful of semi-divine weapons. However, the other party didn't take them and was still looking at him. Senior, don't you want weapons? Do you want spiritual spring energy? Han Fei immediately handed him a great mass of spiritual spring. However, this person didn't even look at the spiritual spring, letting it be sucked into his body, his hand still stretching towards Han Fei. You don't want spiritual spring either? Do you want spirit awakening fluid? Yes. This one is obviously stronger than the one in the undersea chimney, way stronger. Han Fei took out a mass of spirit awakening fluid. However, the corpse still didn't take it, his hand still extending towards Han Fei. Han Fei asked, Senior, can you say something? What do you want? Suddenly, Han Fei's heart did a flip. What is my purpose for coming here? 2. Find the sea quelling painting. Does this guy want the sea token? That's impossible. How can this ancient battlefield have something to do with the sea token? However, Han Fei still took out a sea token. Senior, this thing is useless to you, isn't it? This person actually grabbed the sea token and looked at it. Huh? Why did he ask me for the sea token? Does he also want the sea quelling painting? That's not right. This person has been dead for a long time. Now, he may not even have any consciousness. Why does he want the sea quelling painting? After a long time, a vague voice rang in Han Fei's mind. This place is dangerous. Don't break into. With that, this person threw the sea token down. He stretched out with one hand, and 2 long knives immediately flew to him with a swish and were held upside down by him. The next moment, this person disappeared. With consecutive bangs, the arrays Han Fei set up were all shattered. Luo Xiaobai and the other 2 were still waiting at the entrance of the cave. However, with a swish, a skeleton, burning with blue flames all over, sprang out of the cave. At that moment, the 3 of them had cold sweat on their backs and didn't dare to move at all. However, the skeleton just glanced at them and swished away. The speed was so fast that they couldn't see it clearly at all. Fei Fei, Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang hurriedly jumped into the cave and rushed forward, each of them looking anxious. However, before they ran a few kilometers forward, they saw Han Fei walking out of the tunnel with a dazed expression. Lu Renkuang shouted, "Are you okay?" Just now, that. Zhang Xuanyu added, "Who was that? He was so strong." Han Fei waved his hand and said, "It's okay, that person isn't hostile to us. He still has a little consciousness left, knowing that I am a human being." Luo Xiaobai was shocked. He still had a consciousness? Has he cultivated himself into an immortal being? Han Fei shook his head. I don't know. If he was an immortal being, his data should have appeared in his eyes. I suspect that he doesn't have much remaining consciousness. His soul fire was all sucked from the bones in this tunnel. Just now, I didn't dare to move, because I felt there would be danger once I moved. That's why I told you to go first. Zhang Xuanyu said. The man glanced at me. Oh, I was so scared at that. moment. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, understandable. That person is strong. Indeed. Before he died, he was definitely a first-class master. But, I don't know why he died in the tunnel. Lu Renquang was confused. Isn't he still alive? Han Fei shook his head. There are not only human corpses in this tunnel. He doesn't attack humans now, but I don't know if he will do so in the future. Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, the danger of the ruins is beyond our imagination. This time we're lucky, but that will not necessarily be the case next time. Let's go find some sealing objects first. Han Fei shook his head. No. Find the sea demons first. When they dig up the ruins, we can just rob them. Just having a narrow escape, Han Fei didn't want to venture to explore the ruins for now. Even if he explored one, he wouldn't go too deep. Han Fei still remembered what the corpse said. It was dangerous here. Even such a strong master said so he should take it seriously. This time, we found enough weapons. I guess if we want to find something better, we should go to the underground city. He had told the three about the underground city, so they weren't surprised. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. She knew what Han Fei was thinking. He was afraid that once the seal was removed, he wouldn't be able to get the things on this ancient battlefield anymore. Zhang Xuanyu raised his hand. Well, I agree. The secret realm is too dangerous to explore, but we can rob others. Lu Renquang chuckled. I think we can stop when semi-divine weapons fill up my armor box. Get lost. F***ck off. Go away. Han Fei was speechless. How many weapons can your armor box contain? At least thousands of weapons. Lu Renquang chuckled. We'll kill the sea demons anyway. Luo Xiaobai nodded. 3 days. After 3 days, we can hunt the sea demons. While looking for the array's sealing object. 3 days had passed. Zhang Xuanyu stabbed a half-mermaid heavenly talent with his spear and sat on the ground. We have fought 16 battles. These guys have so many treasures. Lu Renquang also sat on the ground. Unfortunately, we can't eat hot pot. Here. Han Fei grabbed a pure soul bead in his hand, stuffed it in his mouth, and said as he ate, let's take a rest. Go to the big mountain up front. Luo Xiaobai added, I suspect that the mountain is also one of the ruins. This is the first mountain we've encountered on this ancient battlefield. Maybe, it is also one of the places where a sealing object is hidden. Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. However, this mountain is so obvious. There should be a lot of people going to it. Zhang Xuanyu smiled and said, that's great. Let's just wait for them to come back. Wait here and kill any sea demon we see. The number of semi-divine weapons we've got is almost 100, right? Han Fei scoffed. 88 pieces, and not a single divine weapon. Zhang Xuanyu smiled. You forget the 7 or 8 pieces taken by Quang. It's normal to not find a divine weapon. We haven't explored the ruins. Lu Renquang asked, Fei, why don't you just give me your semi-divine weapons? I know what you're using are divine weapons. Don't be so stingy. Han Fei said helplessly, no way. I'll refine the semi-divine weapons into divine weapons. Remember, I need a lot of spiritual spring energy, the more the better. Lu Renquang curled his lips. Okay, don't forget you still have a bunch of things stored in my place. I didn't dare to bring them with me this time. Han Fei said carelessly, "It's okay. I don't need to use them right now." Any mountains on the battlefield were bound to be explored. Han Fei suddenly said, "Little White sensed that there is a lot of danger and sea demons here. Let's go find the sea demons first." Clang, clang. Before Han Fei swam far, there was a faint fighting sound in the sea. Lu Renkuang's eyes lit up. "Someone is fighting?" "No." Luo Xiaobai said, "The voice is too regular. It's not a fighting sound." Han Fei spread his perception. "There are bodies of sea demons. Well, some humans have died here." Han Fei perceived that more than a dozen creatures had died in the middle of the mountain, including both sea demons and humans. However, there was also an unknown, badly mutilated body, which seemed to be a soul-eating beast. Luo Xiaobai said, "Go, let's take the bodies back." After a while, when they reached the middle of the mountain, they found 8 sea demons, 7 humans, and a snake-like creature with 4 wings. There was a big battle here, and the mountains were bombarded with pits everywhere. Some people were lying in that pit. Someone's ultra-quality battle suit was all shredded, and there was a pool of red liquid on the ground, which could not be blood. Otherwise, it would have been washed away. Luo Xiaobai sighed slightly and collected all the sea-swallowing seashells and undamaged weapons. Han Fei looked at the big snake, his eyes flickered, and information appeared in his eyes. Name, sounding snake, dead. Introduction: an ancient gregarious sea snake living in areas with mineral deposits. Where the snake is, there is no vegetation, but only blood and water. It has 4 wings, comparable to divine weapons. When its wings flap, it will produce a resounding sound, which can make enemies go crazy and kill each other. Level 59. Quality exotic. Contains spiritual energy, 20,068 points. Edible effect: taking a sounding bead can enhance hearing. Collectible sounding bead. Absorbable. Remarks: the sounding snake is a symbol of disaster. Just as Han Fei dug out the sounding bead, he heard Luo Xiaobai ask, "What did you find?" Han Fei listened to the sound from the water, and said solemnly, "This is not a soul-eating beast, but a kind of." At this moment, Lu Renkuang suddenly said, "Let's get in. I feel that there must be divine weapons in it." Zhang Xuanyu said, "Are you sick? Are you so crazy for divine weapons that you lost your mind?" Lu Renkuang furiously said, "Shut up. We've wasted 3 days and didn't look for the ruins. Now we've finally found one. How can we let it go? If you object, I'll swallow you." "Phew, fatty, do you know what you're talking about? Swallow me? Fine, give it a try. Believe it or not, I'm gonna beat you from fat to thin." Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Stop it. Get the hell out of here if you can't shut up." Han Fei frowned, feeling a little irritable. This feeling was very familiar. When he fused with Little Black, he would have this feeling. So he immediately took out a bunch of mint leaves and said, "Shut up. Put this in your mouth." Zhang Xuanyu said grumpily, "I don't like these. I don't want to eat it." Lu Renkuang grunted, "I'm not in the mood." Han Fei, why are you so timid? Are you going to explore the ruins or not? Han Fei didn't say a word as he put a piece of mint leaf into his mouth, and then handed one to Luo Xiaobai. "Eat it." Luo Xiaobai hesitated but still put the mint leaf in her mouth. And Han Fei looked at Lu Renkuang and said, "If you take a piece of this, we will explore it." Lu Renkuang immediately grabbed a few mint leaves and stuffed them into his Mouth. Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu. Take on and I'll give you a divine weapon. Zhang Xuanyu glanced at Han Fei in surprise. Really? If you're lying, I'll stab you to death. When each of them put a mint leaf in their mouths, they suddenly looked embarrassed. Zhang Xuanyu said awkwardly, it seems, I was a bit fierce just now. Lu Rimquang said, why did I want to explore the ruin? I seemed a bit irrational just now. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. This is? Han Fei pointed to the pile of sea demon corpses and said, it is impossible for a snake to kill so many people. They must have been tricked by it. Did you hear the sound from the mountain? It should have the power to bewitch people and arouse negative emotions. Wow. Lu Renquang said, cough. I remember I really wanted to fight just now. Fei Fei, give me some more of this leaf. Han Fei smiled and said, You even wanted to stab me to death. Zhang Xuanyu scratched his head awkwardly. Did I? Luo Xiaobai muttered, the snake with wings. It must have been the sound it made. There are still these sounds on the mountain, indicating that there is more than one snake of this kind. There could be many. Everyone frowned. So they aroused our fighting desire just now? Han Fei nodded and said, yes. And there is definitely more than one battlefield. If we go around the mountains, we should be able to find many dead humans and sea demons. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Then let's take a look and bring back the human bodies. Han Fei said, go around and look for the bodies. I want to explore this ruin. Lu Renquang exclaimed, are you crazy? Don't you know it's dangerous? Han Fei said, my soul is comparatively stronger. And I have a lot of mint leaves, so I should be able to resist their temptation. Lu Renquang tried to stop Han Fei. You aren't bewitched, are you? Han Fei laughed. Of course not. I'm just afraid you will be. Since there is more than one snake here, it shows that they are a gregarious kind of creature. Since these snakes can occupy this mountain, it means they are already the greatest threat here. This ruin is less dangerous than the corpse tunnel. Luo Xiaobai frowned and said, what if there is a snake king in it? Han Fei grinned. As long as it is not as strong as that corpse in the corpse tunnel, I'll be fine. Don't worry, if I encounter a sea spirit level snake, I'll immediately return. Zhang Xuanyu pleaded, Fei Fei. Do you have to take this risk? Let's go with you, okay? Han Fei said impatiently, I'm afraid you will attack me if we go in together. Besides, there must be people who died nearby. Bring some mint leaves and look for them. They should have a lot of good things on them. Luo Xiaobai took a deep look at Han Fei. Take care. Are you going to take this puppet with you? Luo Xiaobai was referring to the sea demon that had been controlled by her. These days, it was very useful to them. Han Fei shook his head. No, he is not even as strong as me, so he is useless to me, but if he goes with you, you'll have one more helper. The mountain was dark red with no vegetation, and Han Fei went all the way to the top of it. Crossing the top of the mountain, Han Fei didn't find any sounding snakes, but in the valley beyond the mountain, there was a faint vibrating sound. Han Fei felt that his head was a little heavy, so he stuffed a few mint leaves into his mouth. Han Fei found that these leaves were really useful. He had the idea to clear a plot of land and forge the universe to plant this stuff. When he reached the other side of the mountain, Han Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. Underscore whoosh, underscore. Hanfei flashed out, and a sounding snake appeared on the spot. Underscore how did it escape my perception, underscore. Hanfei was a little surprised. Underscore it doesn't make sense. I couldn't detect any sounding snakes in the valley. Where did the snake pop out from, underscore. Hanfei glanced intently and found that the sounding snake was completely different from the badly mutilated body that he had just seen. It was red all over, and its 4 wings were more than 10 meters long. Its head resembled a dragon's head, with a clump of red hair standing on top of it. Its wings were like bird wings. However, the difference was that the wings were shiny red, and when they struck each other, they burst out with the sound of bells. Underscore clang, clang underscore. Hanfei only felt a buzz in his head. However, the sole power of the sounding snakes could not be as strong as his. Therefore, they couldn't bewitch him. Underscore swish, underscore. Hanfei flashed again and punched out. The wave surged, and punched by Han Fei, the sounding snake retreated dozens of meters. Hanfei sneered. If he had to use the Overlord's technique when he was fighting a single sounding snake, he would be better off giving up exploring the ruin. Underscore swish underscore. Hanfei flashed again and activated the draw technique, and the void lines were thrown out at the same time. The sounding snake seemed to sense the danger. It flapped its wings and flew out. Haha. That's exactly what I was waiting for. Hanfei flashed again and appeared on the back of the sounding snake. With a press of his palm, 10 void lines attached to the snake. At that moment, even if the sounding snake wanted to escape, it had no chance. Hanfei quickly took control of the soul of the sounding snake. From its soul, Hanfei saw some messy pictures. Among them, he saw densely packed snakes, which stunned him. Underscore so many? How can I fight them alone, underscore. Hanfei turned over and sat on the sounding snake, thinking whether he should explore that secret realm or not. Could he resist hundreds of sounding snakes himself? Underscore forget it, let me find where the snake cave is first underscore. Hanfei tried to find some information from the soul of the sounding snake. However, he suddenly saw 2 huge red eyes. Hanfei was startled, but the shock he felt actually came from the sounding snake itself. Underscore are you afraid of your own kind? They don't seem easy to cope with, underscore. Hanfei didn't panic, however. He planned to use the snake to test his divine manipulation technique. Controlling the sounding snake, he flew up high. Hanfei tried to read information little by little. After about an hour, Hanfei could gradually see the owner of the red eyes. Just as Luo Xiaobai guessed, this snake turned out to be a snake king. When he saw the sounding snake king clearly, Hanfei was taken aback. Its body was simply too huge. Its head alone was more than 30 meters long, let alone its body. And besides the big snake, Hanfei also saw a small tree of unknown quality. On the small tree, there hung a dark green fruit. In addition to this dark green fruit, Hanfei also saw 3 corpses in the huge snake cave. They were all wearing armored battle suits. They were the same kind of corpses that Hanfei had encountered in the undersea chimney. Hanfei was stunned. If these corpses were here, would there be spirit awakening fluid here? Hanfei wasn't quite sure. If there was spirit awakening fluid, then this meant that in this so-called ruin, there were not only the fruit and 3 corpses, but also at least more than 3 million kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. The spirit awakening fluid might have been divided up by these little snakes. However, there were still 3 corpses. The equipment on them would also be precious. If he could kill the sounding snake king, it would be another huge gain. At least, the bodies of snake creatures were treasures. Let me take a look. If I can't find the entrance, I'll just give up. He controlled the sounding snake, flying towards the valley. In the middle of the valley, Han Fei controlled the sounding snake under him. To make a sound. Clang. Clang. The noise echoed in the valley. Suddenly, Han Fei heard another sound, followed by dozens of the same sounds. Han Fei's eyes lit up. Huh. The snake cave turns out to be hidden somewhere. At the bottom of the valley. Haha. Got you. Don't blame me for my cruelty, then. As soon as Han Fei stretched out his hand, a large jar filled with poison god appeared. He directly used half of the poison god that Cao Qiu gave him. Nearly 50 caddies of poison god were stuffed into the sounding snake's belly. Of course, in order to prevent the symptoms from starting now, Han Fei put the poison god in a big fish bladder. As long as the bladder didn't break, the poison god wouldn't leak out. Hoop! Han Fei flew towards the top of the mountain, controlling the sounding snake. With the void lines, to go into the pile of rocks at the bottom of the valley. Then he found a big cave under this canyon. In the dark cave, dozens of snakes were entwining each other. Some sounding snakes were looking at him, to be precise, they were looking at the sounding snake he controlled. They hissed and their eyes turned scarlet as if they were looking at a strange snake. Have they discovered me? Clang. For a while, there were many percussive sounds from the cave, which were rhythmic and gradually spread away. Han Fei's face suddenly changed. Why are these sounding snakes making these sounds? Han Fei had to control the snake to follow them. Otherwise, they might find this snake had a problem. In the valley, percussive sounds resounded and the sound waves rippled. Feeling a buzz in his head, Han Fei quickly spat out the mint leaves and put a new one into his mouth. But Han Fei felt that a single piece of the mint leaf could no longer pacify his emotion. Thud. Thud. As the sounds rippled out like waves, Han Fei saw golden light descend on a distant mountain peak. Huh. See, God descends? Generally speaking, people who could make a creature at the peak level of the sea demon realm use their technique, see God descends, couldn't be weak. It just so happened that Luo Xiaobai and the others could. Han Fei frowned. Did Luo Xiaobai and the others encounter a sea demon army? Han Fei immediately summoned out Little Black and Little White. Daughter. Check where Luo Xiaobai and the others are. However, Little White was flying to the other side, which was exactly the opposite of the battlefield just now. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Even if I don't break into the snake cave, I can attract others to come over. So Han Fei flew to the opposite mountain. However, only when Han Fei flew less than 3,000 meters, fighting sounds came from all directions. Han Fei saw that there was a white light in the distance. Then he saw an octopus shadow on a small hill not far away. And he also saw some people fighting each other, their wings spreading. Huh? Why are there so many living people around this mountain range? Han Fei didn't expect it. He had thought that there should not be too many people in this valley. After all, if he hadn't had the mint leaves, Zhang, Xuanyu, and the others would have been bewitched. But now, he found out that he was wrong. He was not the only one who could resist the sound of the sounding snakes. However, it seemed that he caused the sounding snake to sound collectively. This caused the people who could have resisted the bewitching sound to collapse and lose their minds. F***ck. Now it was impossible for him to save these people, no matter how fast he could be. Now he could only lure these hostile guys to come over on their own initiative. Han Fei gritted his teeth and flew over the valley. Then he took out 10,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid and a large amount of spiritual spring and scattered it around. The thick spiritual vortex attracted everyone's attention. One figure after another rushed towards the valley. Not only humans and sea demons, but the sounding snakes underneath him were rushing over, trying to swallow the spirit awakening fluid and spiritual energy. Han Fei immediately ran away. At the same time, Han Fei controlled the sounding snake to escape first. When nearly 200 sounding snakes rushed out of the snake cave, he manipulated the snake to return into the snake cave. More than 200 sounding snakes flew in mid-air, which was equivalent to more than 200 peak-level sea demons. Fortunately, they were good at bewitching, but didn't have strong combat power. The humans and the sea demons rushed over and immediately had a violent conflict with them. In the frenzied state, many humans and sea demons quickly joined the battle. And the sky was full of fighting shadows and dazzling lights. Han Fei gritted his teeth. These idiots. Why didn't they leave since they had already known these snakes have a bewitching ability? Han Fei found that there were 50 or 60 human beings and as many as 70 or 80 sea demons. Fine, I'll solve the trouble that I made. Seeing the humans, sea demons, and snakes in a scuffle, Han Fei took out a lot of mint leaves, crushed them, and mixed them into the infinity water. Then he turned them into spikes and shot them to the battlefield. Han Fei's speed was extremely fast under the power of the overlords. Technique. Swish, 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 Every time he flashed, he appeared next to a human. Then he punched the infinity water into their bodies with the sacrificing punch. Of course, resistance was inevitable. However, Han Fei reacted extremely quickly. These delirious people were not his match at all. Suddenly, Han Fei heard someone say to him via voice transmission, "Let me help you. Is there any way to sober them up?" The voice was Luo Xiaobai's, and Han Fei couldn't help smiling wryly. He had thought that Luo Xiaobai and the others would get a lot of treasures, but because of his mistake, he made them fall into this melee. Han Fei responded, "Let me try waking them up. I'll punch them away, and you take them." At that moment, Han Fei's figure flashed frantically. In about a quarter of an hour, Han Fei punched more than 50 people into the air. And Han Fei was beaten black and blue. After all, too many people were attacking him and none of them were weak. And more than a dozen people had already died. He didn't have time to rescue them. Han Fei perceived that Luo Xiaobai used vines to drag the half-awake humans to run 50 kilometers away. Han Fei said to her, "Take them away first, and I'll meet you later." In the chaos, Han Fei set up a stealth array on himself and jumped away from the battlefield. Han Fei, who was at the bottom of the valley, didn't care about the battle in the sky at all. He didn't care about the lives of the sea demons and the sounding snakes. Besides, he had to rely on those sea demons to fight the sounding snakes. And the sounding snake he controlled was running around in the snake cave. Inside the snake cave, there were many holes. Without Little White's guidance, Han Fei could only check the holes one by one. Fortunately, in the fourth hole he checked, Han Fei found a lot of sounding snakes that seemed to have just woken up. Besides, Han Fei felt that the sounding snake controlled by him was trembling. I found it. Han Fei was overjoyed. These holes should be interconnected. All holes lead deeper down, but the one he was in was easier to pass. Smack. A snake's tail slapped Han Fei. Han Fei was speechless. I'm just walking in the cave. Why the F***ck did you attack me? When Han Fei walked in for dozens of kilometers, he felt that the sounding snake under his control was shaking all over. No, I should speed it up. Immediately, Han Fei controlled the sounding snake to rush into the depths of the cave frantically. However, because of Han Fei's movement, many sounding snakes were alerted. At first, they just hissed at the snake and then slapped it with their tails. In the end, they rushed up to bite at it and attacked it with their wings. Forcibly walking forward for less than 2,000 meters, the sounding snake had been wounded all over. Blast! Han Fei knew that the snake couldn't go further, so he could only try to wake up the sounding snake king here. Boom. At the moment when the sounding snake detonated itself, many holes in the cave collapsed, waves rolled in the cave, and the poison god flowed everywhere. And taking this opportunity, at the moment of the explosion, Han Fei had already loosened the void lines, retreated nearly a kilometer, and attached to sounding snake that was using its wings to block the violent impact. Haha. Just wait for the poison god to take effect. Han Fei sneered. In the sky, a sounding snake fell and its head was burst by the sea demons. When Han Fei took a closer look, he found there were only 20 sea demons left. And nearly 100 sounding snakes were killed. This was mostly due to 5 sea demons who had activated the sea god descends, including 2 heavenly talents. Kill them all. In the depths of the snake cave, the sounding snake controlled by Han Fei was also poisoned, vomiting, and having diarrhea. At that moment, from the feeling that was transferred back through the void lines, Han Fei felt as if he himself was vomiting and having diarrhea. What a horrible experience. A large number of sounding snakes were going mad. After only 10 minutes, the sounding snake controlled by Han Fei was killed by several other sounding snakes. The other sounding snakes were also fighting each other cruelly. The snake cave was drenched in bloody water and filthy fluids were sprayed everywhere. Who. Suddenly, a hoarse and scary roar came from the depths of the cave. Han Fei's heart did a flip, and he immediately got up and slipped away. Quietly. God knows how strong that snake king is. What if it finds that I'm hiding under the valley? Of course, although Han Fei ran away, the void lines were still clasped on the corpse of the sounding snake. Who. The ground began to shake, and in the valley, there was a bulge in the ground. And it was bulging higher and higher. When Han Fei ran 50 kilometers away, he perceived Luo Xiaobai and the others again. At this moment, many people had sobered up, sitting cross-legged and recovering. Han Fei said via voice transmission, come on, run. The sounding snake king is going crazy, Luo Xiaobai was speechless. Because she couldn't perceive where Han Fei was. Han Fei could transmit his voice to her, but she couldn't to him. Luo Xiaobai immediately stood up. Everyone, retreat, a powerful creature is coming. In fact, even if Luo Xiaobai didn't say anything, they could already feel that. The ground was shaking. For a moment, everyone looked shocked and ran wildly. Sure enough, a ruin was not someplace easy to break into. At this moment, Han Fei had set up several arrays. He lay on his stomach on a mountain motionlessly, only staring into the valley. Thud. A loud roar sounded. Han Fei's heart trembled, his eyes were red, and the uncontrollable desire to kill welled up in his heart. However, he had prepared mint leaves. When he stuffed them into his mouth, he sobered up and forcibly suppressed this frantic bloodthirsty impulse. However, hearing this roar, the sea demons, of which there were only 11 left, all became furious. Han Fei felt that they were burning their blood and life. Puff. 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 They slaughtered sounding snakes one after another. After all, these sea demons were already crazy. They were literally committing suicide. Bam. The ground was shattering. Seeing this scene, Han Fei grit his teeth, took out all the remaining 40 caddies of poison god, wrapped them in the infinity water, and threw them towards the sounding snake king that was almost about to break out of the ground with a fishing rod. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. Be sure to get your head out first so that I can feed you a good helping of poison. The next moment, with a bang, a huge head came out. A scarlet snake tongue flicked out, and the scarlet eyes aimed into the sky. Now's the time. In an instant, the infinity water rushed into the sounding snake king's mouth, together with 40 caddies of poison god. Then Han Fei manipulated the void lines to go madly deep into the underground snake cave. The big snake was furious and rose from the ground. Its first thought was to spit out the damn thing that got into its body just now. But, infinity water was certainly not something it could easily vomit out. As long as Han Fei didn't withdraw the water, it couldn't spit it out. As soon as the big snake appeared, it swallowed 8 sea demons and 5 or 6 ordinary-sounding snakes in one bite. It was searching for the bastard who attacked it. Han Fei frowned. He was still holding the dragon sting pole in his hand. Sure enough, the big snake king glanced in his direction. At that moment, Han Fei issued an order in his heart and the overlord appeared. At the same time, a ray of soul fire floated out and sank into the overlord's body. Swish. Han Fei spread out the phantom glass wings, dropped a dozen sea-swallowing seashells on the ground, and ran away as quickly as he could. Come on, poison it. Come on, poison it. The big snake's body was wriggling crazily, and its viscera were tumbling. When Han Fei ran away, it quickly pulled its body out of the ground and pounced at him. Shit, is your body so tough? Chow Chiao, you bastard. This super-enhanced version of poison god is not good enough. Whoosh. Han Fei rushed out like a ray of light, and the agility of wind was activated instantly. However, Han Fei was greedy even at such a time. Since the big snake had come out, now he couldn't use the void lines to grab the treasure. Therefore, he left the overlord and Snowmorn behind and left some sea-swallowing seashells for the overlord so that overlord could grab some treasure when the big snake left to chase him. This was the thought that flashed through his mind the moment he saw the snake was looking at him. In the sea, a very thin white line shuttled past. That was the sonic boom effect caused by Han Fei's super-fast speed. At this moment, Han Fei activated the Overlord's technique, the agility of wind, and the sea racing art. His speed should be even faster than a junior law enforcer. After all, with the sea racing art, he would only travel in a straight line. As if there was no obstacle in this water, he just traveled in a straight line. And dozens of kilometers behind Han Fei, a huge snake with a length of more than 300 meters was chasing frantically behind him. Its speed was even faster than Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai could see with her naked eyes that a behemoth in the sea was chasing Han Fei, who was also running. Gulp. Lu Renquang swallowed. Oh my God. Zhang Xuanyu looked dumbfounded. What a big snake. Luo Xiaobai's face changed slightly. It seems to have wings, and its speed is faster than Han Fei. As for those who were rescued by Han Fei, their faces were full of shock at this moment as they watched this weird chase. Someone was shocked. Han Fei. Isn't he too ostentatious? Is he still carrying a fishing rod? Is he fishing for the big snake? Looking at that huge figure, everyone felt helpless. Fortunately, they weren't that hot-headed as to explore the valley. Otherwise, it would be as easy as a breeze for such a big snake to swallow them. Someone's face changed drastically. What should we do? How can we save Han Fei? Someone sighed. Han Fei, how dare he fish for that snake? Someone rolled his eyes and said, nonsense. Can you fish such a huge snake? Someone nodded. Han Fei must be using the fishing rod to launch an attack. He couldn't be so stupid as to try to fish for such a big thing. Someone glanced at the Luo Xiaobai trio and said, anyway, the people from the Thug Academy are really the most fearless people I have ever seen. Luo Xiaobai's face kept changing. We're going to chase after them. You can do as you please. The others could only smile bitterly. The point is that they couldn't catch up. Even if they tried, they couldn't beat that snake. However, for the Luo Xiaobai trio, whether they could catch up or beat the snake, they couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Now the trio had already rushed out. That big snake was so strong that wherever it passed, no soul-eaters dared to show up. After all, they had some wisdom left. They could attack humans and sea demons. But not the Snake King that could easily crush a bunch of them with a wag of its tail. Who would rush up stupidly? Wasn't that looking for death? When the trio rushed out, Overlord was quietly sneaking into the huge snake cave. Just now, the big snake almost killed all the sounding snakes and sea demons fighting in the sky with a casual bite. At this moment, there were only 2 or 3 sea demons left, which didn't take long to die. With Snowmorn in his hand, Overlord was going into the broken snake hole. Why did Han Fei leave Snowmorn to Overlord? It was because Snowmorn could boost Overlord's combat power close to that of an advanced hidden fisher. Although Snowmorn was a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, no one on this ancient battlefield could easily erase Han Fei's mark. Even if it were erased, who would dare to take Snowmorn? Besides, even if Snowmorn was taken away, Han Fei would easily take it back. As long as he didn't die. At that time, whoever snatched Snowmorn would be killed by Han Fei. Inside the snake cave, many ordinary snakes were crushed to death because of the rage of the Snake King. Besides, the 50 caddies of Poison God had been thrown into the pile of Sounding snakes. Now, in the snake cave, countless sounding snakes were fighting each other. And there were snake bodies and fluid everywhere. Overlord jumped down into the cave, and when he landed, he saw a pile of meat. Paste. A few hundred meters away, there were a large number of snakes biting and fighting each other. Overlord saw 3 corpses at a glance, and without a word, he collected them into the sea, swallowing seashells. And then he found a little tree. No matter what kind of spiritual fruit it was, he just uprooted it and took it away. Because this was originally the habitat of the Snake King, ordinary sounding. Snakes were afraid of this place. Therefore, after Overlord had done all this, and scrupulously, he even had the time to take a look inside. However, there was something special inside. In a big hole in the belly of the mountain, snake eggs were littered everywhere. And in the middle of the cave, there was a round pit, in which there was green spirit awakening fluid. Seeing this, he pounced over and frantically poured the spirit awakening fluid into his sea, swallowing seashells. Unfortunately, this pit was not big and no more than 2 meters deep. Only 500,000 kilograms? This Snake King occupies such a large snake nest, but only leaves 500,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid for his eggs? How can this be enough? However, this was reasonable. This damn place must have existed for countless years. Besides, there were so many sounding snakes in the snake cave, and it was a miracle that the spirit awakening fluid hadn't been drunk up. If it weren't for these snake eggs here, no spirit awakening fluid would have been left. After taking the spirit awakening fluid, Overlord found that the sounding snakes were already running in his direction. So soon? He had just been there for a short while. Fine, I don't have much time to waste here. I've gotta run quickly, More than 600 kilometers away from the sounding snake cave, the king snake seemed to sense something. It glanced back and became even more furious. Who, clang, The bewitching sound was deafening, and Han Fei, who was racing forward, cursed. What? Is the Snake King going back? No, Overlord is definitely not its match, Besides, what stunned Han Fei was that he had fed the Snake King 40 caddies of poison god, but it could still chase him so fast. Now the distance between him and the Snake King was less than 40 kilometers. No, he couldn't let it go on like this. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would be caught up. 10,000 knives in one. Inside the big snake, infinity water was cutting like crazy. But this big snake was so tough that Han Fei could feel that even in its stomach, the infinity water was a bit powerless. F***CK, infinity water. Work harder, okay, Han Fei was speechless. With his current realm and strength, the infinity water should have had the destructive power of a semi-divine weapon. But as the treasure of a whole city, it shouldn't just have such little power. How do I use this stuff? Thinking about it, Han Fei perceived that more than 80 kilometers away, a team of 6 sea demons were fighting with a few soul-eating beasts. Han Fei immediately activated the flying fish technique, changed his direction, and then immediately changed it back. Because of his switch of direction, the sounding Snake King was more than 3 kilometers closer. Damn it, rush! Dozens of kilometers away, several sea demons had just killed the soul-eating beasts and then spotted a white light rushing towards them in the distance. One of them shouted, "Pay attention and be ready to defend, something is Coming quickly. No, is that phantom glass wings? Han Fei, it's Han Fei. A captain-level powerhouse shouted, he's our opportunity. If we kill him, we can go to the royal city. Wait, what the hell is behind him? Hiss. Run. A scary creature is chasing him. They had planned to trap Han Fei. But now, they gave up on that plan. The figure behind Han Fei was so huge. Just by looking at it, they knew it was not something they could mess around with. Han Fei was obviously shifting the trouble to them. Han Fei shouted to the big snake behind him, hey, idiot snake, my teammates are in front. Clang. The bewitching sound exploded again, and the fleeing sea demons suddenly stopped, turned their heads, and pounced on Han Fei ferociously. Han Fei took out an energy fruit, stuffed it into his mouth, and yelled at the big snake, you're doomed. I'm telling you, you are doomed. My teammates are very strong. Han Fei saw the sea demons all activate the sea god descends. At the moment when he was about to meet them, 9 clones of Han Fei suddenly appeared and skimmed past these sea demons. As if he had done a trivial thing, Han Fei continued to think about the use of infinity water. Sure enough, as expected by Han Fei, when the sea demons found Han Fei had run away, the sounding Snake King had reached them. Sea God strike. Whale riding. Bam. As the huge red wings swept past, the sea demons were all crushed by the big snake. Puff. Han Fei was surprised. Is something spewing out of the skin of this big snake. He looked back and then gaped in shock. Can this be start expel the toxin out of its body? The distance between the two was almost shortened to 30 kilometers. Han Fei was extremely anxious. What am I going to do? Han Fei recalled the scene when he first obtained the infinity water. Being in the water column, he hadn't felt anything yet, but that cave had been covered with knife marks. Could infinity water only be used as a weapon? He had tried many methods to use it. His soul could control its form, and its attack strength should be growing with his strength. But in that case, it shouldn't be called the most important weapon in a whole city. After all, according to its attributes currently demonstrated, it was a sea-quelling bizarre treasure at most. But the heavenly desolate city was by no means an ordinary city. Han Fei believed that the strong masters in that city were not less than those in the Scattered Stars Island, and even in the Thousand-Star City. After swimming for more than 100 kilometers, Han Fei met a group of humans. Because he could only swim in a straight line, he said, everyone, please make way. However, the group of people looked stunned. They didn't even know where the sound came from. Han Fei gritted his teeth and changed his direction again, allowing the big snake to reach only 30 kilometers away from him. After a while, the group of 5 people were dumbfounded when they glimpsed Han Fei and the big snake swishing by in the distance. Someone said in shock, Han Fei? What is that thing chasing him? Someone sighed. A snake? Someone was speechless. Have you ever seen a snake with wings? It's only 300 meters away from us. Holish *T, did Han Fei just save our lives? It seems so. Someone was confused. But what is he doing with the fishing rod in his hand? Fishing for that snake? Along the way, when Han Fei met sea demons, he would rush over and kill them. When he met humans, he would tell them to make way in advance. If the opponent refused, he could only take the initiative to avoid them. 1 hour passed. Han Fei almost cried, "Hey, Master Snake, I just made a joke with you. Why are you still chasing me?" At this moment, the two sides were only about 15 kilometers apart, and the distance had shortened by half. Han Fei felt that although the sounding snake was injured, the injury was not serious. In this short hour, at least hundreds of people had recognized Han Fei. The number of enemies that Han Fei used the big snake to kill had also reached 50. However, every time he changed his direction, the distance between him and the snake would inevitably be reduced. Han Fei felt that when the big snake had expelled all the poison got out of its body and caught up with him, it would be as easy as pie to kill him. No. I can't change directions anymore. I have to find a way to kill this beast. Should I use the sky dissecting finger? But it was equivalent to a venerable level attack. It was his last resort. The painting that old Han gave me? No. It took old Han a long time to draw it. It would be a pity to use it here. I haven't found the boneyard yet. And I haven't entered the underground city yet. Turned to Cao Qiu for help. Han Fei suddenly found that he didn't have any proper means to resist the serpent fuse. Han Fei immediately activated the yin-yang divine eyes and raised his speed slightly. Hoop. After half an hour, the big snake was only 10 kilometers away from him. Han Fei had no time to ask Little White to find Cao Qiu's position, but he could roughly figure out his direction. At this moment, Han Fei was no longer so calm because he was in a frantic escape. Even with mint leaves in his mouth to help relieve his violent emotions, the big snake behind him still made bewitching sounds from time to time to disturb his mind. F***ck. Han Fei suddenly turned around and thrust the dragon sting pole in his hand. Out. Blast. Boom. The semi-divine weapon exploded and fell on the sounding snake's head. However, the big snake ignored the fishing rod and still rushed forward. Within hundreds of kilometers, the seawater vibrated, and huge waves rolled in all directions. In the end, the distance was reduced a little more. In Han Fei's perception, the sounding snake's head was injured in many places, with blood flowing. Huh. It seems that the explosion of a semi-divine weapon can injure it. But it's just caused a bit of trauma. Wait, can infinity water explode? Han Fei was thinking how the infinity water was originally just a drop of water. It was called infinity water because this drop of water could turn into all kinds of water-constructed weapons. And as a drop of water, even if it exploded, it could gather again. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He had never thought about this, because no one would have thought of detonating something that an entire city treasured. But now, Han Fei doubted himself, infinity water should be able to explode. I think, He immediately pinched his finger and calculated what would happen, not feeling like anything bad would come of it. Han Fei said resolutely, Li Huang. Even if the infinity water is gone, I'll still fulfill my promise. Han Fei's eyes suddenly became fierce. Explode. Boom. This time, the rolling waves sent Han Fei 7 or 8 kilometers away in an instant. He couldn't even stabilize his body as he could only roll out with the waves. And the huge body of the big snake fell on the ground, leaving a long bloody mark that was several kilometers long. In Han Fei's perception, the abdomen of the big snake was already a blur of flesh and blood. Many places had been pierced. Blood mixed in with the flying sand, looking scary. More than 20 kilometers away, Han Fei finally stabilized his body. He quickly stuffed an energy fruit into his mouth and swam towards the big snake. As he issued an order in his heart, fine water drops were quickly converging from all directions within dozens of kilometers. Soon, a drop of water gathered in the palm of his hand. Haha. Old B** starred, moron, idiot. Keep chasing me. Hey, I'm waiting for you. Come on, chase me. With an order from Han Fei, infinity water was once again mixed with seawater and drilled into the wound on the abdomen of the sounding snake. Explode. Boom. Han Fei was sent flying by the terrifying explosion again. He rolled dozens of kilometers before he finally stopped. The terrifying and destructive explosion was just like a small mushroom cloud. It was so powerful that Han Fei had some wounds on his hands and face. However, Han Fei was obviously taken aback, as the power of the second self detonation was much weaker than the first time. Was the infinity water damaged? No, it wasn't damaged. It was just that the force of its self-detonation had weakened. Han Fei didn't plan to detonate it again. These two explosions had affected at least the radius of 1,000 kilometers, and many people must have felt the effect. But it didn't matter. He had found a new use for the infinity water. This thing was not afraid of self-detonation. Besides, the force of its self-detonation was equivalent to that of a divine weapon, tyrannical and powerful. Even if its force would decrease, it didn't matter. Even the phantom glass wings required cool-down time. The huge body of the big snake that was more than 300 meters long was covered with dense bloody holes, and one of its wings was blown to pieces. Even Han Fei, who was dozens of kilometers away from the big snake, was sent flying, let alone the snake. At this moment, the head of the sounding snake was drooping on the ground, and its eyes were bloody. It probably had been blind. When Han Fei got close to it, information emerged in his eyes. Name: ancient sounding snake, extremely weak. Introduction: an ancient gregarious sea snake living in a mining area. Wherever the sounding snake is, there is no vegetation, but only blood and water. It has 4 wings, which are comparable to divine weapons. When its wings vibrate, it can produce a sound that can drive people crazy and make them kill each other. This is a descendant of the ancient sounding snake. Its combat power is terrifying, with 10 waves of power. Level 67. Quality: legendary. Contained spiritual energy, 69,185 points. Edible effect: by taking the ancient sounding bead, one can obtain the power of clairaudience, able to hear what is happening thousands of kilometers away. Collectible: ancient sounding bead. Absorbable. Remarks: sounding snake is a symbol of disaster. Once the sounding snake comes out of its cave, there will be disaster. Han Fei's eyes widened. He had already guessed it was a legendary creature. But the ability of clairaudience really shocked him. However, now Han Fei had to make a choice. Should he obtain the ability of clairaudience or throw this big snake into the demon purification pot? Legendary creatures were very rare. He couldn't afford to waste it. Han Fei waved his hand and infinity water gathered in his hands again. Huh? This time, when Han Fei gathered the infinity water, he found that something in the seawater was frantically pouring into the infinity water. No, to be precise, infinity water was absorbing something from the seawater. Han Fei frowned. Sure enough, the energy contained in the infinity water had been consumed, so it had to absorb energy from the water. Anyway, he wouldn't use infinity water for the time being. Having the infinity water explode twice, this big snake was dying. Han Fei removed the fusion and said to Little Black, eat its gall. Kill it. Han Fei gave up on conquering this big snake, because the ability of clairaudience was too alluring. Besides, this big snake's body itself was a treasure, and its snake gall was also a great tonic. Little Black would like it very much. With an order from Han Fei, Little Fatty appeared. When Little Fatty saw the big snake, he just wanted to run. Han Fei shouted, "Why are you running? It's dying. What are you afraid of? Come on, suck up its blood." Little Fatty was stunned. "You killed it?" Han Fei said angrily, "Yes. I'm your master. Don't you believe in your master's strength? Hurry up, suck it up." Little Fatty immediately put his big sucker on the body of the ancient sounding snake. Unfortunately, Nine Tails and Little Gold couldn't use the snake's body. After a while, the ancient sounding snake began to writhe and its roars resounded across the seabed. Little Black was gnawing its snake gall. Gradually, after more than 10 minutes, the big snake finally died. Han Fei stepped on its huge head. "Humph, how dare you chase me like that? This just serves you right." Swearing, Han Fei took a lot of effort to dig out the sounding bead. Little Black was wobbling. Han Fei had a hunch that Little Black was about to make a breakthrough. Or to be exact, he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Even Little White was also a little dizzy and was wobbling. Han Fei immediately took Little Black and Little White in to forge the universe. There was spiritual spring energy and spirit awakening fluid there. As long as they were there, they could drink as much as they needed. However, Little Black and Little White chose a small pond where there was only pure seawater. Huh? Will they make the breakthrough in seawater? Han Fei didn't dare to put them into the Soul Sea now, because he hadn't figured out the secret of the Soul Sea. However, when he had time, he would enter the Soul Sea and study it carefully. Little Fatty was sucking for a long time, and then there was a flash of red light on his body, but it was a pity that he didn't upgrade. Little Fatty said, "Sucking its blood consolidated my overall strength. With another creature like this, my strength can be further consolidated. Then I'll just need to drink spirit awakening fluid." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Where can I find another creature like this?" "Forget it, anyway your strength has been consolidated." Suddenly, Han Fei felt that someone was approaching, and then he found it was Chao Tian, Chao Chiu, and others. Not only Chao Tian, Yi Baiyu, and several others, but also a group of sea demons. Han Fei was speechless. You didn't show up when I needed you, so what's the use of showing up now? Now Han Fei didn't want to stay with these people. The Overlord was still in the Sounding Snake Cave. He must quickly take Overlord back. Perhaps because the distance was too far, Han Fei wasn't quite sure of Overlord's current state. At this moment, it seemed to be at large. Han Fei put away Little Fatty and put a hand on the huge corpse of the Sounding Snake to take it into Forge the Universe. Swish. Taking a look at the other people, Han Fei smiled. "Go about your business. I'm leaving, bye."